Makati Productions presents an original Star Wars story. Star Wars: The Old Republic. Fallen Hero. Written by Dominic Grimm. Invasion. The Sith Empire reels under the attacks of a new and unknown enemy. Emerging from the shadows, a massive fleet strikes hard into the heart of Sith space, decimating the forces of a war-weary empire. Led by two mysterious Force users, the Sith have been caught off guard by this new foe, and driven back. Led by the Dark Council, the Sith fight back ruthlessly and without mercy, but it is a losing fight. Worlds fall to the invaders as resources become scarce. The Empire's leaders find themselves divided by long-held grudges and heavy losses. Darth Avaryss, one of the newest council members, is forced to flee. Her rival, the cunning Darth Acina, has placed a bounty on the former Councilor. Accused of treason, the Dark Lord seeks refuge from the noose tightening around her neck. Yet, Avaris is not without a plan, and now free of political entanglements, the Dark Lord's grand plan may now begin. Savior or conqueror, how she will be known matters not to Avaris. At last, all will be hers. Chapter 1. Space shifted as the failing shuttle emerged from hyperspace. Far from a clean transition, the ship emerged belching flame and in a cloud of its own debris. Before the ruined vessel, its destination grew in the viewport. The planet's gravity reached out to the damaged ship, trying to pull it down, and to bring about its end in a flash of fire and death. Had anyone else been at the controls, that death would have been certain. But the pilot was no ordinary being. She was no mere mundane. She was a Dark Lord of the Sith, and the next ruler of the galaxy. She would not be denied. Darth Avaryss scowled as she pulled the pilot from the helm. The man had not been a member of her official entourage, just someone who had been intimidated into aiding her escape. She shook her head as she looked at his ruined face. One of the screens on the bridge had exploded, throwing him back. His fate was not what mattered, however. The ship was. She looked over the controls with a trained eye. The helm was still intact, but the man who truly knew how to use it was now dead. Shards from the broken screen had penetrated the fool's brain. He is dead then, she realized. No matter. She was not willing to accept defeat, not when she was so close. She had walked at the very edge of death, felt the flames of hell scorch her feet, and, still, had managed to return. She gritted her teeth. She had come too far. She had not made it all this way, come so close to absolute victory to die in something as pointless as a shuttle crash. No, she would not have it. She would not. The hatch behind her hissed open. Avaris didn't bother looking over her shoulder. She could sense who it was in the Force. She shook her head. She could not afford distraction, not now. She had to focus. She was not done yet, but... No buts. She would endure. She was Avaris. It would be done. The fire in the passenger compartment is out. Avi, her ally, informed her. We can. The other woman looked down, her golden Sith eyes widening in shock. Avi, our pilot. Not now, the Dark Lord hissed, her hands dancing over the control console. She tried to remember what to do. Dump the fuel, open all flaps, and extend all drag fins. She checked their altitude. They were coming in, but they were coming in hot, too hot. She could already see the shuttle's nose beginning to glow. Sit down and grab that lever, she ordered her companion. Keep it pulled back. We have to keep from tumbling. We can use the heat shields if they hold. We will make it down. If we don't, burn to a crisp. Her ally obeyed, but Avaris could sense her fear, the sense of hopelessness trying to worm its way into her. The sensation disgusted Avaris. Focus, Lord Agony, she snarled. We are lords of the Sith. We inspire fear. We do not surrender to it. Darth Agony, her friend and companion, nodded. She obeyed her superior's orders. We can't do this, Avaris thought, nodding. I can't do this. Slave, she shouted over her shoulder. Grab an emergency kit, and then strap yourself in. I will have need of you down on the surface. Yes, master, her servant called back, her young voice thick with its own fear. But at the same time, the girl had not surrendered to it. She remained strong. Good, the Dark Lord thought. She had no time for weak servants. The future was on the move. It would take strength to reach it. Avaris felt a single drop of sweat run down her back. The temperature in the cabin was rising quickly. The heat shields were holding, but she could not say for how long. Agony remained at her post, holding the lever that her superior ordered her to keep steady. Her skin was already starting to shine, a mix of fierce sweat and the rising heat. Avaris' eyes narrowed. This was not how it was supposed to be. She had almost been ready. Her plan had been progressing nicely. Even her fellows on the Dark Council had been unaware of her ambitions. Death knell, she thought with a hungry flicker in her eyes. It would have washed away all opposition to her rule. The war with the Republic would have ended with a single order issued from her lips. Every trooper, sailor, and officer in the Republic would have been hers to command, and they would have carried out her first and most important order. They would have hunted down and destroyed the Jedi Knights. With the light no longer around to oppose her, she would have taken her new army and made straight for Korriban. She would have marched into the chambers of the Dark Council as no mere member of the governing body, but as a conqueror. She would not have needed to play any power games or make any political moves. Her fellow councilors would have had a choice. They would join her, or they would be destroyed. At long last, she would have achieved her dream, her destiny. She would have been able to ascend to Darth Vicious' empty throne. That wouldn't happen now, she realized, not unless she could stabilize the ship. I won't give up, she thought angrily. I've come too far. We've lost artificial gravity, Agony informed her. Can you feel it? Avaris nodded, her eyes moving quickly over the console before her. They didn't need to worry about gravity, not right now. They would soon be entering the planet's atmosphere. Flames began to dance on the dying shuttle's nose. She ignored it, focused on the controls. She suddenly had an idea. She tapped quickly on one of the consoles. Her ally's eyes widened. What are you doing? Transferring our power from the sublight engines. We can use that energy to bolster the shields. Give us more time. I just have to switch over to the repulsors after we clear the upper atmosphere. Will we be able to fly with only the repulsors? Agony asked. We don't need to fly. Just slow ourselves down. It will be a bumpy landing, but we shouldn't break up. Smugglers use this method sometimes to hide from planetary scanners. Soon we will be. She glanced up at her fellow Sith, the look on her face. What? Avaris demanded. Nothing, Agony said. When did you learn to do this, Avi? I thought you said you didn't know how to fly. Avaris snorted at her friend's comment. Don't know how to fly. Please? She had been flying in one form or another since she was 6. Her first real memory was of sitting on her father's lap. Her tiny hands grasping the controls as he told her what to do. He had been so proud of her. She still remembered it, his warm smile, that sense of love and affection through the Force. You catch on quick, Angel, he said. One day you will be. Avaris blinked. She. What? The Dark Lord shook her head. That had never happened. That was not how she had grown up. Darth Avaryss' father had been Darth Fear, the Dark Lord who had chosen her, manipulated her, molded her, and trained her to be the conqueror she was today. Before that, she had been a useless farm girl named Kira Lilas. Her father had been an overseer on the planet Ordana. Of course, she wasn't even Kira Lilas anymore. Kira's body had contracted a fatal disease, a bit of revenge from one of her rivals. Avaris had survived that scheme. The wonders of Sith alchemy had saved her life, gave her a brand new one in fact. She had a new body now. She was strong, healthy, and deadlier than ever. She frowned. She had also never learned to fly. She remembered that much. As for Fear and Ander Lilas, the men who had shaped her, well, neither of those men had been pilots, and they had certainly never taught her how to fly. The ship bucked as it continued to skim the atmosphere. Avaris gritted her teeth. She had no time to worry about the past, not right now. The future was what mattered, and the present, the here and now. Now, she needed to get them down safely. She still had a war to win, and enemies to destroy. Agony looked over the controls, Her expression remained on the verge of panic. "We are slowing down, but we are still coming in too fast." Avaris nodded. They needed to clear the upper atmosphere, but if they held it together a little longer. "I've got this," she thought. "It is nothing that I haven't done before." The shuttle fell, finally emerging into the planet's orange-colored sky. Avaris slammed her fist down on the repulsor button. The ship jumped both from the turbulence and the repulsor lifts kicking on. Something sparked in the panel behind her, yet she didn't have time to check it. They were at the point of no return now. They either landed safely, or they didn't. That was the only two options. The flaps and drag fins caught the air. A few ripped off from the momentum, but the rest held, slowing them down even more. The shuttle's wings were starting to be useful again. They were starting to glide. Not an easy thing considering how bulky the shuttle was. It was working though, Avaris thought, smiling for the first time. It's working. She checked their gauges. Everything was looking better. They were no longer in danger of burning up, crashing. However, that was still a possibility. One that she was working hard to avoid. She looked over at her companion. It was Darth Agony that had warned her of that Darth Acina's betrayal. She had given Avaris the time she had needed to flee her holdings, to survive what should have been a lethal trap. Not that Avaris was surprised by such a move. Agony had been her loyal servant since their student years. They had even been lovers once, briefly, when Avaris needed someone that she could absolutely trust. That dalliance had ended when her friend had married, but the connection between the two Sith still remained strong. Once, Darth Agony had been known to her as Taya. She had been a gray Sith in those early days, someone that Avaris had thought a useful pawn. In the years since, Agony had finally learned to embrace the darkness, cast aside the weaknesses of the past, and was now committed to Avaris' goals, and would be handsomely rewarded for aiding her one day. Yet, it was not for the rewards offered that Agony served her. It was about revenge more than anything else. Revenge against the immortal being that had destroyed her life, murdered her family. Especially Aya, Avaris thought, remembering her ally's sweet and innocent daughter. Aya had been her godchild. Avaris had loved her too. The Dark Lord's golden eyes narrowed. They would have their revenge. The girl had perished with her father and everyone else on the planet Zyast. The former Sith Emperor had descended on the world. Though no longer possessing a physical form, the thing that had been Darth Vitiate had drained the life energy of every living thing on the planet, plants, animals, and, more importantly, people. Including Agony's husband and daughter. With their deaths, something had broken in her old friend. The light she had always hidden finally went out. Though the loss had pained both her and Avaris, it had served a valuable purpose. It took away any questions that Avaris had about her friend's loyalty. It had been Agony that performed the ceremony that saw Avaris enter her new body. She had conducted that ritual, and now, here they both were. Avaris had promised her vengeance, and she always tried to deliver on her promises. Her thoughts briefly turned to the former emperor, the one that had cost them his life, and in recent weeks, so much more. It was all the motivation that she needed. Not that she wouldn't have sought the creature's destruction anyway, not after what had happened recently. You will answer for what you did on Zyast, Vitiate, she thought coldly. You will lose everything. Avaris hit the button for the sub-lights, hoping that there was still enough power within the drive to jumpstart them. It wouldn't give them much flight time, but it would allow them to coast down safely. There was no response. Great, she thought. How wonderful. Agony looked over at her. Are we going to crash, Avi? Avaris shook her head no. Right now, we are falling with style, she said. We've caught the wind, and we've dumped our fuel. At least we won't explode on landfall. The shuttle glided down through the cloud layer. Below them the rocky surface of the planet appeared. It was still far off, but they were still coming down. Avaris gripped the steering column tighter. She had no idea how she had learned how to fly, and in that moment, she didn't care. The knowledge was useful, that was all that mattered. This isn't the end for us, she thought with a determined look. I will get us down safely. She gritted her teeth and prepared to deploy the landing struts. I will get us down. Do you think it will fly again? Avaris resisted the urge to roll her eyes at Agony's comment. All you had to do was look at the shuttle and know the answer to that question. She shook her head. Nope, she thought. Hopefully, we will not be here long, but one thing was certain. The shuttle was a total loss. They had come in hot and hard, but somehow, she had managed to hold it together. The repulsors had failed shortly before landfall, and they had ended up skidding in. The landing struts and one of the wings had snapped off as the shuttle had slid to its final stop. It hadn't been the prettiest of landings, but at least they had all walked away from it. Well, almost all. Their pilot had died, but he was unimportant now that they were down on the surface. Any landing you can walk away from is a good one. The Dark Lord was not sure where she had heard that, but it did prove true. They had made it down safely. They were here on Ambria. For the moment, they were safe. Avaris glanced around, taking in the desolate world with her eyes. This was her first time on Ambria. Well, her first physical time anyway. She had seen this world several times in Force visions, and knew a little of its history. Ambria had been a battleground once. The light and the dark had scarred this world, leaving marks that she could feel even today, centuries after the fighting had ended. Now, neither the light nor the dark held sway here. The titanic forces that had left this place so desolate had settled, making it a world of gray. There were great pockets of light side energy on this world, and of the dark as well. The Dark Lord could sense them. She smiled. Perfect, she thought. She and her party would be able to hide here. One of those pockets of dark side energy would mask their presence nicely. At least, until it was time for them to leave. The sound of shifting metal drew her attention back to the ship. As she watched, a lone young girl emerged from the ramp carrying the last of the 3 survival packs they had brought. She limped along her left leg, almost covered in a heavy brace and boot. Clad in a slate-gray jumpsuit, the girl might have been considered pretty, in some circles. She was blonde-haired with green eyes that seemed far older than they should on a girl of 13. Unsurprising, Avaris thought, given her history. The girl made to put the pack down. No, Avaris called out. Bring it closer, slave. The ship could still explode. I will not lose any of my supplies. The girl jumped at the first syllable her master had spoken, proof of a life lived in servitude. Yes, master, she squeaked, picking up the pack again. Sorry, master. The girl made her way over to the rest of their gear. At Avaris' side, Agony shook her head. Why that one, she asked. She has to be the least useful slave in your house, and that foot of hers. The blonde Sith sighed. Surely you could have done better. Avaris shrugged. Zay is more than you might realize, Agony, and besides. Avaris smirked. The poor girl would be lost without me. The Dark Lord regarded her slave thoughtfully. Though she was not the strongest or the wisest of Avaris' servants, there was a connection between the two of them. How could there not be, she thought. There is blood between us after all. Zay had first entered her service a little over 1.5 years ago. She had found the girl while hunting Sith artifacts, relics left behind by the great Sith Lord Darth Acina. She had hired Zay's original owner. The man was something of a fortune hunter, known for successfully penetrating several Sith vaults and retrieving valuables from inside. Avaris probably could have gone herself, but she was still recovering at the time, still getting used to her new body. She had been unsure of her physical skills and elected to have another blaze that particular trail. A few days after first approaching the man, he had contacted her, informed her that he had recovered what she had been seeking. She had made the journey herself, not wishing any of her servants or apprentices to know just what it was she had retrieved. It had been a profitable journey. Not only had she recovered an important clue to Hikita's own research, but she had gained Zay out of the deal as well. She had been doubly rewarded. As it turns out, the fortune hunter didn't enter the vault himself. He used his personal slaves for the task. Young boys and girls whose small forms could slip easily into tight places, and, to their master, expendable should one of the Sith traps claim their lives. The man had sent 5 slaves into Hikita's vault. Only one had returned, the girl who was now Avaris' personal slave. Zay had retrieved the artifact, but had been injured in the attempt. Her foot had been caught in one of the dead Dark Lord's security devices. The wound wasn't bad really, but like most Sith, Aquinas made sure that those that tried to steal from him paid the price for their actions. The girl's foot began to change. The flesh began to painfully misshape, thanks to some alchemical concoction that had gotten into the wound. Had Avaris not saved the girl, she would have died in a matter of days. She would have died in terrible agony. Avaris had been able to neutralize the Sith toxin. The girl was no longer in any pain, and the mutations of her flesh had stopped. There was no fixing Zay's foot. However, the damage had been done. She could have put the girl out of her misery. Her deformity did lower her value, but in the end she had decided against it. She had felt something in the child, a fire that, if properly nurtured, might be valuable. She had decided to help her, and let her continue to live in the service of her new master. The Dark Lord could be generous after all, when she felt like it. She had offered to cut the foot off, replace it with something mechanical, but the girl had been too scared to accept the offer. Instead, she now wore a special boot. Zay would never be able to run quickly, but she hobbled well enough to get along when she needed to. As for the girl's master, he had mistakenly chosen to try to drive up the price for the item that Zay had gotten for him. Avaris had killed him, of course, and then, by right of conquest, claimed both the artifact and his slave as spoils of war. The memory of that day brought a smile to her face. It had been the first real test of her new body, and it had performed famously. It was not the body I wanted originally, she thought, but it was clear that it would serve her needs. A new face for the new Lord of the Galaxy, this form would serve her well in all her endeavors. She was most pleased. The three stood on a small ridge, not far from where the ship had gone down. Avaris had out a small hollow map, looking for the location of their original landing zone. It wasn't far, she realized, but it would be a bit of a hike. She and Agony would be able to make it on their own easily, but Zay, with her injured foot, would struggle. Avaris could have left the girl behind, but again decided against it. Zay was hers, and she was not one to throw away her toys, not until they ceased to be useful. Lake Nath is that way, she said, pointing off into the distance. We shall make our camp there. It will be a bit of a journey, Agony said. We can make it, but... Master, look. Avaris raised her head, looking off in the direction that Zay was pointing. The Dark Lord smiled. Well, she thought. The dark side provides again. The small-wheeled vehicle rumbled its way across the ruined landscape, hauling a small trailer behind it. Avaris sensed 3 life forms, weak in the force, yes, but hardy nonetheless. The 3 women waited as the vehicle approached. The driver must have seen their ship come down, and was now on the way to help. How nice of him, Avaris thought, her hand drifting to the hilt of her lightsaber. If she needed any proof of her decision coming here was the right one, here it was. She remained in the dark side's favor, despite her recent losses. It matters not, she knew, everything that I've lost to Acina, the invaders, and my other enemies will be restored to me. It will come to pass. Hello there, the driver of the transport called out. He had to shout over the loud rumble of the vehicle's motor. Do you folks need some help? The Dark Lord's smile widened. Most definitely, she thought, pulling the hilt of her weapon. Again, the dark side provides. Chapter 2. Darth Mar was dead. The realization came to her as she sat meditating on the shores of Lake Nath. The sense of loss struck her hard, the sense of another major part of her life being taken away. He is dead, she thought to herself. I felt it. Darth Avaryss shuddered. The knowledge that the Cabal's master was gone, it troubled her. She opened her yellow eyes and frowned. What happens now, she wondered. What will become of our empire now? She was currently sitting on a large flat rock overlooking the large, dark, and mirror-like lake. She had slipped away from their little camp to attempt to find perspective. The current situation in which she now found herself did little to silence the nagging thought that perhaps she had miscalculated this time. Perhaps, coming here, had been a mistake. The thought made her frown. Then again, what choice did I have? It is not like I could remain on Drummond Cos or take sanctuary in my holdings. The entire galaxy had been turned upside down. Right now, she was simply trying to find her place in it again. The invaders were everywhere. She could sense that. Soon they would be coming for the rest of the Dark Council, those that didn't bow down. She had been so arrogant when she had led her forces against them for the first time. She had hoped to prove herself a hero again, stop their advance in the Eddy system, inspire the other lords to rally under her banner. She had failed, and the Eddy system was now in the hands of this new enemy. She had escaped with her life, but that survival had seen her branded a traitor. Her fellow councilors had thought her escape as proof that she had betrayed them. It was an idea spearheaded by Acina and the rest of her rivals, and now she was hunted, both by her own people and agents of the invaders. It was a hunt that she wouldn't have survived. Her rivals would have made sure of that. The only choice she had was to flee. So she had come here, to Ambria. Neutral ground, she had heard this world called once, a place that both the dark and the light could find succor. She hoped that what she had heard was true. The galaxy was a hopeless place, but that didn't mean that sanctuary was impossible to find. There were many shadows on Ambria, and she, Avaris, had made camp right next to one of the darkest of them. She could not help but wonder, would it be enough? Lake Nath had a long history, its existence being shaped by not only the dark side, but the light as well. The Dark Lord could sense it, even now, even after so many long years, decades which had turned into centuries, but the result was the same. The Force had left its mark on this place, and that mark would never fade. It would remain on these all but barren shores, forever. She looked down into the dark and oily water. Its surface was so calm, you could almost use it like a mirror. You could stand on the shore and look down upon yourself, while at the same time, the darkness reached out, or at least, it tried to. The Jedi Master Thrawn made it far more difficult for a Darksider to use this place to their advantage. The Jedi had found a way to trap the darkness within the lake's black depths. She could sense its power, but found it hard to draw upon it. The lake was a cage for a vast darkness, but even that served a purpose. Such darkness hid much, including the Dark Lord and her small party, the shadow of this place eclipsing their own Force signature, hiding them from prying eyes. Useful, Avaris knew, given what was happening across the galaxy right now. She had far too many enemies, many who now sought her destruction. Nath would give her time to not only plan her next move, but bring the necessary pawns she required into her service. The enemy they now faced was far more formidable than anything else the Sith had endured in the past. A direct assault was an impossibility, but that was fine. Where brute force failed, deception and trickery could sometimes rule the day. If they couldn't overwhelm this new foe, then they would have to outthink them. All that was needed was a bit of time, sadly, if Darth Mar was truly dead. Avaris frowned. If Mar was gone, time was one thing that was now in short supply. I will simply have to make do, the Sith Lord thought. What I now possess will need to be enough. Her eyes fell on the tiny camp that she and her allies and built. A small hovel constructed from the junk that had been aboard the 3 scavengers' transport, as well as what they could salvage from the doomed Sith shuttle. The sight did little to put Avaris' mind at ease. In fact, it was enough to leave her daunted. Once I sat on the Dark Council, she thought to herself, 3 full star systems were on their knees before me. I am Avaris the Reborn. I am a Dark Lord of the Sith, and a sorceress of terrible power. I was a commander of legions. Armies and fleets all answered to my whim. My dearest wish was their command. And now, look at me. She sighed as she regarded her reflection in the calm water. The last month that they had been here had not been kind, to say the least. Her fine robes had grown grubby. The dust of this place stained both her skin and her hair. To the unenlightened, she and Agony were simply 2 more refugees fleeing the violence, their ragged clothes no different from the scavengers that called this world home. The Dark Lord barely recognized herself. She hated the fact that she had lost so much, that the wealth and prestige that she had fought so hard to build had been ripped from her fingers so easily, and so completely. What are you now, Dark Lord? Who are you now? She had no answer to that question, not even as she rose from where she was meditating and made her way back to their insignificant dwelling. If the conditions here annoyed her, she could only imagine how Agony felt. Her friend had been raised in a world of great wealth and privilege, and now, to be reduced to this. It was enough to annoy the most resolute soul. It may even have been enough to convince a friend to rethink her loyalties. I need to be very careful, Avaris thought. My world continued to grow more and more dangerous. I live in interesting times. Survival will not be easy, but that is fine. A grim smile came to her lips. Interesting times breed opportunity. She simply had to be mindful, to be ready. It is okay, she thought as she walked proudly across the dry landscape. She closed her eyes and reached out with the force. So far, she had not found what she was looking for. Be patient, she thought. Your time will come soon enough. It would not be easy. Waiting, the dark side, was not typically the domain of the patient, yet it was important. My time will come, she knew, she had felt it, and didn't question. Soon enough. I will be ready. There were plenty of old structures built along the lakeshore. It wasn't hard for the two Sith to find a place that they could modify enough to be livable again. Avaris didn't see Agony. Her friend was likely off training somewhere nearby. She preferred moving meditation to the standard variety. Even now, the Dark Lord could almost hear the slight hum of her friend's double-bladed lightsaber humming as she went through her combat drills. She needs to focus on something. If she doesn't, she will slip deeper into depression. The loss of her family has hit her hard. Her loyalty to me keeps her grounded, but that might fade if I don't find some way to move us forward soon. Zay hobbled around their camp, her leg brace and heavy boot clumping loudly on the rocky surface. She, at least, always seemed to be busy. She never stopped, the result of being forced to live a life of servitude. Her previous master had not been kind, that was for sure. Avaris didn't interrupt her. As long as her slave did her duty, she could keep busy with whatever small task that occupied her. In the end, it all served her master. As with all things, Avaris thought, everything serves me. Currently, the girl was preparing food. They still had the military rations that they had salvaged from the shuttle, but all three of them had agreed to use those, sparingly, especially when real food was available on world. The scavengers and settlers that called Ambria home were aware of Lake Nath and the people that were drawn to it. They asked no questions, and would often bring items to trade with the new arrivals. This is how the people here maintain contact with the rest of the galaxy, bartering information for food and other supplies. The Sith could have taken what they needed, but Avaris saw no need, not when what was offered was purchased so cheaply. Besides, it would be foolish to kill a supply source for pleasure and short-term gain. Such motivations were the tools of fool, and a Darth could not afford to be a fool. Zay noticed her approach and bowed deeply. Morning, master, the girl said politely. Breakfast should be ready shortly. Avaris nodded, sniffing the air. She could smell the local seasonings and the vegetables purchased from the trader they had interacted with yesterday. She nodded. Proceed, servant, she said coldly. I will go fetch Lord Agony. We shall dine soon. The girl curtsied and went about her business, leaving her master to locate her friend and ally. Avaris frowned. Once I had countless servants and followers to tend to my needs, she thought bitterly, and now there is only Zay, a poor girl with a twisted foot. And all because of Follis. She had tried to stop the invaders there, but had paid the price for underestimating them, or rather, not understanding exactly who she was dealing with. So fast. It had all happened so fast. It was a dark miracle that she had survived. The battle had been lost, and her house scattered across the galaxy, and now here she was, living in a hovel on a distant lakeshore with only Agony and one hobbled slave. It was galling how quickly she had lost everything, but there were advantages to that loss. The Dark Lord tried to focus on that, to stay focused on the overall goal. Now, she realized, I have nothing to lose and everything to gain. The thought pleased her. The last time she had had nothing, she had risen to the height of power in the Sith Empire. She had risen to the very ranks of the Dark Council. This time was different. She was not simply some scared hopeful with nothing but potential. She was a powerful sorceress and a Dark Lord of the Sith, and she had a plan. Her enemies would soon that. It would be gratifying teaching them that lesson. A Sith with nothing to lose was dangerous, who knew what they would do to their enemies. The thought amused her. Yes, who knew? It was not hard to find her friend. The hum of her lightsabers led the way. She came upon Agony not far from their camp. Her fellow Dark Lord was lost in the midst of moving meditation, her lightsaber drills allowing her to give herself completely to the dark side and let go of the distractions of the material world. Avaris said nothing, she simply watched. It was an intriguing sight to be sure. Lord Agony was of the Acina blood, a warrior race known for their honor and martial prowess. The Sith, of course, knew the true value of honor, which wasn't much in the face of victory, but the skills that Agony's people practiced were still quite valuable. The young Dark Lord's mother had been a feared marauder during the last war with the Republic. Tasia Dresco was a ruthless and cunning warrior, and had done much to pass on those skills to her daughter. From what Avaris was seeing now, it was clear that those lessons had finally stuck. Time and experience had hardened the daughter into as fierce a weapon as the mother was. She smiled slightly. And such a beautiful weapon it was. In the Acina tradition, when a warrior spared or trained, they stripped down the barest minimum of clothes, both to challenge the elements and show that they carried no surprise or tricks for their opponents. Agony was so undressed now, just a pair of briefs and a mid-drift top. Her pale skin shone with sweat and exertion, muscles flexed with each move of her athletic form. She breathed heavily as she twirled and lashed out with her lightsaber. It was an intimidating sight, and somehow, very sensual. Avaris' body stirred. They had shared a bed before, Agony and her, when Avaris had endeavored to bring her friend deeper into her service. The experience had left a bond between them, as such intimate acts did among Force users. Avaris might have preferred the company of men, but could still appreciate the skill and beauty before her, and had not been so close-minded as not to have enjoyed her friend's skills in more intimate matters. It had been an experience. With one final flourish, Agony ended her drills. She stood there, panting, her blade in a ready guard. Avaris waited for her friend to notice her. Before she could stop her, the other Dark Lord moved her forearm before her lit blade. Her skin sizzled at the barest touch of the lightsaber, leaving a deep red scorch mark on her skin. Agony hissed, letting the pain wash over her, letting it fill up the Force. Avaris frowned and shook her head. This again? Since the death of her family, Agony had taken to hurting herself, usually after battle, but sometimes after simple training like this. Her forearms and thighs were now crisscrossed with burns from the weapon. The burn left her friend breathless. She made a sound between a laugh and a cry of pain as she closed down her lightsaber. Must you do that? Avaris asked her, is the pain so necessary to you now? Darth Agony turned a pained smile on her face, one that spoke not of joy, but fatalistic acceptance. The pain lets me know I'm still alive, and reminds me of what I've lost. The Force between them filled with images of Agony's daughter, poor little Aya, dead at the hands of the Emperor on Zyast. Yet something else that was taken from me, Avaris thought, my goddaughter. She walked up to her friend and ally. She was vulnerable. It was time to remind her once more of where her loyalties lay. She approached her friend, lightly removing the lightsaber from her hand. Darth Avaryss smiled shyly and stroked Agony's cheek. He will answer, she promised. Vitiate may be an immortal, but he has so much to lose now. We are only now starting to understand just how much. Her smile turned predatory. We will destroy everything he built. Everything that he tried to hide from his fellow Sith will be turned to ash, and we will rise in his stead. We will climb the mountain of corpses to the very height of the galaxy. Agony, the woman once known to her as Taya, nodded. He took Fem and Aya from me, she said coldly, her anger building. He must know an eternity of suffering. He must feel it when we do it, what it is like to lose his entire legacy. He will, Avaris murmured seductively. Do not try and hide from your pain and anger, my love. Let it flow. and let the power nourish you. Accept it, and you will achieve more than anything you could possibly imagine. She leaned in, her nose lightly touching her friend's. Trust me. Avaris could feel the heat from her fellow Sith, her desire through the Force. The loss of her loved ones had not numbed her to the desire she felt. Agony looked at her hungrily. Am I to be your apprentice now, my lord? Are you teaching me so that I may better serve you? The Dark Lord shook her head. No, she thought. For the time being, there would be no apprentices. Her previous students had proved to be a disappointment. She would rather not take on a new student so quickly, not when there was still so much work to be done. Besides, she knew how the master and apprentice relationship changed people. She was not about to subject her one true friend to the temptation of that role. She needed her aid, but... No, Agony would not be her student, but they would be close, very close. Avaris leaned in and kissed her on the lips. Agony accepted, melting into her arms. Hunger and need radiated from the blonde-haired Sith. She kissed her way up her friend's neck. The blonde Sith shuddered with pleasure. A sweet sigh of desire escaped her lips. She looked into her friend's eyes. Lust flickered in their golden surfaces. Agony was lonely, lost, and in need of comfort. Avaris was more than willing to fulfill her needs. There was a small cave not far from where they were now. The two Sith had already explored it, used it to hide their supplies. They went there now. Agony took her friend by the hand and led her there. I will do what is necessary, Avaris thought as her friend smiled, her eyes downcast, lust radiating out through the Force. She would give Agony what she needed. To ensure her continued loyalty, she would do anything. The Dark Lord smiled slyly. Whatever it takes. Darth Mar is dead. I felt his passing. Darth Avaryss sighed and shook his head. Unfortunate, I actually liked him. Agony replied, combing her blonde hair with her fingers. She had wrapped herself in one of the cloaks they kept in their storage, at least until she could recover her clothes. Avaris rose, finding her skirt in briefs, pulling her sweat-stained tank top over her head. The business with her friend had been nice, but now it was time to get back to business. They still had much to do. Agony seemed better now, more focused. That was good. Avaris smiled slightly. It was nice to see that she still knew how to ensure her old friend's loyalty. Mare's death, her old friend said, is it going to advance your plans, or hinder them? The Dark Lord considered that. It was a good question. In truth, she had hoped that Mar would have survived a bit longer. He was not just the main voice of reason on the council, but the leader of the Cabal as well. He had dedicated his life to preserving the Sith way of life. He had believed it necessary for the Empire's continued survival. Now that he was gone, things would likely start to spiral out of control. Avaris knew her fellow council members. Knox had been close to Mar too. He would try to hold the Cabal together. At least she thought he would, but without Darth Mare's voice to keep everyone calm and in check, she suspected that the council might devolve into a free-for-all. The rest of the council would have their own plans to deal with the invaders, without considering what that might mean for their fellows. That, she knew, was a recipe for disaster. This new enemy was far better equipped than the Sith had realized. They had proved that to her with their successful attack on both Fallis and Corbin. This enemy was not the Republic, and worse yet, they had yet another advantage. They knew the Sith. That fact made them even more dangerous. The Empire had known little of this threat when the invasion had begun. The enemy had struck without warning from wild space, while the Empire was still reeling from both the Republic attacks and the decimation of Zyast. Led by two Force-sensitive conkers, identical twins, if Avaris was not mistaken, the enemy had washed over the Empire like a tidal wave. Avaris had tried to stop their advance on Fallis, drew the enemy there, hoping the cold and the ice sheet would prove too much for this new enemy. Again, she had been surprised. The invaders were extremely well equipped, armies of droids, a fleet of massive warships that moved like they were completely of one mind, and if that was not bad enough, they also had battalions of Force-sensitive warriors at their disposal. These fighters weren't Sith, but they weren't Jedi either. They didn't fully embrace the dark side, but they were more aggressive than any Jedi she had ever faced, And then, there were the twin conquerors themselves. The two had nearly killed Avaris on Phallus. She had survived, barely, but her defeat had put into question her skill as a leader, and gave her rivals the excuse they had needed to remove her. Now, here she was, living in hiding. It was not the situations he would have preferred, especially if Mar was now dead. Had she been on Dromincas, she might have been able to push her agenda forward, try to ascend to the throne, but that would not have been possible. She was not ready yet. Project Death Knell was not ready yet. I still need to find the keys, she thought with no small sense of annoyance. If they are not mine, the plan is all for nothing. Death Knell would not work. Mare's End would have needed to happen, Avaris informed her friend, though I had hoped that he would have managed to survive a little longer, that he would help hold the invaders at bay. Avaris shook her head. Now that he is gone, I worry for our empire. This new enemy seems to know our every move. They seem to know our tactics and protocols intimately. It is for that reason that we needed to leave. It is for that reason that House Avaris needed to scatter and to go into hiding. Agony nodded. That is why we are here then. Yes, Avaris said, pacing. Between the invaders and Acina, I could no longer function openly within the Imperial system. I had too many eyes watching my every move. Only by going outside the system is there a chance to avoid detection by my rivals and ensure the continuation of my plans. So, the other Sith said, dusting herself off, your plans are still moving forward. Mare's death would have needed to happen eventually. For now, it will distract our rivals. The invaders will no doubt continue to pound our forces. I've seen the strength of their fleet, Agony. Even Grand Moff Vacan would have had a problem resisting such a force. So where does that leave us when all is said and done? Agony asked. With few rivals, Avaris responded, we need to be patient. Let the Empire reels from these attacks. Let our enemies clear each other out. When Death Knell is finally completed, the Empire will be ready to accept my help, and once I've bound the invaders' powerful fleet to my new and massive army, the Sith will be ready to accept my rule. I will return not as an exile, but as a savior. Avaris turned, seizing a bottle of water from their stores. Her revels had left her throat dry, and despite the tepid water not being the wine she was used to, it did serve to quench her thirst. Agony smiled at her. You had your tattoos redone, she commented. They look nice on your new body. Avaris shook her head. I didn't have them redone. They burned into my back during the ceremony. The originals were bound to me for so long, they seemed to have made the transition with my spirit. An interesting side effect, to be sure. Agony walked up to her and wrapped her arms around her from behind. And how are you holding up? She inquired. How does your new body fit? Have you experienced any problems since? Avaris shook her head no, but recognized that the situation was more complicated than that. The transition, though successful, had not been as straightforward as the spell's creators had promised. She had survived, but it seemed that echoes of the old Jedi's life remained. What that would mean for her in the long run she couldn't say. Yet, she had had no choice. She had been out of time. She looked at her reflection in one of the chrome crates. The face was close enough to what she was used to, but she would need a glamour when the next phase began. She had no desire to distract the pawns she needed to draw into her service. Agony leaned and nuzzled her neck. Avaris shivered with pleasure at her friend's touch. How long must we remain here, Evie? As long as is needed, she replied. My empire is not ready to receive me. Not yet. The Dark Lord smirked. We must be patient, my friend. Now is the time of testing. Now the empire must suffer. And when that suffering ends, Agony asked, what will happen then? The empire will do what it has always done. It will endure, with the new ruler on the throne. Avaris chuckled. A new age has begun. Chapter 3. Everything has been arranged to your specifications, Baroness, the little man said with an oily smile. I do hope that you are pleased. Darth Avaryss smiled. When Agony's father had first introduced her to this man a few years ago, she was unsure that he would be able to provide her with what she needed moving forward. That his reach would not be up to the task in helping her grasp the future. She was pleased to see that she was wrong. You have done good work here, Councilor, she said, nodding, pressing her thumbprint to the last of many documents that she had needed to sign here today. She gave the man a slight nod of gratitude. You have more than renewed my faith in you, good sir. Her guest, Salmon Biner, banker, and sometimes lawyer, for the Tappan Financial Group, smiled. It didn't take much to please such a man. His main desire was making money, and seeing to the investments of his many wealthy clients such as the Sith Lord sitting in front of him. It was greed that truly drove the man, and that was something that Darth Avaryss understood very well. She was the Lady of Greed after all. Even before the two of them had met, he had been her servant. Almost a year had passed since Avaris and Agony had arrived on Ambria, and in that time she had done much to not only push her endeavors throughout the galaxy, but also gather necessary intelligence on the invaders that had so decimated both the Republic and the Sith Empire. It had not been an easy challenge at first. Avaris was accustomed to being seen, especially after her short stint on the Dark Council. She had needed to learn quickly to be more covert, more insidious. After almost a year of practice, she had come to enjoy the new status quo. Time had taught her much about her enemy, and the more she learned, the deeper her hatred for them grew. She didn't resist that growing hatred. If anything, she fed it with each new morsel of information she gathered. It would make things easier when the final battle began. She wanted to feel nothing but hatred for her rivals, and in that hatred, she would revel as they crumbled around her, crumbled and served as heralds for her rule. It would be glorious. She handed the banker's data pad back to him. They had just finished their quarterly meeting. Viner, having made the long journey to Ambria from his offices on Corellia, had needed her signature before pushing through several new investment opportunities. Though not a man well-traveled, he made an exception when it came to Avaris, the woman he knew only as the Baroness. As he should, she thought to herself. The two of them had done millions of credits worth of business in the last few years. Seeking her out in her hermitage was the least that the banker could do. As far as Biner knew, the Baroness was simply a wealthy recluse, someone who possessed massive wealth, but preferred to live simply in her hovel on the shores of Lake Nath. Given the amount of money they traded in, he had no reason to question her reasoning. He was simply here to keep the credits flowing, and to protect her wealth. Such wealth was a necessary element in these most unstable of times. Avaris had needed to move quickly after Fallis. Darth Acina and several other rivals on the Dark Council had moved quickly against her. Their first act had been to try and seize all her bank accounts, the actives ones she used to fund her various operations on Dromid Kaas and abroad. The Dark Lord hated to admit it, but they had been far more successful than she would have preferred. They had cost her somewhere between 50 and 43 million credits, a large amount of wealth to be sure, but not enough to shut down all her operations. She had invested well these last few years. Baron Dresco and men like Binder had assured that she would never be without funding again. Her reach extended like a many-tentacled beast throughout the cosmos. To be a power within the Empire, you needed several things: the Force, wealth, information, and an army and navy to enforce your will. She had 3 of those 4, and if Death Knell paid off, she would have the 4th soon enough, that, and revenge. The thought warmed her. She welcomed that day's arrival. She looked over the hard copy of the files he had provided her, taking note of the various numbers she was seeing, so many credits, and so many locations. These would be most necessary in the coming months. My agents will have no trouble accessing the accounts, I trust. My work is entering a critical stage, Councilor. I would hate to see it hindered by any minor financial issue. You have no need to worry, Baroness, he said with a wave of a hand. Your people will find that everything is in order when the time comes. Good, she said with a nod. And what of Zakul? Have any of the Eternal Throne's agents been a problem in the sectors we've discussed? Zakul has his own interests, my lady, he said with a dismissive shrug. They are more worried about collecting their war reparations and keeping the Republic and Sith in their place. The business interests of the galaxy are finding it easier to maneuver in such times. The man shrugged again. Emperor Arcan has little interest in such matters, especially now that he has his enemies all held firmly under his heel. Avaris considered that. Her own brief encounter with Arcan back on Fallis flashed through her mind. He and his brother had left her for dead. They would pay for their arrogance. She would make sure that everyone who kneeled to this so-called emperor paid. Revenge would be hers, and the Sith flame would flare brightly in the galaxy once more. And I shall be the spark, she thought hungrily. I shall burn this entire wretched galaxy to the ground. She smiled slightly, her face mostly hidden by her heavy hood. Tell me, Councilor, what is your take on these, Zakuul? I must confess I've had little interaction with them. An interesting people, Biner responded. They don't really act like Imperials, not the ones that I've had the privilege of working with anyway. You know who you are dealing with when you speak with the Sith or one of their underlings. They make no secret of their ambitions and desires. Avaris almost laughed. She wondered if he would be so flip if he knew he was talking to a born and bred Sith Imperial and a former member of the Dark Council to boot. It would be interesting to find out one day. The Zakuul, they are different. Aside from their army, they don't seem to like traveling from their home systems. Not that I'm surprised. From what I hear about the Zakuul capital and purse worlds, the people there live a fairly idyllic existence. Their droids and technology see to most of their needs. For the most part, the people want for nothing. I can't imagine living like that myself. Avaris nodded. That fits with some of what I've heard, but I've also heard what happens to the criminals of Zakuul if they say something those in power don't like. Exile, Byntra said. They are thrown out of their cities and left fend for themselves in the wilderness, a harsh treatment for people so cared for, and apparently one used more openly now that Arcan sits the throne. Again, Avaris nodded. Though they had only met briefly in battle, she had tried to expand her knowledge of the new Eternal Emperor. There were many rumors circulating about Arcan. The more she learned of the man, the greater her disdain for him grew. I still can't believe he defeated me, she thought morosely, but it was 2 against 1, he and that brother of his. The memory of her defeat did little to soothe her anger. If anything, it expanded it. It would make her final victory over Arcan and his lapdogs that much more satisfying. She had a sudden vision of Arcan laying beaten on the floor of his throne room, melting from the inside out. He would live just long enough to know that his empire had fallen, and that the weapons of war that he had used so foolishly had passed into the hands of a true aristocrat. Darth Avaryss would seize the eternal throne, and the massive fleet that served it. She would enjoy watching him suffer. She would revel as he coughed up his own lungs and died in a puddle of, well, him. Delicious. Baroness. She blinked, recognizing that she had gotten distracted by her honeyed daydreams of vengeance. My apologies, she told her banker. My mind was elsewhere. Did you say something? Merely inquiring when you would next like me to return. Shall we confer again next quarter? That sounds good, she replied. One last thing, though. Does anyone else know about these transactions? What you have set up for me? You pay well for anonymity, Baroness, he reminded her. The only 2 people that know about these transactions are us, and well. He gestured over her shoulder. They stood 5 feet away, respectfully holding a jug of water, should Avaris or her guest have a thirst. No threat there, Avaris knew. They would never betray her master. Her little slave knew her place. Just the 2 of us, she thought with a smirk. How fortuitous. Until next time, Baroness, Byntra said, rising with a bow. Until next time, she replied. Have a safe journey. The man turned, heading back towards his ship. Avaris didn't bother rising. She had no need to. She snapped her fingers. They reacted quickly, hobbling over to refill her drinking cup. The 2 watched as the banker's ship began to rise, firing his maneuvering thrusters. The Dark Lord leaned back, enjoying the cold water on this hot day. Has he outlived his usefulness, master? Zay's question surprised her. What makes you say that, my dear? The slave girl shrugged. I heard you inquiring if anyone else knew about your dealings. I thought. Avaris' eyes narrowed. Did I give you permission to think? The girl paused and bowed her head. No, master, she said quickly. Sorry, master. Avaris said nothing as the ship carrying the banker rose higher, disappearing into the upper atmosphere. Avaris sighed. It is not for you to try and anticipate my movements, say, not in matters such as this. Such thoughts are above your station. Do not forget that. Yes, master, the girl said shyly. Avaris nodded. That being said, it is good that you know how to listen. There will come times that I will ask you to pay attention to my meetings. This meeting was not one of those times, but it is good that you are practicing. You merely need to learn to hold your tongue. Knowledge is power, my dear Zay. Never reveal all your cards, not to anyone. Not even you, master, the girl asked. Her comment amused the Dark Lord. Her loyalty was appreciated, and once again proved why Avaris had kept her on this last year. Agony saw Zay as nothing more than hired help. That was a weakness on her part. Avaris did not keep bootlicks and sycophants around. There was too great a chance of betrayal from such people. Zay, like Agony, had skills the Dark Lord prized, and was willing to nurture. If she was to defeat Zakuul, conquer the Republic, destroy the Jedi, and become Empress of a true galactic empire, she needed to be both clever and cunning. She was outgunned and outnumbered right now. Her forces scattered, and not in a position to aid her, not yet, anyway. The three of us against the galaxy, Avaris thought, 2 Sith Lords and a slave girl. The thought made her smile. Once the keys are in my possession, numbers won't matter. A shudder of pleasure ran down her spine. My enemies will never know what hit them. One thing that Arcan had done that she had approved of, he had scattered the Jedi Order. Saddle Shan and the rest of the High Council had been driven into hiding, or been killed by the so-called Knights of Zakuul. Arcan was wise enough not to tolerate their presence. The do-gooding Jedi would have remained a problem for him, despite what treaties the Republic signed. The Sith had been equally cowed, an embarrassing state of affairs that. The remaining Dark Lords on Drum and Kaz had come to accept Zakuul rule. They still tried to continue rebuild, despite the treaty they had signed, but they were in no position to challenge Arcan, not yet anyway. The whole situation was almost enough to make Avaris want to vomit. We are Sith. It is our destiny to destroy and to conquer. Perhaps that fool Malgus was right. Perhaps the Empire has lost its way. Of course, not every Force user in the galaxy had fled or given up. Avaris agents still heard rumors about certain well-known people striking back at Arcan and his war machine. Among them, the former Minister of Sith Intelligence. Lana Beniko, Avaris thought with a sneer. She had never had much respect for the woman. She had the power to ascend to the rank of lordship, but she squandered that on serving the Empire as a whole. Avaris despised that, not just because Beniko wasted her talents, but because she, herself, had once labored under such naive idealism. Putting the Empire first had brought her nothing but pain. A Sith that doesn't think about themselves is a fool. Her master Darth Fear had played on that idealism. He had nearly worked his apprentice to death. Had she not encountered an unexpected enemy, one with information that she had not known, she might have died without ever knowing how deeply her dear master and father had betrayed her. Not that it mattered now. She realized Fear was long dead, and she was making her own moves towards the throne. Sure, the arrival of the Zakuul had slowed that rise, but it was just another test, and a means to acquire a fleet to supplement her soon-to-be massive army. The thought amused her. It was funny. The instrument of the Empire's subjugation would soon be its deliverance. Avaris rose from where she was sitting. The banker's ship was gone, having vanished back into hyperspace. She gathered up the files he had left behind. She would be able to study them in more detail later. For right now, she was hungry. Zay would need to get started on her meal, and she would need to confer with Agony. Her plans were progressing, if a bit slowly, but that couldn't be helped. If she moved too quickly, she might attract unwanted attention, namely Zakuul or the remnant of the Jedi. Neither side would welcome the move she was preparing, which was funny considering both sides had their individual parts to play in her schemes. She could not trust them with everything, but she didn't need to. They were predictable enough that she could anticipate what they would do. It was one of the many rules she had come to understand. The galaxy was a predictable place, its people more so. She enjoyed manipulating it. Even Zay and Agony were not exempt from that. they had their own parts to play. Alive to serve me, she thought, but that is the way it should be. I am Sith, she thought proudly. I am all. The rest of her day passed as so many others had passed in the last year. Avaris meditated and did her lightsaber drills. She spared with agony, in the traditional Echini style, and rewarded her lover friend appropriately before returning to their little camp. It was then that she turned her attention to future, not just the immediate future, but the one that would define her legacy as a member of the Sith Order. She went to her favorite place on the lakeshore and continued working on her holocron. The small crystal pyramid had eaten up many of the long hours of her exile. She had programmed it with many of the spells and rituals she had collected over the years, and still found herself needing to enter in even more. She had learned so much since leaving her home world all those years ago, and now that she tried to find a place to store all that knowledge and the experiences that defined both them and her, she was left amazed by what she had accomplished. And there is still so much to do, she realized. Far too much. Her face was bathed in the crimson light of the holocron as she worked. The gatekeeper for the device had been recorded while she had still worn the body of Kira Lilas. Seeing it now annoyed her slightly, but it was too late to change it now. Kira had been her Crystallis period, before she had emerged as the true Dark Lord she was today. Her experiences and rage had been useful, but were now easily discarded. Avaris had outgrown the farm girl that Kira had been. Her desires had been tiny and insignificant in the true scheme of things. Yet, her experiences could not be entirely discounted. They had made Avaris the Sith she was today, and would define the future of her line. Avaris recognized the fact that her bloodline both couldn't and shouldn't end with her. She needed not only to rule, but reproduce, to contribute to the future success of the Sith Order. She had no intention being immortal, but that didn't mean that she didn't wish for her legacy to be eternal. She would be Empress, and more importantly, the mother and grandmother of emperors and empresses. The blood of Avaris would rule the galaxy one day. She had foreseen it. She would bring all her enemies to their knees. As she worked, she caught the sound of a beautiful voice on the air, sweet and somehow enthralling. She shook her head. That would be Zay, she thought, shaking her head. Damn kid. Zay had one other skill besides her desire to serve, one that made her more valuable than a simple serving girl. She sang with a voice that would ensnare the Force itself. Many times in the last year she and Agony had fallen asleep to the beautiful strains floating on the wind. She forced herself to ignore it, though it was not easy. An impressive display, she thought, to be sure. She found herself wondering what the girl might have become had she not been born into servitude. With a voice like that, she could. Avi. She blinked, between the gentle glow of the holocron and Zay's distant song. She had gotten distracted. She turned off the holocron and looked over her shoulder. Agony stood there, holding their portable hypercom. Her lover friend looked concerned. Avaris frowned. What was this now? What is it? She demanded. I have no need for that now. Agony shrugged. You have an incoming call. They've been trying to reach you since last night. The Dark Lord frowned. A call? Well, that was new. She had already spoken to all her pawns this month, and besides them, no one else knew she was here. Well, almost no one. The thought disturbed her. Had something happened? She pinned Agony with her cold gaze. Have you looked at it yet? Who has been trying to call? Agony nodded, but didn't answer. Avaris hissed under her breath. Well, what are you waiting for? Play it already. You are not going to be happy, Agony said. Just figured I would prepare you for that. She sat the device down and turned it on. She stepped back quickly, as a familiar shape appeared in the blue-tinted holo field. Avaris' eyes narrowed. General Glask, she hissed coldly. What is the meaning of this? General Henan Glask had once been a loyalty officer of the Imperial Navy and a great crony of her master Darth Fear. He had also been one of the first to defect to Avaris' side when things started to shift in her favor. She was surprised to hear from him now. The man had had his orders. He was not to contact her for any reason. She had thought that he understood that. The man may have been born with features similar to the legendary Grand Moff Vacan, but he didn't have a tenth of the man's abilities. He was a good attack dog, but that was it. And an attack dog should know his place, she thought, calling her like this. It was unacceptable. I do hope you have a good reason for interrupting me, General, she said. Matters are quite tense right now. It is worth your time, my lord, he promised, patching you through now. The general vanished. There was a brief hiss as the signal connected with another. Glask, you fool, Avaris thought. She would see him punished for this mistake. He would. The image appeared, and her breath caught in her throat. She could. She swallowed hard. Oh my. There were two images facing her, one male and one female, and both known to her. The woman was a blonde-haired woman in the armor of the Sith, her features untouched by the usual wear of dark side necrosis. Only her golden eyes marked her as a member of the Order. Lana Beniko. It wasn't the presence of the former Minister of Intelligence that drew her attention, however, it was the young man at her side. He. Avaris was speechless. They hadn't spoken in almost 2 years. Her place on the Dark Council had hurt their relationship. She didn't deny that, but now, seeing him, the past suddenly came flooding back. The connection she thought long severed reasserted itself. It was beyond flesh. It was the Force. That is what made it so strong. He hadn't changed much. He had a beard now, but despite that, he still looked like the boyish young Padawan she had known as a child, her dream friend all grown up. He still wore the robes of the Jedi, an annoyance that, but one she had come to accept, she had. Finn, she murmured, all thought of punishment and conquest forgotten. Oh, Finn. He gave that boyish smile she remembered. Her heart fluttered nervously. Hey, Kira, he said warmly. It has been some time. She swallowed hard, her throat suddenly very dry. Great, she thought, unexpected, but not unwelcomed. She only just resisted rolling her eyes. Here we go again. Chapter 4. Where is it? Avaris muttered under her breath as she rummaged through the various containers they had saved from the doomed shuttle, tossing them this way and that. So far, she had not found what she was looking for, and it annoyed her to no end. I'm usually better prepared than this, she thought angrily. How could I have been so foolish? She finished looking through another container, nothing. She cursed and moved to the next one, hoping that this was the one she needed. Foolish. So very foolish. She hated to admit it, but she hadn't actually been watching their supplies too carefully. They had been here a year, and things had gotten lazy. I should have put it somewhere safe the moment we arrived, she thought with an evil hiss. I always knew this day would come, and I let myself get too comfortable here, despite the fact that my enemies remain all around us, and my own resources are so limited here. They would be here any time, her new allies, her future pawns. She had to be ready, and she wasn't. It was most galling to say the least. She cursed under her breath, the type of oath that even her late master Darth Fear would have been shocked to hear. You could say what you wanted about the ancient Sith, but the old tongue was very colorful. They knew how to swear when they were angry, swear and do other terrible things. She tossed the crate she had been looking through away. Nothing. It was not in there. So where is it? She tore open the next one with the force, not even bothering to care where the lid landed. Where was it? Can I help, Master? The question came from Zay. The slave girl stood not far from the opening of the cave where they had stored their supplies. Avaris almost snapped at her, but held her tongue. Had she been smart, she would have given it to Zay when they arrived. The girl had a good memory, and didn't lose things that Avaris asked her to hold onto. Plus, if she couldn't find it, if Zay had lost it, she could have punished the girl for it. It would have been a break in the monotony of their life here, if nothing else. That passing thought made her frown. So you would just hurt Zay, just for the fun of it? She shook her head. That is not what we do, she thought. It is not what I do. She was rarely cruel for the simple enjoyment of it, especially not when it came to her underlings. That kind of amusement was the domain of cruel idiots and fools. She could be hard on her servants, but recognize their value as well. She would execute one for failure, but it was rare that she would do so lightly. Besides, at the moment, she didn't have the minions to waste. She needed to hold onto all of her resources, at least until the plan was a little farther along. So, for the moment, she would do nothing to say. Besides, the girl was only trying to be helpful. "I will need you in a moment," she informed her slave, "just as soon as I find what I'm looking for." She sensed the girl's acknowledgement, the barest nod of her head. Good, at least, she would be ready. She finished going through the crate she had just opened, nothing but more food packs. She moved it aside and grabbed the next one. Where was it? Finn reaching out to her should have come at no surprise. After all, it was a part of the plan. Yet, she had still be caught off guard. The fact that her old dream friend had been found and brought into orbit again was proof that the time to move was quickly approaching. She had done enough hiding here on Ambria. It was almost time to start making moves again, setting her own course towards the future. And Finn Shadowstone had a major role to play in that future, whether he realized it yet or not. They had not spoken long last night. It wasn't safe. The longer they were connected, the more likely of one of her enemies establishing a connection trace. He had promised to be here today, that they would finally link up. He was most eager to do something against the rising threat of Zakul. He and all his allies were. I should have known, she had thought when the transmission had ended. Finn was not the type to simply hide and wait for someone to emerge and try to fix things. He was a man of action. It was one of the things she admired most about him, one of many. Finn, even thinking about him made her body warm, her heart beat a little faster. They had kissed in dreams and once in person. The memory of that stirred her blood now, eager for more. Finn was coming here. She needed to be ready. It had been far too long. They had not seen each other in the Force in almost 2 years, in the physical realm even longer. Now, the Force had finally seen fit to place their lives back on an intersecting course. As a Sith Lord, she didn't like the fact that the Force could move her like a pawn, but it was a realization that any Force wielder, had to accept. The Force offered much, but it also moved at its own pace. It could not be rushed, and it couldn't be controlled. At least, not yet. As for Finn himself, it would be good to be at his side again. The two of them had grown up together indirectly. The Force had forged a bond between them when they were toddlers, and that bond had only grown as the years had gone by. They had met often in dreams as children, playing through the halls of the Jedi Temple. Avaris, of course, had not known it was the Jedi Temple, and might have backed away from Finn had she known. Her upbringing may have gotten in the way, which was why ignorance had been bliss back then. It had allowed her to be, well, simply her. She had not cared for politics at the time, but might have had she realized who her friend truly was. Avaris had been born a diehard Imperial. She had been raised to both believe and accept that the Empire was superior in all things. The Republic was a corrupt shadow of what the galaxy truly needed, the illusion of equality and democracy taken away from the strong, forcing them from the path of true greatness. How could one be great if everyone was equal? Equality was a lie. The powerful spun it just to keep the weak in line, and the Jedi enforced that lie while the senators and business leaders of the galaxy despoiled all that was the Sith's by right. Twice now, the Empire had tried to take what should have been theirs from the beginning. 2 wars in the last 50 years had been fought to finally bring true order and stability to the troubled galaxy, but now, the game had changed. The arrival of the Zakul had changed everything. Avaris had been aware of Lana Beniko's continued search to oppose Arkan, but had done little to aid it. She had been in no shape to aid anyone, her own plans in tatters, and her forces scattered. Yet, she had always kept one eye out for Finn, hoping that he was all right. Despite coming from 2 decidedly different worlds, Avaris caring for the young Jedi warrior remained. No, she realized, it was not the Jedi she cared about. It was the man, the warrior, that was Finn Shadowstone, at his core. Avaris, she knew that the Force had more in mind for the 2 of them than simply being cold warriors and occasional friends. We have a destiny. She had accepted that long ago. Finn would not just be another Jedi to her. He was part of her future. He was part of the future. Finn would not just be a comrade. He would be her lover. He would be the father of her children, the future of her line. She had foreseen it. That vision had changed over the years, but one thing had remained a constant. Finn, he would not simply be a plaything to be enjoyed and discarded. He would not be like her past lovers. Finn, he was her endgame. He was the only one that mattered. She wanted him, and she would have him. She needed him. She had done her best to try and keep an eye on him. She had dispatched her agents to search for him after the Jedi fell apart. The Order had been on shaky ground even before the arrival of the invaders. Revan's sack of their temple world on Tython had scattered the champions of the light, and no sooner had they dealt with Revan, they found themselves facing a restored Darth Vitiate. The reborn Emperor's attack on Zayas had caught everyone off guard and left the Order scrambling. Now, they were all but gone. In hiding, the Jedi High Council had dissolved, and the remaining knights and Padawans were fugitives trying to stay one step ahead of Arkan's forces, bounty hunters and assassins who now saw an opportunity to profit from the Jedi's misfortune. The state of affairs should have been pleasing to a Sith and would have been, had their own government not been left so hobbled by Arkan and his minions. The Empire continued on, but it was a shadow of his former self, pinned beneath the heel of the Eternal Throne. Avaris desired to change that, and would, given time. But first, Finn. Not all of the Jedi had simply gone into hiding. Some remained behind, resisting the state of freefall that the galaxy now found itself in. Those Jedi that stayed, that tried to fight, now allied themselves with the many resistance movements that had formed in the last year or so, men, women, and creatures that opposed the Eternal Throne, and sought to bring an end to Zakuul rule. Several of these groups believed, or so her agents informed her, that the only way to stop Zakuul was to find and free the legendary Jedi Battle Master, the one who had defeated Vitiate on Dromund years ago. The man had vanished around the time that Darth Mar had been killed. The dreams of fools, Avaris had thought when she heard that. The Battle Master was more likely dead. Arkan would have been a fool to have left such a dangerous enemy alive, but people still looked, people including Lana Beniko. Avaris had heard rumors about the two before everything had started falling apart. The Jedi was said to be a paragon of their order, but it was rumored that he had developed feelings for the Sith Minister of Intelligence, and she for him. Avaris would not have been surprised. Beniko was different than her fellows. She was unorthodox in her methods, and a bit of an oddity among the Sith, never even achieving the title of Dark Lord. Her curious choices might have been enough to catch the attention of their greatest enemy, maybe even intrigue him. The fact that she could catch the eye of a legendary Jedi was intriguing in itself. Several council members had wanted her killed when they first heard these rumors. Mar had forbidden it, and, with Avaris and Nox on the council with him, now had a 1/4 majority in all decisions. Mar had believed Beniko was useful, and so she continued to live, and that was a good thing. The rumors about Lana had allowed her to move freely among both Jedi and Sith, a useful skill given the current state of the galaxy. Avaris agents had confirmed that she had been spending the last few months reaching out to any Jedi or Sith that would listen, trying to convince them to put aside their differences and oppose the threat of the Eternal Throne. It was also possible that she searched for her Jedi. Some might have called such a search pointless and pathetic, but not Avaris. If it had been Finn that had gone missing, I would be out searching as well. Avaris had never blamed Beniko for her feelings. She would have been a hypocrite if she had. Avaris also desired a Jedi. She would not fault another for sharing similar wants. The only difference between them is that Avaris did not intend for Finn to stay a Jedi. She had developed a talent for corrupting people. She was good at it, and even drew a measure of satisfaction and pleasure from it. The thought of corrupting Finn, it excited her. She was eager to make the attempt, to feel his shift from the light, and to accept the darkness as she had. We are two parts of the same whole, she thought, man and woman, light and dark. She longed to see them simply be man and woman, Finn and Avaris united in darkness. Together, they would build a new and glorious future. They would forge a dynasty of unlimited power, and the Force save anyone who got in their way. It could be done, She knew it could be, but first, she needed to move carefully. The plan required a bit of stealth and cunning. Stealth would be key in the beginning. Finn would not understand what she had done, not at first. She would not be able to stand before him as she was now, not yet. She would need to wear a mask for a time. It would put him at ease and make things easier as they moved forward. He was coming to find his old dream friend Kira Lilas, a girl that was long dead. Avaris had killed her back on Ardana, choked the life from that part of herself. It had been holding her back and making her weak. She had rid herself of it, but now. The Dark Lord frowned. She would need to pretend to be someone long dead. It was the only way forward. Avaris would need to be Kira, at least for a short time, until Finn had come to accept her as she was now. But he needed to be eased into the change. She had no desire to shock him. What she was searching for, it would make that possible. It would. Avaris smiled. Ah. There you are. She had found it. Finally, at the last crate she had opened. She knew it was here the moment she opened it, sensed its presence. A sigh of relief escaped her. Praise the Empire. She had it. She pulled it out, a small black box, a box bearing the sigil of her house. She pressed her thumb to the clasp, triggering the release. The box's defenses disarmed and allowed her entry. She opened it and felt a slight tingle go up her arms. Finally, she thought with a nod. Something that has gone according to plan. She gestured Zay forward. She would need her aid for this. The slave girl hobbled over, her heavy boot clinking loudly. Her eyes widened at what her master was holding. What is it? She asked. It is beautiful. Avaris nodded. It was beautiful, but not for the reason the girl thought. The object was a small piece of polished ivory, a piece that had once been the tooth of one of the Tomb Guardian monsters on Korriban. Avaris had claimed it herself shortly after her rise to the Dark Council. It had been a bit of a fight that. She had only needed a tooth, and not wanted to kill the beast for simply doing its duty. She had had no desire for the trinkets that had been hidden in the tomb it had guarded. Sadly, she had had no choice. The beast hadn't given her one. Her success had not gone unnoticed. Several of her fellow Sith had not liked that she had taken such initiative, but so what? Being on the Dark Council did have some perks. No one bothered to speak too loudly, lest they incur her wrath, but that was the way it should be. The weak got out of the way of the strong. It had taken weeks to forge the item as it was now. She had not yet been in her new body when she had begun, and her mind had not been at its best. She had worked hard, using the dark side energy and the ivory to bind her spell to it, to prepare it for what was to come, this day, a day that needed to come if her plan was to come to fruition. If I truly want Finn, she had thought at the time, everything in this, it must be flawless. Avaris was a sorceress, a powerful one. What she had attempted was not difficult, merely time-consuming. The spell was fairly basic, but to bind it to an object, to make the spell stay within the object, that was not simple. It took time and patience. Both had been in short supply back then, but she had succeeded. She had succeeded because she had to. Now, that patience would pay off. She had exactly what she needed. She had carved the ivory herself, working as much with the dark side as she had with her humble knife. The piece was now as big as a large coin and fitted to a fine silken ribbon, just long enough to fit comfortably around her neck. At a distance it looked like a small teardrop stone, but up close, one could see that a face had been cut into its surface, a familiar face. The face of Kira Lilo stared back at her. Avaris smiled. The perfect mask for when she met with Finn again. One that even his vaunted Jedi skills would not see through. A shiver of excitement ran down her spine. The perfect snare for her future lover, the father of her children. Delicious. She turned to Zay, handing her the silken ribbon. Wrap this around my neck, Zay. The girl shivered when she touched it. She looked down, her eyes widening in surprise. She nearly dropped the item as soon as it touched her hand. Avaris glared at the girl, clumsy little fool. What is it? She demanded. The girl gave her a worried look. It is cold, master, too cold. It doesn't feel. Avaris frowned. I didn't ask for your opinion. only that you obey." Her eyes narrowed with barely contained anger. "I said put it around my neck now." The girl winced as if struck, though Avaris had never struck her and never intended to. The girl was too useful. She turned, giving her servant easy access. She felt the silken ribbon wrap around her throat, and in that brief moment, Avaris felt a sense of fear and paranoia. She imagined the girl choking her with the ribbon, about her pulling and taunting. She dismissed such things. It was not long enough to truly choke her, and besides, Zay didn't have the courage to try such a move, and even if she did, Agony would make sure that she didn't live long enough to enjoy her victory. No, Avaris had nothing to fear of her slave. The girl had nowhere to go here on Ambria if she fled her master's service. Who would take her in? Avaris knew the answer to that question. It brought a cruel smile to her face. No one. The girl was hers, body and soul, and she always would be. Such was the way of things. Zay was hers. She shivered slightly as the magic took effect. It felt strange. The cold stone pressed to her neck, and then the sensation of thousands of tiny insects crawling over her face. She had been tempted to scratch her cheek, but realized it was pointless. It was just the magic taking effect, nothing more. She took a deep breath and ignored the sensation, which passed quickly. It is done, Master," Zay said shyly. Avaris grinned. Finally, she looked inside the crate. She was sure she had packed a hand mirror just for this particular moment. She had known that she would need one, knew that she would want to check the spell's final result. She pulled it out now and took a look at her reflection. What she saw pleased her. Her face had changed, or rather the glamour had settled over it, changing her features. Once again, the face of Kira Lilith stared back at her. Avaris nodded. She was most pleased. There, she thought, as long as she had the stone around her neck, everything would be fine. The magic was subtle enough that it would not be noticed. A Jedi would sense it as a simple expression of her power. It was a necessary deception, given what was to come. Avaris' new face would have been noticed. She was sure of it. The Jedi she had taken was not unknown, and though her servants had gone to great pains to make sure that no one realized the little fool was missing, her followers had accepted her new look quickly, but a Jedi wouldn't understand. Plus, they might blame her for what she had done. They might call her a murderer and a thief. That would not serve, not with the plans she was hatching. She needed them to trust her, or at least, be willing to work with her. Yes, the deception was necessary. These Jedi, Finn, and his allies, they would have known had they seen. Finn definitely would have known. At least now, she would not have to explain anything, not yet. Well, she would have to explain how she had gotten her left arm back, but given what the Jedi knew of Sith alchemy, she could explain that away easily enough. The point is that she looked the part now. Finn and his friends would only see the Sith Lord they remembered. It would put them at ease, at least, until the time came that she no longer needed them to be. When that time came, she would crush them all beneath her heel, and Finn would be hers forever. The mere thought excited her. She turned to Zay, a smile on her face. "How do I look?" "Different," the girl said shyly, not wanting to meet her gaze. Avaris frowned. She sensed a desire to be anywhere else from the girl. She was bothered by her master's harsh words. Such weakness would not do. She expected more from one so close to her. "I may speak harshly with you from time to time, but I will never strike you," she snapped. "I have no time for servants who turn into whipped curs when they hear a single mean word. You should be comfortable looking me in the eye when I address you. When I want your opinion, I will not only ask for it, but I expect you to be honest. Do you understand?" The girl nodded and looked up. Yes, master." Avaris nodded. Well, it wasn't perfect, but it would do for now. She shook her head. She really needed to toughen Zay up a bit. The girl was about to become the handmaiden of the most powerful Sith in the galaxy, a future Empress of the Sith. She, at least, could act like it. Avaris paused, tilting her head to the sky. She felt it through the Force. She smiled. It seemed they had guessed. Good. Her mask was in place, and she was ready. She rose from the crate and dusted herself off. Not an easy thing on Ambria, where the red sand seemed to get everywhere. "Come, she ordered. "It seems we have visitors." She smiled Kira's sly smile, the one she had known so well once. Avaris was most pleased. She had the physical mask down. Now, she needed to put on the verbal one, turn on the charm, and drawn her little Jedi insects into her web. This is going to be interesting, she thought, eager to experience something more than the simple routine that her life had become. Things were about to get dangerous again, and she couldn't be happier. It is time, she thought, reaching out with the Force, sensing the approaching transport, and the people aboard. Yes, this would be fun. Chapter 5. The ship had just come through the upper atmosphere. If you looked just right, you could see it making its way down through the fading light of the day. Avaris smiled. She let tendrils of her power seep out, let them reach up into the heavens, and felt something reach back, felt the gentle touch of the one she desired, the one she had missed for so long. Finn. A shiver ran down her spine. So long, she thought. It has been far too long. He is on board, isn't he? Agony asked her. Avaris nodded. There was no reason for her to ask who she meant. They both knew, Agony knew where her heart lay, and the fact that she was slightly jealous of Finn only made what she was sensing now even better. It made it far more delicious. "So, there are Jedi on board?" Zay asked. "That was what the message said. The Jedi are coming." "That is correct, girl," Agony said with a slight shake of her head. "Emperor save us all." Avaris resisted the urge to frown. It was still in their nature to invoke the former Emperor as a god. They had done so their entire lives. The fact that he had revealed himself to be not only false, but an enemy as well, it didn't change that. It falls to me to change that, Avaris realized. One day, future Sith will say, "Empress save us," knowing that they invoked the name of a true ally of the Empire, one who seized it for his own best interest and good. It took a true Sith to rule an empire. Avaris was bound and determined to be that Sith, but first, the Jedi. She nodded eagerly. Her plan started now. The three stood near their camp watching as the ship approached. Finn was likely flying because it was coming down exactly where it needed to be. True, they had given him general locational coordinates, but nothing specific. After all, who knew who might be listening in? Avaris still had enemies after all. Both the Jedi and the Sith Orders had enemies now that the Zakuul were in play. The Knights of Zakuul would happily wipe out a Jedi or a Sith knowing that it would please their Emperor. Avaris was no fool. She preferred not to present herself as a target. She could not risk being found, not even by those that served her purposes. Fortunately, Finn had not needed specifics. He could sense her, just as she could now sense him. She could feel it. Like an old friend she had not seen in years, the light reached out to her through Finn, not to devour or destroy, but something else. The darkness within her didn't retreat in Finn's presence, nor did the darkness eclipse the light in him. Instead, the two flowed together, becoming a shining realm of silver, neither of them having advantage, but both drawing strength from it. It was a most intriguing sensation, one that even Avaris didn't entirely understand. She had delved deeply into the archives of her people trying to find another example of what she and Finn shared. So far, she had found nothing. Perhaps we are something different, something unique. The thought pleased her. It would take more than a mere Sith to reconquer the Sith Empire, reconquer it, and reforge it into an unstoppable juggernaut. She would be satisfied with nothing but absolute victory. Yet, that victory was for another day. Right now, she simply wanted to savor the closeness of her dream friend, to welcome him back into her world, and to take comfort in being welcomed back into his. I've missed this feeling. I've missed him. For a time, Avaris had feared that that connection would be lost when she switched bodies, that her link to Finn would be severed the moment she ceased to be Kira Lilas and had become someone new. It had not entirely been an irrational sensation. The spell was far from perfect, yet it had been her only chance to survive. It had been worth the risk transferring her consciousness, and now she knew that she had made the right call. Finn called out to her through the Force, and her body, her new body, answered that summons. It was perfect. Looking back, she now realized that it had been a foolish fear. What she and Finn had, it was more than just attraction, or some blood tie that could be severed at any time. This was the Force. The link that they shared was more about that connection than anything else. The Jedi believed that people were more than just their crude matter, that they existed on a plane beyond the physical. Avaris had come to believe that as well. She felt it now. The connection she had always shared with Finn seemed stronger than ever, even more so because he was on his way, that he was coming back to her finally. Her smile widened. Finally, she thought, at last, I can begin. Remember, girl, Agony said looking down on Zay, these Jedi are not to be trusted. They are ruthless and liars, all of them. Avaris' fellow Sith sneered up at the approaching ship. Say nothing of your master's plans. Of course, Lord Agony, the girl said, bowing her head respectfully. I remember what you told me about them. Avaris nodded. Good. It was good to know that the girl had thrown away all preconceptions and accepted the truth. Agony was right. The Jedi were not to be trusted. Ever. After her conversation with Finn, Avaris had pulled her slave aside. Before they could begin, she wanted to make sure that the girl understood exactly what was coming and what they could expect from the Sith's old enemies. What do you know of the Jedi, my child? She had asked her servant. What stories have you been told? The girl's eyes narrowed and she looked away. Avaris felt a flash of bitterness and resentment, a sense of anger boiling beneath the surface. Curious, the Dark Lord thought. Very curious. What is it? She asked the girl. It is nothing, master, her slave replied. It is clearly not nothing. Please, dear girl, speak your mind. Zay took a deep breath and shook her head. My mother told me stories about them, the Jedi. I see, the Dark Lord nodded. And she wasn't born a slave. She used to tell me that one day the Jedi would come, that they would make the master stop, and that they would break all our collars and set us free. She said that the Jedi would put everything right, and we would be free and find justice. Foolish sentiment, Avaris thought, considering the world where she had found Zay. It was just close enough to Hutt space that the Jedi technically didn't have any pull there, not if they wished the Hutts to remain neutral in the Republic's fight against the Empire. No, the Jedi would never have come to Zay's world, never. The Dark Lord smiled. I take it that never happened, she said dryly. Zay shook her head no. I was sold away from her when I was 8. There was nothing that she could do. She told me to be strong, be brave, that we would be saved, to trust that we would be saved. The girl took another shuddering breath. They worked my mother to death. That is what I heard, another slave in my mother's master's house, one of the ones I grew up around. He told me that she missed me, and that her last thoughts were for me to be strong, to survive, until the Jedi came to save us. The girl looked up, her eyes cold and angry. That never happened. Avaris nodded. Yes? She understood. The girl's pain was understandable and right. Despite their oath to be defenders of justice, there were places that the Jedi couldn't go. Politics had always been the Hutt's greatest shield against the Republic, their power base, and the Jedi desired not to provoke a war with the cartel always limited what the Order could do for those that lived under Hutt rule. In this, the Jedi showed their weakness. Zay was not foolish, or a dreamer. She had needed to grow up far quicker than most her age. She understood the reality of the galaxy. She knew that the Jedi were not the saviors that they pretended to be. Avaris was pleased. It seemed she would not have to worry about the girl not accepting the truth. The Jedi were fools, valuable fools for the moment, but fools nonetheless. Zay knew most of what she needed to know. She suspected the truth. She was already close to it. All Avaris had to do was drive it home. You are wise beyond your years in understanding this, Zay. The Jedi are not what they pretend to be. They are liars and fools. They exist only to protect their precious republic and the power that it gives them, because without power, the Jedi are nothing. Avaris sighed. She deserves to know how the galaxy truly was. The Dark Lord would leave nothing out. She told the girl about the dawn of the Force, of the days when there had been no difference between Force users, when all were Jedi, brothers and sisters in the Force. She told the girl of how the Republic changed that, how they offered the Jedi Masters power, and in their arrogance, the Masters turned their backs on those that were curious about the dark side. The schism that resulted ended in all-out war, and in the Dark Jedi being defeated but unbroken. She told the girl about the Sith, a race of powerful Force users who took the defeated Dark Jedi and together how the two races became one, and forged a mighty empire, and with it, a golden age. It was glorious, Avaris said, shaking her head. Sadly, the Republic and Jedi could not simply let us be. They sent 2 of their spies into our midst. Gav and Yori Darrigan. They claimed to be explorers, but they brought only death and destruction in their wake. They manipulated the Sith Lords of the time, convinced them that the Republic was ripe for conquest, that we needed to save the people of the Republic from their corruption and arrogance, and bring about true order. They lied? Zay asked. Avaris nodded. That was putting it mildly. The Republic and Jedi were waiting for the Sith. They pushed them back, and then followed them home, into the very heart of the Empire, its core worlds. Most of the Dark Lords died in the initial trap, and those that were not were slain when Gav Darrigan, who had been taken in as an apprentice, betrayed his master, Nagasato. The Empire was left all but defenseless. No lords remained, only innocent subjects and their servants, but that was not enough for the Jedi. They only saw the threat of my people. Avaris shuddered at the memory, the stories. The history of what happened next could not be forgotten, and never should. The Republic was relentless. They rained death upon all Sith worlds that they could find. The Sith Holocaust, billions of our people died, with no chance to defend themselves. The pure-blood race was all but exterminated, the few survivors scattering in the face of Jedi ruthlessness, fear that we were right, and knowing that we were strong, and would rise again if they didn't stop us right then and there. Zay shuddered. Monsters, she murmured. Yes, child, Avaris agreed. They are. The Sith were not beaten though, we are strong people. We hid, and waited, rebuilt our fleets and armies, and we never forgot what had happened. We always knew we would return. Deception and cunning are the weapons of the dark side. We prepared, and watched, and with the exception of a few blind fools in our midst, the Sith were finally ready to bring true order to the galaxy and avenge all those that perished in the Holocaust so long ago. So why do you want to work with them? Zay asked, if the Jedi are so bad. Not all of the Jedi are beyond redemption, my dear. Some only need to be shown the true path and helped on the first few steps down it. Avaris smiled. My Finn, he is such a Jedi. The Force has bound us in a way that can't be explained. He understands me in a way that no one else does. The Force has not made this bond on accident. Everything happens for a reason, and this is mine. I will save him from the Jedi's lies. He has always watched over me and tried to protect me. The Dark Lord nodded. I must save him, and I will. He will no longer be a pawn of my enemies. Zay nodded. Avaris felt the girl's excitement now, her eagerness. How can I help? The Dark Lord smirked. Dear loyal Zay. She was truly fortunate to have one such as this on her side. Once again, the Dark Lord found herself thinking back to when they first met, how the girl had come into her service. She had just slain the girl's master. The fool had tried to renegotiate the price for the object that Avaris had him recover for her. He had expected compensation for the slaves that had been lost in the vault she had paid him to breach. Her counter-proposal had been the business end of her lightsaber. When the fool was dead, she had gone searching for the relic he had recovered for her. She could sense that it was close, but moving away. She had pursued, discovering that it had been taken by the very slave girl that had plucked it from Hikita's vault. Zay, despite the intense pain in her leg, had grabbed it when she had seen her master killed, tried to keep it for herself. Avaris had found the girl cowering in an alley, no longer able to run, the pain in her foot too great. She clutched Hikita's toy to her breast, not wishing to release it. Zay had not understood what the object was. she certainly hadn't known what to do with it. She had only known that she wanted it. The dark side was strong in it. It had called to the girl. Avaris understood what that was like. She could hear his call. It was quite strong. She didn't blame the child for not wanting to part with it. She could have killed her easily and taken it, but instead had chosen to take her as well. The girl was brave, and despite her injury, Avaris admired what she was sensing. The girl, despite growing up in servitude, had a hunger within her, a darkness that even she didn't understand. Yet, Avaris had been willing to explore that, see just how far it went. She was curious. She offered to take the girl in, used her power right then and there to stop the Sith poisons that were slowly mutating her body. There was nothing the Dark Lord could do for the girl's foot, but that was fine. She would carry the mark of the dark side all her life. Even if she had foot removed and replaced with the cybernetic, she would know what had occurred. The power of the dark side was a part of her now, and always would be. It was something Avaris understood. She had been marked by the dark side at a young age as well. Zay, like the artifact, was meant for her. She could feel it. She was hers, and Avaris would never let her go. Never. She found the girl's eagerness now refreshing. Zay had a part to play in her plan, for good or ill. She didn't know, but she was a part of it. The Dark Lord reached out and stroked the girl's cheek. When the Jedi arrive, they must see nothing but what I want them to see. They must see 3 women in hiding. They must see that we are desperate and on the run. Are we not? Zay asked. Her question amused her master. There is a difference between running toward something and away from something. I have a plan, but it must remain between us for now. Finn has a part to play, and if we do this just right, we will be able to save him from himself. But we must be both brave and patient. She gave her slave a serious look. Can you do that for me? Can you play the part that the dark side has given you? The girl nodded gamely. I can do it, master. I can help you save your friend. Avaris smiled. Good, my child, she purred. Most excellent. The Jedi vessel broke through the clouds and began its final approach. Avaris was not sure what to make of it. She had expected a Republic military vessel, something with a bit of flash and some teeth. It was a courier vessel if she was not mistaken, a Riptide 300 series, if she remembered her ships correctly, unmarked and about 20 years past its prime. It was definitely not the type of ship that most Jedi would use, and that was likely the whole point. The Zakul were ever watchful for Republic military vessels. The treaty that they had forced on the Republic limited their military and the type of craft they could possess. Plus, the Jedi were being hunted, most having fled with the Republic's defeat. Of course, Finn would not be able to use a proper vessel, not if he wished to stay alive. Any Republic military vessel was bound to attract attention. Who knew how many spies the Eternal Throne now had watching for the Republic's protectors, their former protectors? Avaris was pleased. Once again, her dream friend showed cunning beyond that of a Jedi. It gave her hope for their future. The ship looked about one bad day shy of the scrap yard, its armor pitted and scarred, its wings slightly misshaped from heat or damage. To someone who didn't know ships, it would have appeared to be a piece of junk, but looks could be deceiving. You simply needed to know where to look. The sublight engines had been tuned to perfection. They didn't just run, they purred. The gun port coverings looked a mess, but from what she could see, the weapons beneath were well cared for, possibly even new. For an old ship, it appeared highly functional. There was a reason that Riptides were still around after almost 20 years of service. The little couriers were tough, one of several models of fighting craft that had come out of the Bentoon planetary shipyards, much like his larger cousin, the Hurricane-class light escort ship. 5 or 6 Hurricanes could match a Terminus-class destroyer in both speed and weapons capability. Much like Sith vessels, they relied on pack formations, hunting like predators. Avaris had great respect for such ships. Riptides could be used in a similar role, but they shined as scout and courier ships. Their speed made them perfect for that role. How Avaris knew that, she didn't know, but the knowledge was useful nonetheless. The ship touched down gently on the shores of Lake Nath. its name emblazoned in basic just below the nose of the bridge. The Stolen Heart, it was called. Avaris tried not to smirk. Considering what she had planned, she took that name as a good omen. A heart and soul would be stolen from the Jedi before all was said and done. The ship's loading ramp lowered, Avaris tensed slightly. The force seemed to ripple around her. She felt the growing light, the sense of the change within her. Finn. She took a shuddering breath and tried to focus. She. Her eyes shot skyward. All thought of Finn and nervousness vanished. No, she thought. She felt it, a disturbance in the force. No mere disturbance, but a shockwave. No. Not now. Something shifted in the sky, and a new ship appeared. It seemed to snap out of hyperspace. It emerged like a predator that had been hiding just beneath the waves of some ancient sea, waiting and hungry. Avaris knew what it was. She didn't need eyes to see it. She could feel it, and knew what it meant. A Sith destroyer had achieved low orbit. Even now, its weapons were coming alive, the crew moving quickly as the scanners caught up with their new location. Gunners were already waiting for their weapons officers' orders to commence firing, to bombard their target below. This target, she knew, this location. She shivered. She felt something else, a presence she had not sensed in a while. It was cold and familiar. She sensed the ship's commander, how he felt. The man lived in a state of constant pain. How he could stand it she didn't know. He should have gone completely mad a year ago. But the desire for revenge held him together, that in his desire to serve the Empire that now looked upon her as a potential enemy. She could see him in her mind's eye. He was clad in an Imperial Moff's uniform, his hands behind his back, his feet spread wide, his eyes hidden behind darkened lenses. No longer was he capable of functioning in most standard lighting, a result of one of her earlier experiments on him. The lab animal returns, she thought angrily. His skin pale and always shiny with sweat, another symptom from what he had endured at her hands. He had served his purpose well. She had learned much from what had been done to him, but then she had made a mistake. She had let him live. She was not sure if it was out of some form of sentimentality, or perhaps she had simply come to enjoy his torment. Regardless, it didn't matter. He was here, he had found her, and now he was eager to destroy her, more than eager, excited even. He must have felt her mental touch. He was very sensitive to such things now. She could almost imagine seeing him tilt his head slightly, his lips curling into the barest hint of a smile. Hello, my sister, Barrick Lilas, science experiment, brother, and recently minted Imperial Moff purred into the ether, knowing full well that she could see and hear him. Are you ready for the end? Avaris frowned. How he had found her, she didn't know. Perhaps he had known where she was for a while now, and simply waited, biding his time, waiting for the perfect chance to strike, the perfect time to kill her. Hello, Rick, she murmured back, knowing he could hear her from his place aboard the warship's bridge, her warship, her former warship, the Emperor's wisdom. You want me, brother, she hissed under her breath. Come and get me. With pleasure, dear sis, she heard back, and then she could feel it. The fighters launching from the wisdom, ships that had once served her. She could feel Barrick's excitement, his desire to kill her, his hate, and also his amusement. The Moff chuckled. And now, we can begin. Chapter 5. Move. It was not a word at that moment, not even a thought. It was a compulsion, a command that resonated out through the force. Time seemed to slow down. Above the camp and the landed ship, a small green flash emerged from the Sith destroyer, the Emperor's wisdom. That flash seemed to expand. Everything became tinged with an emerald hue. Avaris had no time to think, no time to plan. She grabbed Zay and leapt forward, Agony at her side, gripping the 2 duffel bags the Sith had packed for their departure. Death. It was a good thing, too. The camp and everything in it was about to be vaporized. They would not have a chance to retrieve anything else. Death. The Force screamed that single word in their minds, letting them know that if they paused even for a moment. Death. All the plans in the galaxy would not save them. Their lives would end here. The Jedi vessel rose quickly, banking out over Lake Nav. Alarms were no doubt blaring in the cockpit, warning the pilot of the impending doom. Avaris knew what a destroyer's turbo lasers could do to an unshielded planet. She had visited several worlds that had suffered that fate, a fate ordered by her directly or by her now late master. She knew what was to come, and at the same time, knew that they needed to be as far away as possible when that moment occurred. The ship continued to pull away. For the briefest of moments, Avaris feared that they had not jumped far enough, and that the ship would move out of range before they reached it, that the three would fall into the lake, and if they were not vaporized by the laser blast, they would be consumed by whatever hungry beasts lay trapped at the bottom of the lake, dark side monsters that would briefly find freedom by the destruction raining down on them. They would be. The Dark Lord felt herself be yanked forward, a sudden pulling that drew them further than they could have leapt on their own. The three flew through the ship's open hatch, and no sooner did they clear it, did it shut. The three came down hard, all tangled together, tangled, but alive. Avaris shook her head, her and followers a tangle of limbs and groans. Aboard the ship, but they were not out of danger, yet the Force continued to wail, herald an impending doom. Death, death, death. They still needed to get clear. If not, it was over. The Jedi pilot seemed to share that knowledge. They had barely made it inside when the ship shot away at almost full sub-light speed, and still it was almost not enough. The blast struck mere footsteps from where Avaris and Agony had once stood. Rock turned to water and sand to glass. The camp vanished in a blinding explosion. Nothing in the galaxy could have lived, and yet, the Sith destroyer was not done. His fighters were still incoming. The stolen heart's race to escape had begun. Avaris cursed under her breath, pushing Agony off of her. The Dark Lord tried to stumble to her feet, angry at the way their escape had begun, and also aware that doom remained overhead. More laser blasts would follow, and if that was not enough, fighters were already on their way. Finn, she called out. She could sense him. He was here. Finn. The ship bucked again, a loud explosion off to their right, another turbo blast, this one striking Lake Nath itself. Hundreds of gallons of water vaporized in seconds. Their pilot continued to employ evasive maneuvers, but how long that would last under fire from a capital ship, not even a Dark Lord could say. Kira. Avaris paused. The voice calling out the name of that dead farm girl drew back to the here and now, no longer focusing on the fire, or the traitor ordering their attackers on. Avaris blinked and looked up. He descended through a hatch to their left, likely coming from the cockpit. Her golden eyes widened as the force between them brightened, becoming that comfortable shade of silver that she had missed for so long. The screams of death and destruction went away. A single word filled her mind, and with it, she was soothed. Finn. He was here. Finn. She smiled in spite of the danger. Finally. He was here. Finn Shadowstone stood before her, clad not in the robes of the Jedi, but in a simple combat suit. His lightsaber hung from his belt where most people would carry a blaster. He still wore his blonde hair short and spiky, and carried himself with the same easy confidence she remembered from before. The last time she had seen him, he had grown a short goatee, perhaps seeking to look older now that his days as a Padawan learner were past. The beard was gone now, making her dream friend look younger than his years, more like the boy she had grown up with. She took solace from that, pleased that with so much changing in the galaxy, some small things could still remain the same. His hazel eyes found her golden ones, and in that one sweet moment, the Force bridged a gap that had existed for far too long. It was soothing, waking up what had been forgotten for so long. Finn. He has changed, Avaris realized, not so much physically, but in the Force, I can feel it. He was more powerful, more confident. That should have bothered her, but it didn't. He was here, they were here, together. It was a joy all its own, Poop. Another blast struck the lake. Again the small scout vessel went evasive, and again Avaris was thrown down to the deck, she cursed as she hit hard. Finn kept his feet, no doubt used to such maneuvers. She envied him in that moment, and hated that she looked so out of sorts. This was not how it was supposed to be. This was not how she had wanted her reunion to go. Tara, Finn called out, get us out of here, now. What do you think I'm doing? An angry voice called back, young and full of bravado. We got fighters incoming. You and Timon get to the turrets. We're going to need to blast our way free. It was at that moment that the sounds of turbo laser fire ceased, and then it came. Avaris could almost hear the sound, the scream of Sith fighters breaking through the atmosphere. The wisdom had only been buying time for their pilots to arrive. Now, the real battle was about to begin. Finn turned his attention to Avaris and her allies. She felt him reach out with the Force, checking her for injuries. I'm fine, she informed him without speaking. He nodded, but again she felt him reaching out, making sure, just in case. I'm fine, she repeated, glaring at him, but there was no heat in that glare. We'll be fine. She nodded and looked into his eyes. You have work to do. Finn nodded and slipped past her. He ascended a ladder just behind the boarding ramp, likely leading up to the turret the pilot had mentioned. Finn and the pilot were not alone on the ship. She sensed another Jedi she suspected, strong in the Force, manning the scout vessel's tail gun. Again, the ship shook, this time, not from a cruiser's near misses, but from the weapons of a starfighter. The Jedi vessel answered in kind, its own weapon singing to life. Agony and Zay struggled to their feet, finding seats and strapping themselves in. The ship continued to buck as it maneuvered, avoiding enemy fire. Avaris, now in possession of her full faculties again, didn't bother. She stood straight and proud. She was no mere mortal. She was a lord of the Sith. No one would see her scrambling to find cover. The pilot seemed to know what she was doing, and yes, Avaris was sure it was a she now, the voice too high-pitched to be anything but. Finn had called her Tara. She didn't know this person, yet, but it seemed her dream friend's faith was justified. Avaris had to admit, whoever the pilot was, she knew what she was doing. Finn may have guided them down, but... Avaris felt a flash of pain as one of the Jedi's shots found his mark, one of their pursuers vanishing in a ball of flame and shrapnel. One down, she thought. Many more to go. She looked forward, towards the ship's cockpit. Stay low, she ordered. It will confuse the destroyer sensors. Gee, the pilot responded dryly. Why didn't I think of that? Avaris frowned. She was unused to an underling being so flip. She rarely tolerated such insolence. Yet, I must tolerate it, she realized. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly, breathing out her anger. You are not in the Empire anymore, her conscience chided. You will need to cultivate patience with your lessers. The thought was annoying, but it was also correct. True, she hated to admit, she had risen to the height of power, but for now, she needed to step away from that. It was all part of the plan. The ship juked out over the quickly moving landscape. They were away from Lake Nath now, but the Jedi ship had still not risen, still not tried to make for an exit window, and escape into hyperspace. Avaris could sense their pursuers overhead, their frustration and fear. Where are they? The pilot grumbled. Avaris could just hear her over the roar of the battle, the Force enhancing her hearing. Come on, imps, you can't stay here. Trouble is coming, and you have already been here too long. Avaris was not sure what the pilot was talking about. The Empire's forces didn't run from. A shiver ran down her spine. She felt it. Though she could not look up through the ship's hull, she didn't have to. She knew what was happening. Now she understood. The true enemy had arrived. She had sensed the ships of the Eternal Fleet before, back before the Empire had lost Follis. It was a strange sensation. Zackle's droid battleships felt off in the Force, the presence of them both foreboding, but at the same time, hard to pin down. Though she could not see it, the Wisdom's crew realized they had overstayed their welcome in the system. Sith warships were no longer the threat they had once been. They were targets for the Eternal Fleet. The treaty that had been forced on the Empire limited their navy. and the invaders were not above simply destroying a random warship. The Emperor's wisdom had no choice. Moff Lillis had no choice. Avaris reached out again, pleased that the work that had been done to Kira Lila's brother had yielded such a wonderful bounty. She barely had to focus when searching for him through the Force. All she needed to do was close her eyes and reach out, and there he was. We are so close now, but not as siblings. He is simply a lab animal that has yielded positive results, a useful tool, and nothing more. Yet, caution was still called for. Even a lab animal could bite if provoked, and she had done more than enough to provoke her dear sweet brother. Yet, even he could not escape their bond. It was a part of him now, and it made it easy to keep track of him, especially when he was so close. She smiled hungrily. Far too easy. She could sense his frustration, his anger at being denied what he thought should have been his kill. The crew of the Wisdom were in panic mode. They knew their duty, but they also understood that the arrival of Zackle warships meant death. They were already calculating the jump out of here, anticipating the Moff's orders. So far, he had not given it. Avaris' smile turned to a frown. This would not do. She knew what needed to happen, and so did Barrick. She reached out to him. He would see sense. You need to withdraw, she called out through the Force. This game is over. You will not escape me. The thought was cold, and without emotion. She could sense the simmering anger, the memory of what she had done to him, her own flesh and blood. That was the problem, though, Avaris thought. She was no longer his sister. She had given up being Kira Lila's long ago. By the time she had him altered, she was entirely a different person, and besides, he had betrayed her. She could not let that pass. No Sith could let that pass. Do not be foolish, she continued. You will die. You think my life matters to me? You think the lives of these fools around me matter? You won't escape, Avaris. I won't let you. She rolled her eyes. She agreed with the sentiment. She understood how he was feeling, but it was not yet the time. He still had value to her, or rather, the people under his command did. The Wisdom is my ship, she reminded him, mine. I will be reclaiming it, along with the rest of my holdings, when my plans are done. You will not sacrifice it in some mindless vendetta. Her frown deepened. You will withdraw now. Again, she felt his resistance. He had no desire to let her go. His hate for her was all-consuming. As a Sith, she could respect that. But as she had said, the Wisdom was hers, and it would be again when all was said and done. She would not waste a single crewer. Not if she could help it. They all lived to serve her. My life doesn't matter, she heard him repeat. Only your death matters. I will be avenged for what you did to me and my master. Again, Avaris almost rolled her eyes. Sadi, she thought angrily. It had been almost 2 years, and he was still obsessed with Darth Sadi. Her rival had sunk her claws deep into Barrick, altered who he was. Once a loyal soldier and brother to her, the dark side had twisted him, made him Sadi's pet dog. Avaris had hoped that the woman's death would free Barrick from her control, but that was not the case. He was still in her pocket, even though she had been dead for so long, killed by Avaris herself back on Ardana. The face of the long-dead Dark Lord swam up into Avaris' mind, that silly pouty smile of hers. The mere thought of it made her want to vomit, but she held it in check. Avaris sighed. Fine, she thought, we will do this another way then. She reached out to Barrick again, this time letting their connection fill with her rage. Let us try this another way then, she thought. You will withdraw now, or your daughter dies. Avaris thought about the baby, the girl she had left behind. She would be about a year old now, almost a toddler, but that would not save her. She then thought about the nanny droid she had left behind to watch the girl, HK Sigma 3, her loyal assassin. She had uploaded the proper protocols so that he could see to the child's needs, but at the same time placed a kill order within those protocols. HK would protect the child until she either gave the order, or he had not heard from her in a set amount of time. A failsafe she had built in, just in case Barrick got lucky, and managed to fulfill his desires. She thought of HK standing over the girl, a blade in hand. She let Beric digest that thought for a moment. She felt his anger, could almost see his eyes narrowing. "You're bluffing." Her smile returned, cruel and predatory. "I don't bluff about such things, Rick. HK will do it. He enjoys such tasks. He enjoys letting the water out of meat bags. You remember that, don't you? Oh, the poor sweet little dear. All alone in the galaxy. It is so sad. You have never seen your child in person, have you? You have only seen the holos that I allowed during your training, the ones that I showed to hurt you while you were being experimented on." The thought brought a smile to her face, the memory of his suffering making her quiver inside. Ah, the memories. She truly is a pretty little thing, Beric. I named her Maya, did you know that? I named her for Kira Lila's mother, so I would always remember that she is related to the treacherous Shudder that betrayed me, that chose our lesser sister over me, and sided with my enemies. I named her that so that I could have the pleasure of destroying a Maya Lilis for the second time. Again, the thought made her shudder. Such sweet, sweet memories. Beric's emotions boiled in the force. She could sense his rage so clearly. He was mostly rage now. Sadi had stripped away most of his lesser emotions, and Avaris experiments had finished the job. Beric may have been elevated in the Empire after her flight, but it didn't change what she had done to him. He would carry those changes the rest of his life, as he should. Betrayal should be punished. I snatched her out of Zen's arms when she was born. She was mine by right, to do with as I saw fit, just as you were, just as your dear lover was. Again, she felt Beric's anger. He had cared for Zen Lure, her failed apprentice, ruined her for Avaris, and the Sith Order as a whole. She should have died in front of him, Avaris thought. She should have let Beric watch her die. Alas, Zen had escaped shortly after birthing Beric's whelp. Avaris' forces had lost track of her, but it didn't matter. In the end she would find the witch and end her. No one escaped the justice of the Sith. You would kill your own blood, Beric asked. Of course, Avaris responded. Your point. She could feel the tension in his body. He desired her end, his every fiber sang for it, but he was out of time and knew what would happen if did. Avaris had left the part of him intact, that piece that wanted to keep his child safe. It served her well now. Beric still had that one tiny hope, to preserve his future. He had still not grasped how hope was a poison. When you were without hope, you could focus entirely on your desires and on power. Avaris had realized that, and it made her stronger than ever. It was a shame that her dear brother, her former brother, never had. It made him foolish. It made him weak. She felt it, Beric's fury as he gave the order to withdraw, and again she felt his presence in the Force, touching her mind, the result of her experiments. I will find you, he promised. You will die for this. She smiled. His threat was small, considering everything she stood to gain. He was small, just a piece of a much larger puzzle, and when it was solved, she would have everything she had ever desired, everything. Damn you, Avaris. The Dark Lord gigged. Goodbye, Beric, she purred. Kill you next time. The Wisdom didn't even wait to collect his fighters. It jumped away just as the Eternal Fleet vessels entered weapons range. Finally, the Jedi vessel shot skyward, its pursuers firing, trying to fulfill their last objective, no doubt realizing that they were doomed. The ships of the Eternal Fleet opened fire. Again, the scout vessel proved its value. It couldn't match a Zakuul ship, but it didn't need to, just avoid its attacks. The remaining Sith fighters died, unable to fulfill Beric's order. They died with a mix of hopeless and despair. Avaris drank up such emotions, enjoying their end. Such is the way in my galaxy, the Dark Lord thought. There is no hope, and no future, only a greater darkness. The thought made her shiver with anticipation. Soon the galaxy would learn, all would learn. There was only one true path, one truth. Avaris rules. She almost laughed, grateful that in death the fallen pilots proved her right. The stolen heart made it through the still-developing blockade. It made it through, and then leapt away, vanishing into hyperspace. The Dark Lord let out a breath she hadn't realized she had been holding. They had escaped, and finally, Her plans were in motion. It was finally time, Avaris thought excitedly. Now all will know. I am the way. Chapter 7. The cool embrace of hyperspace encircled the stolen heart. The Jedi vessel hummed easily as it vanished from the void and began its journey outside of normal space and time. Darth Avaryss let out a shuddering breath, a breath she had not realized she had been holding. She had not expected or anticipated the Eternal Fleet finding her, and certainly had not been prepared to see Barrack again, at least not yet. The sequence of events made her frown. Their escape, it had not gone according to plan. It was frustrating, but not really a problem. Things were still going as she expected, and best all, they were here. Despite facing death, they had made it. They had survived. That thought did bring her some comfort, yes. They had survived, and now, she was back with Finn again. Finally, they were together again. No fury or rage could completely drown out that simple joy. She looked over at her comrades. Agony dusted herself off, murmuring curses under her breath, no doubt thinking about what they had left behind. Some of the supplies they had brought along, only to be lost in Barrack's attack, would not be easily replaced, not in the company of Jedi anyway. Avaris tried to pay it no mind. They would need to simply cope. Zay moaned slightly, rubbing her bad foot. The brace had bent slightly when Avaris and she had struck the deck, and was now digging into the girl's ankle. She was trying to undo the straps, but seemed to be having trouble. They had gotten twisted in the fall, pulling them even tighter, leaving the poor girl in pain. The Dark Lord could have aided her servant, but chose not to. Even a slave had to learn the value of saving herself. Her master could not always do it for her. Pain was a teacher. It had taught Avaris very well. She would not deny her servant that experience. Zay would either endure, or she wouldn't. Such was the way of things. Avaris glanced around the ship. Now that she was not under threat of death, she could see just what kind of a vessel that had brought Finn back into her life. She was not overly impressed. The internals of the vessel were not up to military standard. That was for sure. Panels missing, nests of circuitry stuck out from various control boxes, evidence of quick rewires in the middle of bad situations. The mere sight of it annoyed the Dark Lord. It was an affront to her orderly mind. Yet, she had to admit, it did show a bit of tenacity on the part of the captain, a willingness to do what was needed in order to survive. Strong survival instincts should never be dismissed. If anything, they should be encouraged. When it came to matters of life and death, only survival mattered. That, and the blood of one's enemies coating one's hands like crimson gloves. That last thought made her smile. Oh, how Avaris had missed the feel of enemies' blood on her hands. She would enjoy washing them in it very soon. She had so many enemies in the galaxy now. She was most eager to see them plucked from the board, one by one. The sound of footsteps coming down the ladder drew her attention, that in the expanding presence of Finn as he drew ever closer. Again she felt that slight flutter in her heart, and a warming of body. Too long. It had been far too long. Finn's Shadowstone dropped down beside her. The Jedi Knight spared her only a brief nod, but his attention was enough to satisfy her desire, for the moment. He has work to do, she realized. I shouldn't distract him yet. The thought made her smile turn a little sly. Oh, how she was going to enjoy being a distraction. Tara, he called out to the cockpit, make sure to bring us out of hyperspace. We will need to make a few micro jumps, throw anyone trying to track us off the scent. We can't lead them back to our base. You act like I've never done this before. The response came back from the captain. Just trying to keep your head in the game, he replied. We don't need any Zackle vessels popping up over our heads when we get home. Finally, he turned to Avaris and her party. Are you okay? He finally asked aloud. I'm fine, Avaris said shyly, speaking in a voice that would not threaten her old dream friend. She didn't know how much he knew about her life since they had last spoken. She wanted him focused on the then, and not the now. They had both changed in the years since they had last seen each other. She simply didn't want him to look too deeply into that change, and speaking of change. He looked more closely at her, perhaps seeing her for the first time since they had parted. Kira, he said, pointing, your arm. Avaris looked down. Oh, she thought that. Oops. She gave him a sheepish look. She probably should have prepared him better. The last time they had spoken, her left arm had been severed at the elbow, an injury gifted to her by Darth Tarek. Finn had saved her that day, but she had been forced to replace her lost limb with a mechanical replacement. It had served her well for a time, but now had been replaced, along with the rest of her body. Yet, she didn't wish Finn to know that, not yet. She needed to come up with something fast. Oh, this, she said, holding up her left hand, wiggling the fingers. She gave him a dismissive shrug. As you can see, the wonders of Sith alchemy know few bounds. It wasn't cheap undoing what was done to me, I assure you, but it was worth it. He said. She could sense him reaching out with the Force, perhaps trying to get a sense of what was done to her, what she had done, and how she had replaced her lost limb. He would learn nothing, she knew that for sure. The glamour that was reinforced by the choker she wore would be more than enough to hide the truth. Finn would find out eventually. He was too close to her not to find out, but she could not risk it, not yet. It was not quite time for him to see what she had become. She needed to be careful, at least for now, when the time finally came. She didn't think he would like what he saw, not yet anyway. He needed to be prepared, at least until he was ready to let go. At least, until he was ready to fall. If he sensed her desire, he didn't show it. He murmured, right? So, he accepts it. Good, she thought. The first step had been achieved. Finn turned to Agony. He nodded in greeting. Taya, right? He said. Welcome aboard. Her companion shook her head, though she did radiate a sense of pleasure that he remembered her name from their brief encounter on Tarek Station, all those years ago. Taya is no more, she said. I am Darth Agony now. I serve Avaris in her endeavors, and in exchange she will aid me in avenging those that were slain on Zyast. A shudder of pain ran through the other Sith. My husband, my daughter, they were both. Finn's expression turned pained. You have my deepest sympathies, he said, bowing his head. I was not at the Battle of Zyast, but I heard about it later. What was done, your Emperor? Our former Emperor? Agony hissed. Her anger at Finn began to grow, drawn out by his lack of understanding, angry that he felt pity for her. Avaris intervened before things could get out of hand. It is not Finn's fault, my friend, she said, putting a gentle hand on her ally's shoulder. All matters will be dealt with in time, and all accounts will be balanced. Avaris gave her a cruel smile. Vitiate, and all his progeny will pay for what was done. Agony nodded, eager to begin extracting revenge on the former emperor and his followers. Avaris didn't blame her and went beyond simply avenging his life. Revenge was the spice that made a Sith's life glorious. It was the hunt for it that truly mattered. A hatch not far from where Finn had descended, her eyes open, Avaris sensed a new presence through the Force, one she had not felt before. Of course, Finn wouldn't have traveled alone. Despite his history with her, he would have been foolish to go into an encounter with a Sith without some form of backup. She would. Avaris' eyes widened as the other Jedi emerged. She couldn't believe it. What the hell? I've secured the tail gun, Master Finn, the young man said, bowing respectfully. It took some damage on the way out, but that patch I applied seems to be holding. The boy smiled. It should be good until we reach home. That is good, my student, Finn said. Very good. The boy was young, perhaps 13 or 14, not much older than Zay if she was correct. He, like Finn, radiated with the light. He had that sense of innocence that children on the cusp of adolescence possess, a sense that the Jedi tried to maintain in their charges, and always failed to do so, but that was not what surprised Avaris. It was the boy's features. They were most surprising indeed. Dark-haired and golden-eyed, the boy would grow into a handsome young man one day. His crimson skin was lighter than others she had seen. Both his pointed brow and the chin tendrils that marked his species were smaller too, suggesting a mixed lineage. Seeing the boy, and how he felt in the Force, the sense of the light around him, it was almost infuriating. Damn you Jedi, Avaris thought, only just hiding her rage beneath the bland look. The arrogance. The gall. Damn you. The boy was Sith, half-blood, or quarter-blooded at least. Considering what she was feeling, she was guessing one of his parents had been either full or half. His power level would suggest nothing else. He. She barely stopped herself from hissing. It is bad enough the Jedi seek our extermination. Now they steal our children from us, filling their heads with their lies. It was intolerable. Ladies, Finn said, drawing her attention back from the black pits of hate, may I present Timon Tag? He is my Padawan learner. Ladies, the boy said, bowing respectfully, may the Force be with you. Avaris controlled her temper. Agony was not so careful. She sneered at the boy. My lords, she said coldly, the proper form of address for us is my lord. You would know that if you were raised by your kin. She glared at Finn. Why is this boy with you? How did you acquire one of our children? The boy can speak for himself, Timon said quickly, interrupting his master before he could reply. He glared at Agony. As for my people, well, my people are those that loved me, raised me. I'm not one of you. We are not kin. Your hateful empire murdered my father and drove my grandfather into exile. Timon looked at Avaris. I have no loyalty to the Sith. Your kind betrayed my blood. I'm Timon. Finn saying the boy's name was all it took. Any anger at being linked to the Sith faded. The boy breathed it out. I'm sorry, Master. I was just defending yourself. I understand, but know this. These women didn't kill your father, or do anything else to your family. We should try to look at people with an open mind, not lump them all together based on where they were raised. Yes. Yes, Master, the boy said. He paused and looked past Avaris, his eyes finding the one sitting on the deck behind her. His eyes falling on Zay. Zay looked up at him as well. Avaris felt a slight shift in the Force. She thought, interesting. Zay was caught in the boy's gaze, and he in hers. Any thought of the pain she was in from the bent brace on her foot was gone. Any concern for her master's orders were forgotten. In that brief moment, there were only two people in the galaxy, the girl with the twisted foot, and the Sith youngling turned Jedi. You are hurt, he said. A statement, not a question. Zay swallowed hard. It didn't seem that she would respond. Yes, my foot, the brace. She pointed at the strap she had been trying to free, with little or no success. Timon looked at Finn, who nodded. The boy raised his hand and gestured. Snap. The twisted leather tore easily. The boy had barely reached out with the Force, but it had been enough. Avaris nodded. Impressive, she thought, most impressive. Finn had chosen well for his apprentice, it seemed. The boy had power, that was for sure. She smiled. How interesting. Zay removed the brace. She would be able to fix it later. Avaris had made sure she possessed both the knowledge and the skill to do it. The girl struggled to her feet, using her cane, making sure not to put too much weight on her bad foot. Thank you, The boy smiled. It was an attractive smile, made even more so by his Sith features. Zay was knocked for a loop. She blushed, and her voice stopped working. Avaris frowned and tilted her head slightly. The Force responded, the girl's ear twisted slightly, not enough to do permanent damage, but to wake up her. Zay, she squeaked, having felt Avaris' chastisement in the past. Avaris had never beaten the girl, but she was not above correcting her slightly from time to time. Finn had not sensed it. He likely wouldn't have liked it if he had. The girl rubbed her ear, still more focused on the boy in front of her. My name is Zay. Zay, he murmured her name like he was tasting some sweet fruit. His smile widened. Hi, Zay, the boy said. I'm Timon. The girl giggled nervously. Yeah, I heard. Oh, right, he said, laughing too, right? The boy was blushing too. Avaris forced herself not roll her eyes. Emperor give me strength, she thought. So, Zay was old enough for that. Already. How criffing special. Finn might have noticed it too. He had a hint of an amused smile on his face. Avaris, however, was not amused. She was annoyed more than anything else. She didn't have time for this. Her plans would be moving quickly soon. She had no time to deal with Zay's adolescence. It was at that moment that the third person on the ship finally made her presence known. A lithe young woman dressed in a gray patched-up flight suit emerged from the cockpit. Her short reddish-brown hair pulled back into a short ponytail. Pale-skinned with large almond-shaped green eyes that shone with both a sense of danger and mischief. She wiped her long fingers on her flight suit, taking in the scene playing out before her, the two Jedi, the two Sith, and the slave girl. The woman, the ship's pilot, smiled. "I just brought us out of hyperspace, Finn," she informed him. "The Navi computer will have a new course for us a bit. 2 more jumps should be enough to lose any further pursuit." She turned to the two Sith. "Provided we have no more surprises." What was said was both a statement and accusation. Avaris frowned. "What happened? What we just escaped. It was not a trap set for you, if that is what you think," the Dark Lord replied. "Glad to hear it," the girl said. "But Nico said you would be useful to us. I'm hoping she wasn't overselling your value." The Dark Lord smirked. "You will be most surprised how useful I can be, Captain." "Valentine," the woman answered. "Tara Valentine." "Well, Captain Valentine," Avaris said, ignoring the woman's insolence, "at least for now, you have my thanks. If you had not arrived when you did, that destroyer would have been source of a very bad day, provided it wasn't your last." She looked over at Finn. "I know you and Uncle Jazz have your reasons for bringing people into this, but is this really a good idea? 1 Revan is bad enough, but 3. Avaris frowned. She assumed that the Uncle Jazz the woman was referring to was Jazz Darbin. Strange, she knew some of Jazz's history thanks to his intelligence file. But she knew nothing about this woman. There had been no mention of a Tara Valentine in his file. Perhaps Imperial intelligence had missed something, and then there was that other word. What had the girl called them? "Revan?" she asked. The captain gave her a cool look. "Yeah, Revan, Sith, and any other name you dark side types might like to call yourselves. Whatever you call yourselves or what others call you, trouble is what you are. You are both trouble and dangerous." Agony sniffed. "Mind your tongue, harlot," she hissed. "We are lords of the Empire." "Lords hiding in a hovel by a lake?" Tara Valentine said with a shrug. "Not much of an empire." Agony hissed. Her hand began to drift to her belt, but Avaris stopped her, blocking her hand with her own. They didn't have time for this. It was too early in the game. Slights could be settled later. The woman would answer for her opinions, but for now, they needed to keep things civil. Revan was a traitor, Captain Valentine, she informed the pilot. "He betrayed both the Republic and the Empire. We would appreciate you not using his name to describe us, especially after what happened on Zyas." Which would never have happened if the Jedi had not freed Revan from his prison. The Empire caged that man for a reason, and now we all must suffer because the Jedi chose to set him loose upon the galaxy. Neither Finn nor Tara Valentine bothered to dispute that, a point that the Dark Lord was grateful for. After Zyas, Agony was far from the most stable of her servants. She would rather the Jedi not provoke her, not until a few more things had been settled. Avaris smiled at both of them. "As for my value, I have ample resources that you and your people will find most useful." "Then why haven't you used them?" Tara asked her. "Having resources, or at least access to them, means nothing without good people to use them. My own forces have been scattered. Either they have been hunted down and destroyed, or forced into hiding. Whatever their fate, they are currently useless to me. So you have the hardware, just not the hands to use them," the woman added. "No one that I would trust, no," Avaris said with a shrug. "I'm currently an outcast among my people. Any one of them might try and sell me out to make themselves look good before either the current Sith leadership or Emperor Arcan himself." The mention of the Zakuul leader had the desired effect. Avaris could sense it. The Jedi understood that, as of right now, Arcan was far bigger a threat than all the Sith put together. The future of their precious republic stood on a knife's edge. The fact that she was here was proof that the Jedi understood that too. They always had ways of recruiting the foolish or brave into their schemes, convincing them to fight for their cause. Avaris respected that, and as she had said, she had few options. She could trust no one in the Empire. Yet, she needed help. Finn and his allies could supply that. She could get them what they needed, and they could help her get what she needed. Of course, they would not understand what they were helping her acquire, not until it was too late. It would all work out, she was sure. Deception and cunning were weapons of the dark side, after all, weapons that she used with the Master's touch. They would be the most interesting of pawns, Finn and his allies, at least until the time to sacrifice them came. Until then, they would work well together. She was counting on it. Finn took a deep breath, as an alarm light flashed near the cockpit. Captain Valentine turned quickly. "Looks like we are ready to go," she said over her shoulder. "You should all try to get some rest. We will have a few hours before we reach home." Avaris looked over at Finn, who nodded sagely. Again she felt only a sense of comfort, a desire to protect. She nodded, basking in that feeling, the way the Force seemed to bend so comfortably around them. She had missed that. She had missed him. He turned away from her briefly, giving her a chance to look him over, to truly see him with her own eyes, her new eyes. Her body warmed, enjoying the experience. She liked what she was seeing. The plan was important, yes, but it was not the only reason she had desired this meeting, this chance to be with him again. Restoring the Empire to its proper place, defeating Arkan and the rest of the Emperor's bastard children, those were but two of her goals, two of many. The one that she thought about now was more intimate to her, something that was only now possible thanks to her new body, her new, healthy, fertile body. The thought made her shudder. She could not entirely hide her desire from Finn, not when they were this close. She sensed him pick up on it, his response, the barest tilt of his head, but he had not pushed her away, neither physically or through the Force. The idea is not repellent to him, despite his years of training. The realization excited him. He would not go easily, but that was okay. What hunter did not seek a challenge in pursuing her prey? It would be a pursuit that they would both enjoy, and in the end, at the time of the kill, well, things would be most interesting in that sweet, lovely moment. They would be most interesting indeed. Chapter 8. Can't sleep. Avaris smiled, not even bothering to open her eyes. She had been meditating, but not really losing herself in the darkness. She had not wished to completely immerse herself in his power. She had been waiting. She had found over the years that meditation offered interruption far better than sleep did, and that is what she had hoped for. It wasn't that she couldn't sleep, but the fact that she had chosen not to. She had been hoping for a while now that Finn would come to her, seek her out. It had taken a bit, but now, here he was. She was excited. They had been underway for some time. Though there was no night on a starship, Finn and his crew had started settling in for a few hours' rest. Captain Valentine stayed up in the cockpit, preferring to sleep close to the controls should any emergencies occur, or perhaps to make sure that neither Avaris nor her allies had access to the bridge. Such concern amused the Dark Lord. If I truly wanted this ship, I would have taken it the moment we escaped Ambria. No, I have need of those that await us at the end of this journey. She would not risk losing out on such a resource. The boy, Timon, had shown them to the ship's small bunk room. Again, he had shown more interest in Zay than he had the two Sith, though she sensed he was a bit uncomfortable around them, and she didn't think it had anything to do with the fact that they served the dark side. Timon was still a teenage boy, an adolescent Sith, despite his current position as a Jedi Padawan. She was familiar with the minds of teenage boys, having spent several years training around her late master's son, Beal. The way the boy tried not to think about his teenage desire, to ignore his hormones, amused Avaris. Agony and I are not without our charms, she acknowledged. Despite the transformative power of the dark side, we are both attractive young women. The boy recognized that. She could feel it. Agony seemed to enjoy peeking, the boy's interest more than her ally did. Twice, Avaris had caught her playing with her top, pulling it down, adjusting it, Just so. The boy couldn't help but look. He tried not to show it, but... Again, Avaris was amused and intrigued. I wonder just how far the boy's Jedi training goes. It would be interesting to explore just how far the two Sith could push him, and if what she was sensing was correct. He didn't seem to mind seeing what they had to offer. Most interesting. He is old enough to notice the opposite sex. That might prove valuable. She filed the information for later. It would prove useful, she was sure. As for Finn, he remained focused on his job. He remained the polite young man he had always been. In their previous meetings, he had always kept his Jedi calm and kept a respectful mental and distance from her. That would not do, and no, it would not do at all. I need to remind him of the past and build up from there. It was an exciting thought. This would be their first real meeting in years, not simply a passing conversation through the Force, or a meet in their dreams. No, Finn was finally here. She needed to find out how best to exploit that. He sat down across from her, their proximity strengthening the connection that they shared. The Force seemed to almost vibrate between them, a song that only they could hear or understand. She sighed contentedly. Beautiful. It was an interesting sensation. In the years since their first meeting, she had combed the Sith archives in the Citadel, looking for any record that might explain it, this feeling. She had wanted to see if the Empire had records of other Force users being so connected. She had found nothing, or perhaps the records had never been put down. Perhaps the Lords feared that some might see such a connection as a weakness. If so, they didn't understand. If anything, Avaris felt far stronger in Finn's presence. Their connection did not limit them, despite the differences in alignment. It seemed that proximity bred power. The mere thought made her heartbeat quicken. What would it be like to be in combat with him again, to fight at his side? How strong would they both become? And how powerful would he be if he shared an alignment with her, if he embraced the darkness as she did? The mere thought made her throat grow dry, and her body warm. "Hey," Finn said softly, sitting down on the deck before her. "Hello," she replied, her smile turning gentler than it usually was. She was not the farm girl he remembered, or the Sith apprentice. She had grown. She had no desire to spook him by showing him what she truly was, not yet, anyway. Besides, she was comfortable here, far more comfortable than she had been in the last year and a half. No war, no political games, and no enemies nipping at her heels like rabid curs. No, being around Finn again, it felt safe. It had been so very long since she had felt safe. She gave him a sly look. "It has been a while since we have been this close." "Yeah," he nodded in agreement. She giggled. "If memory serves, the last time we were this close, I was in chains, and not in a fun way." It took Finn a moment to get her meaning. He frowned. "Don't tease." "Am I teasing?" she asked. To be honest, she had hoped that he would see it not as teasing, but as an offer. She could be very generous to those she desired, very generous. Alas, he was not ready to see the world the way she wanted him to, not yet. It is okay, she thought. We'll work on that. Finn remained at a distance, not willing to leap at the target she was presenting. Fine, she thought, I wouldn't want this hunt to be over too early. The chase was 2/3 of the fun. It made the kill that much sweeter, and it would be sweet. For both of them. Again, Finn didn't seem to sense her desires, or he was shielding himself from them. Very well, she thought. So be it. He gave her a friendly look. You can't sleep, you know. He reminded her, you are safe here. She shrugged. I know. I was merely taking the chance to meditate. The gentle hum of hyperspace. It is a pleasure that few know or understand. He nodded. Unlike everyone else in the galaxy, Finn was likely the only one who would understand. The thought pleased the Dark Lord more than anything. He knows me, or at least he did. At the very least, he accepts me. That will make things easier moving forward. Her hand started to come up. She wanted to touch him, but she hesitated. Easy now, the dark side whispered in her ear. Let's not move the game along too quickly. Yes, she realized. It was best to take it slow for now. Let's be friends. She gave him her most innocent look. I like meditating while traveling through hyperspace. There is something about it, the sensation. She laughed lightly. I find it soothing. He smiled. She felt only happiness from him. He was glad to be back around her. Again, a good sign, a hopeful sign. Especially in a galaxy without hope. Hopelessness, she had come to understand, was the natural state of the galaxy. When one realized that they could not escape the Force and their place in it, things became easy. Her understanding of the emptiness of the galaxy had allowed her to finally accept who she was and truly give in to power, and find the strength to not only secure her home world against her enemies, but finally slay her master as well. Darth Fear's face danced before her eyes, leaving her heart filled with conflicting emotions. Hate, love, shame, and elation all filled her in that moment. Fear, she thought, he knew how hopeless the galaxy was, and had taught her to not only accept that, but make use of that knowledge. It was his final lesson to her, a lesson that had been given with both respect and love. You did well, my master, very well. She could not deny that, or another passing thought. I miss you, my lord. Imagine that. It was funny. She had hated Darth Fear for so long, but at the same time, she missed his presence now. He had been her all-consuming desire for so long, the end of his life her ultimate goal. Now that it was done, she felt free, but also slightly diminished. The difference between love and hate were a vibro-blaze edge. Her master had always understood her, even if she had not realized it. He had always supported her and understood her failings. He had always been there, and perhaps, on some level remained and always would. You made me who I am, my master, dear father, she thought. I will honor your sacrifice. Are you okay? Finn asked her, a concerned look on his face. You're thinking about him, aren't you, dear master? The question gave her pause. Finn, being Finn, he had picked up on what she was thinking. She realized that she would need to be careful around him. Their connection could be a problem if she let it. Her plans, they needed to remain secret, for the time being. Finn, he wouldn't understand, not yet. She could have dismissed his question, said something frivolous to distract him, but she didn't. There is no reason to dance around, not with Finn, he knew her. She would never lie to him. She may not tell the whole truth, but she would never lie. She couldn't. It is funny, she murmured. I desired his death for so long. He took everything from me, not once but twice. She shook her head. I needed to kill him. It was the only way to be free, and at the same time, prove that I was strong enough to follow in his footsteps. He had nothing left to teach me. She sighed. Yet, even now, I miss him. Her dream friend nodded. He understood. He might have been the only one who could. Strong emotions can be complicated. Finn agreed. That is why the Jedi try to keep such emotions in check. So, I hear, she said dryly. His comment was funny considering what she was feeling right now, the connection that they shared. Finn sighed. You are a hard person to keep track of, Avi, he said. I remember the last time we dreamed of Ambria together. You had been hurt. I felt such terrible pain. She shrugged. I had just finished fighting to free my home world from my enemies, she admitted. Another Dark Lord had tried to use my past against me, to maneuver themselves into a position to challenge Darth Fear. I beat them to the punch, but... It was more than that, Finn said. Far more. She nodded. She saw no reason to lie to him. She would never lie to him. Finn knew that. Then after, he continued, intelligence reports I saw said you were promoted to the Dark Council, but that you had also become something of a recluse. I remember trying to seek you out through the Force, but you wouldn't answer. I feared the worst. Again, Avaris nodded. That separation had been necessary. She had been very sick. Her body, Kira's body, it had been diseased, dying. It had needed to be replaced. Finn didn't know about that. She had kept that hidden. She had not wanted him to worry, and more to the point, she had not wanted him to know how far she had been prepared to go to save herself. He didn't know what she had done. She feared that he would not accept it. 1,000 lives, that is what it had taken to ensure that she would live to carry out her destiny. The blood sacrifice had been accepted, and she had awoken in a new body, strong and healthy. Ro died, she thought, the face of her childhood friend and former lover floating briefly before her eyes. She had sacrificed him too. There had been too many emotions between them. It had been the only way to be free of her past. It had been the only way to free herself from Kira Lillis for good and all. It had been the smart call, the only call she could have made. The cost thought, she had paid it without hesitation. The cost, it had been worth it. She felt no shame in that choice. Finn didn't even sense her thinking of him, so great was her certainty in what she had done. In the name of greatness, sacrifices needed to be made. Her paramour, and the others, 1,000 people, their lives drained to feed a Sith spell of resurrection. Some would call such a choice wrong, evil. The weak and mundane would call Avaris evil. The Jedi might as well. Avaris didn't see it like that. It had been a matter of power. She had had no time to think on the morality of the decision. She had needed to live, and so she had. She had no regrets. Good and evil, they were only points of view, worthless ones at that, something that her lessers needed to worry about. She understood the truth. The Sith were beyond such arbitrary definitions. There was no good or evil, only power, and those with the strength to wield it. Avaris was one of the strong. Who else deserved to live more than her? The lives of 1,000 mundanes, they meant nothing, they were nothing. The rabble existed to serve the will of the Sith. She would have sacrificed 100,000 people, an entire world, to ensure that she got the chance to see Finn again, that she would be able to take what he offered. He would help her, they would complete her mission together. Her dreams would become his. She had foreseen it. Good and evil didn't enter into it. Her desire was all that mattered. She had sensed it the moment she had been separated from her diseased form. In that moment, she had been all. Avaris was all. Finn wouldn't understand that, not yet, but she would make him understand. Yet, for now, she needed to be careful, rely on the strength of half-truths and omissions. She could not lie, but that didn't mean that she couldn't wait. Pick the right time to share everything with him. He would know all, soon. What he was saying now proved that she had been successful. He didn't sense the change. She was pleased by that. It would make things easier moving forward. When the invaders came, he continued, there were reports that you had been killed. Intelligence heard nothing of you for months. The Dark Lord smirked. You had Republic intelligence keeping track of me. Finn, I'm touched. He snorted, amused by her dry response. It wouldn't have been necessary if you had just reached out to me, let me know you were okay. She shrugged. The war has forced us to make many decisions, some that may seem regrettable now, but were necessary. She reached out and touched his hand, her fingers lightly brushing the back of it. She lowered her eyes shyly, enjoying the slight spike in the force. She could sense the spark pass between them. When she looked upon him again, she met his gaze evenly. No lies would pass between them at this moment. I think it is safe to say that that war is over. The invaders care nothing for the differences between Jedi and Sith. We must reevaluate our thinking. We have a common enemy now. Finn chuckled. So, we should wait until this new threat is over before returning to war against each other. Avaris shook her head. She was surprised by his response, but was pleased by it as well. He knows that the galaxy is a hopeless place too. He just doesn't want to admit it, yet. She considered that a good sign, for their future anyway. She rocked back slightly. War has become obsolete, Finn. I fear that the Jedi and the Sith are in danger of becoming obsolete. The time has come for new ideas, to stop fighting pointlessly. Again, her fingers brushed the back of his hand. If I have my way, the days of the Empire and the Republic fighting are done, the pointless wars will end. I don't desire another war. We must not have another war. He gently moved his hand over and clasped her fingers between his. She felt only warmth and excitement at her words. Do you truly believe that, Avi? Her smile widened. He called her Avi. She took that as a good sign, too. I do, she said, and she meant it. When all was done, the invaders defeated. There would not be another war between Jedi and Sith. There would be no need. A shiver of excitement ran down her spine, and not just because of her proximity to Finn Shadowstone. Yes, there would be no war, there would be no one left to fight. The Jedi would be destroyed. The children of Zakuul, annihilated, down to the last child. Every one of the former Emperor's bastards would be but bones scattered across dead worlds. The Republic, it would be a distant memory, a sad cautionary tale told to children. The galaxy would finally know order and security. Peace, after a fashion, would come, and that peace would have a name. Darth Avaryss, Dark Lord of the Sith, and Empress of the First Galactic Empire. It was her dream, her vision. It would come to pass. The blood of Avaris would rule the galaxy. She had foreseen that, as well. Finn, he didn't know. He didn't see it, not yet. He saw only that she was committed to ending the war, stopping the forces of the Eternal Throne. He didn't understand. Not yet. He smiled, blissfully ignorant of what she was planning. We can do it, Avi, he said. Peace is possible, if we work together. She smiled, imagining that sea of bones on the Zakuul home world, the wind whistling through the skulls a warning to those that dare oppose the will of the Sith, the power of the dark side. She thought of their supposedly eternal fleet under her direct control, and she thought of the fool that now controlled it. She thought of the so-called Emperor, the one who had failed to kill her father. He would regret that mistake. The twins had failed. The one in black had wounded her, and the one in white had tried to finish her, but he had failed. He would answer for that arrogance. She would make him pay. Arcan was a fool, a child lashing out at his father's designs. She would show him how a true dark side aristocrat ruled. She knew how. Fear had taught her. Mar had taught her. It would be done. Yes, Finn, she agreed, her voice as gentle as the kiss of the most venomous of serpents. They could do it, she knew they could. She licked her lips excitedly. Together. Chapter 9. Master. Avaris raised her hand, stopping both Zay or Agony from intervening. There was no need, despite the dire look of things. She was in no real danger. The one threatening her, however, well. She smiled wickedly. The tables could turn so quickly. Stop it. Zay shouted. Timon and Agony held her back. Otherwise the girl might have jumped in front of her mistress. Leave my master alone. The girl's loyalty touched her, but it was really unnecessary. She had not expected everyone to be happy with the alliance of Jedi and Sith. She just hadn't thought it would fall apart so quickly. Oh well, life is what happened when you made plans. She glanced over at her slave. It is okay, Avaris murmured. Everything is fine. The blaster currently pointed at the Dark Lord's face was a standard-issue Republic sidearm. She had seen them many times in the years she had served the Empire. The soldier pointing it at her stood less than 5 steps away, his emotions blazing through the Force, a desire for both blood and retribution. Such rage, she thought, such vengefulness. She almost laughed. A shame this man was not Force-sensitive. He could have been very useful. She had only just descended the boarding ramp when she had found her life threatened. The rest of their journey had been uneventful. No Eternal Fleet or Sith battleships had tried to bar their way. When they had finally come out of hyperspace, it was over a world that Avaris didn't recognize. A green world with a few inland seas and several large mountain ranges. An attractive world, she had to admit. When she reached out with the Force, she sensed nothing in the way of real civilization. The world felt, young in the Force, like it had only just decided in the last few centuries that it would support sentient life. A primordial world, no real use to anyone just yet, too young to be exploited for resources, and life only just beginning to crawl across its surface. A hideaway if she had ever seen one. The perfect place to go unnoticed. The rapid changes in the developing world would shield them from most Force wielders, provided they didn't know exactly where to look. Terra Valentine brought the ship down through the gray clouds, and soon the Stolen Heart was cruising over a large grassy plain. The sight stirred something in Avaris, a sense of familiarity, bordering on homesickness. Ordana. The Dark Lord shook her head, silencing the thought with a snarl. That thought was weakness. It was a Kira thought, and Kira Lilos was no more. She had been expunged, her body laid to rest on Corbin. There was no Kira, only Avaris, or Avi to those who knew her well. Avaris had no time for thoughts of home. The galaxy was her home now. And soon she would claim it. The ship made for a lone rock formation in the middle of the plains. At first glance, it didn't seem like much, but as they drew closer, Avaris realized that this place was not quite what it seemed. A large section of the grassy plain had been burned away by years of extreme heat, ships coming and going, she supposed, in the rock formation, though it appeared solid from the air, seemed to open up at its base, likely leading to a network of caves underground. A terrorist hideaway, Avaris thought. That is how the Sith military would look at such a place, but now, she couldn't afford to have such sweeping judgments. After all, she would be classified by a terrorist soon by Acina, if she wasn't already, to Acina and any other Sith Lord that chose to lick the boots of Arkan. That realization didn't bother her. If I must play the villain to save my people, so be it, Avaris thought. In time they would understand that all she had done was for the greater good, a new age of order and security throughout the Empire, and if she played it right, few Imperial citizens would die. The ship touched down lightly, proof of the skill of Captain Valentine. Avaris and her party joined Finn and his Padawan at the boarding ramp. A single man emerged from the caves to greet them, a grain-fierce-looking officer clad in the combat suit of a commando. It had taken him only a minute to notice Avaris, recognize her. She had just opened her mouth to greet him when he shoved a blaster in her face. And now, here they were. Most amusing. The soldier didn't back down. If Avaris was to guess, she would say the man was in his mid to late 40s, perhaps almost 50. Yet, despite his age, he retained the strength of a soldier. His eyes were cold and hard, eyes that had seen much, far more than most eyes see in one lifetime. Avaris was familiar with such eyes, and Delilas had looked on his daughter with such eyes once. Eyes that spoke of harsh deeds, and a hope that his child, his sweet little blossom, would never see such deeds herself. A hope that had been dashed years ago, a fate she had come to accept. It had all been for the best. This man was like Delilas. He knew war, and had seen it in all its terrible glory. A warrior for the Republic, no doubt. And he knows me, so much so that he wants to kill me. She found the urge to giggle. She was not sure if she should be pleased or frightened. So here they stood, soldier and Sith Lord, both on the verge of setting off a bloodletting that could end all that Avaris desired before it even started. Could she kill him? Sure, she knew many ways to deal death, hundreds of sweet, fruity flavors of murder. She stayed her hand. It would not do to kill an ally on the first day. Sadly, the soldier didn't share such an idea. He continued to glare daggers at her. I ought to kill you right now. The man snarled, his finger never leaving the firing stud, his grip on the weapon steady. This man was used to killing in close quarters, no hesitation, and no doubt. A soldier born and bred, a necessary thing in these uncertain times. The Dark Lord said nothing, not wanting to provoke him yet. She still knew so little about him. She was curious. The air was thick with tension. It almost smelled of murder. Zay and Timon watched, almost awestruck. Agony stood ready, her hand on her weapon. Finn, being Finn, tried to intervene. What are you doing, Colonel? He now stood at her side, almost shielding her from his ally. He was shocked by their reception, an unexpected welcome to be sure. Her dream friend would defend her if he needed to, but didn't want to harm someone he knew and respected if Avaris was reading his emotions right. So much for safety, she thought dryly, staring down the barrel of the Republic soldier's blaster. Her golden eyes never left the soldiers. He watched her with a sense of lethal intent. The colonel glared at Finn. I see why Master Jazz didn't tell me which Sith we were bringing in. He knows what this woman did. Finn didn't answer. Avaris knew he would protect her if it came to that, but for the moment, he seemed content to sit back and watch, Perhaps he had faith that the man wouldn't pull the firing stud. Avaris, she was not so sure. Anger had a way of getting what it desired. I won't miss at this range, Sith, he promised her, and this weapon can take your Griffin head off before you can bring any of your dark side tricks to bear. Such language, Avaris thought with a sneer of distaste, much like the blaster itself. In the years she had spent in the Sith Order, she had come to see all blaster weapons for the clumsy and inelegant things that they truly were, useful, perhaps, but they could not hold a candle to the lightsaber, which offered so many amusing and savage ways to end lives. The Dark Lord felt Agony's fury as she watched the display, her hand on the hilt of her double-bladed saber ready to bring the weapon up and around. You harm her, Avaris' friend and ally hissed, and you will be dead before the echo of that blaster shot fades. She felt the soldier tense, ready to roll back after firing, maybe to pull a grenade or some other mundane trick. Fear not, Lord Agony, Avaris said in a soothing voice. This will not escalate any further, not unless I wish it. She gave the soldier a wicked smile. Threatening the life of a Dark Lord is a killing offense, sir, but I'm willing to let it slide, this time. We are all here for the same reason, is that not true, Colonel? The man didn't waver, he remained committed. Finn moved to his side. Chris, he murmured, careful not to provoke the other man, put the weapon down. You knew that we were bringing in Sith allies today. Finn's expression turned cold. We can't afford to be stopped by past grudges. From the way the soldier was glaring, Avaris could tell this went far beyond a mere grudge. This was about blood. The colonel wanted her blood. The man ground his teeth. Izzy Dragan, he said flatly. Who? Avaris said, batting her eyes innocently. Izzy Dragan, she was a trooper under my command, and you murdered her, Sith. Can you be more specific? I've killed so many Republic troops. Anger flashed in the colonel's eyes, but he held it in check. Finn gave her a confused look, likely not understanding why she was provoking the man. He wouldn't understand. Avi, Finn cautioned. Agony giggled. The shadows embrace. The colonel snarled. She was the trooper that stayed behind. She triggered the explosive that blew that nightmare ship straight to hell. The man's eyes narrowed dangerously. You should have gone with it. I don't know how you escaped, but... Avaris' smirk turned predatory. The shadows embrace. Ah. Now I know what this is all about, and who was pointing the blaster. Colonel Chris Capistan, I presume. The man didn't respond. He didn't need to. She knew his name and her research into Finn, Jaz Darbin and their allies. Capistan's name had come up several times. A dangerous man, a man not to be trifled with, but Avaris had been so bored living in hiding all these months. She was eager to cause some trouble, and if it resulted in the death of a troublemaker, so be it. He started this after all, even Finn could not deny it. She would happily finish it. Chris Capistan, she repeated, leader of the Republic's so-called Survivor Squad. Insurgent, saboteur, and terrorist. She bowed her head respectfully. A pleasure to meet you. If Colonel Capistan was insulted, or pleased, he didn't show it. Again, the blaster didn't waver. Terrorist, he growled. That is funny considering the horrors that were being bred on that ship of yours. Avaris shrugged. She didn't deny it. The Shadow's Embrace was a research vessel, a military research vessel, and she had been the Sith put in charge of the main project being conducted there. Project Death Knell. Izzy Dragan, she said thoughtfully. That was the trooper's name, the one who had been exposed. The one you left behind. The blaster didn't waver in the man's hand. Yet, he did not. She lost everything before the end. She was dying, and had barely any will left. She was only just able to complete the mission. All she could do was obey, be led around, and follow orders. That is what Death Knell was designed for, Avaris said dismissively. We had hoped to find a way to give all people access to the power of the dark side, but such things are not easily accomplished. Death Knell was flawed. It brought obedience and a quick death, but little else. She shrugged. What do you want from me, Colonel? An apology for doing my duty. I want to drag you before the courts for war crimes, Sith, and I want to watch them sentence you to death. She shouldn't have provoked him, but she couldn't help herself. She smiled widely. I don't recognize the law of your republic. I will never accept the verdict of your courts, and even if I did, am I truly to blame for what happened? You could have shot the girl yourself, ended her pain. What? No, you chose to make use of her. You chose to abandon her while you and your fellows ran away. Avi, Finn said, looking back and forth between them, the soldier and the Sith Lord. He could likely sense what was coming. She certainly could. Stop. She ignored his request. She was angry now. How dare this mundane challenge her? She could have stopped, tried to defuse the situation, but she simply didn't feel like it. This was the most fun she had had in months. She wanted to hurt him. She needed to hurt him. You left her behind. You abandoned her. You did? The poor girl. You left her to die at the mercy of your enemies. You chose to use her one last time. In a way that only a Sith would be proud of, you left her behind to try and murder me, and you nearly succeeded. I escaped with some difficulty, I assure you. Still, well done. Avaris clapped. Props for you. Capistan hissed. He was almost there, almost. Avaris decided to twist the blade, push him over the edge. She no longer cared about keeping things civil. She wanted blood. She reached out with the force. The man's emotions were so close to the surface, easy prey. She gestured with her left hand. The glamour she wore reconfigured. She appeared not as herself, but as the Republic soldier, as the doomed girl, Izzy Dragon, how she looked in the Colonel's nightmares. Her skin deathly pale, and sweaty as she continued to dissolve from the inside out, her eyes as yellow as anyone deep in the dark side. For the Republic, the false Izzy said in a dead monotone, for you, Colonel. Capistan had heard enough. He pressed the firing stud. Time seemed to slow down. Everyone stood frozen in that one perfect moment. Avaris grinned from ear to ear. Finally, she thought. Someone with some balls. The blaster didn't fire. It couldn't. The force was with her. She held the firing stud frozen in place. Capistan's eyes widened in disbelief. He tried to fire again and again. Nothing. Avaris giggled. Frustrating, isn't it? Impossible, he murmured. No, she said, shaking her head. My master once did something similar to me. He froze my lightsaber. I had it pointed at his heart, and he wouldn't let me activate the blade. Avaris took a step back. Here, she said, let me help. She reached out with the force and yanked the blaster from the Colonel's hand. It flew into her hand. She took aim. Inelegant things, she knew, but useful, and so poetic. Tell Izzy I said hello. She fired the weapon. Bam! Avaris cried out in pain. The blaster pooped like a balloon as her shot was spoiled. A sniper bolt from the rocky outcropping, destroying it. The blast went wide, hitting nothing. The ruined weapon fell from her hand as the Dark Lord's rage exploded. It had been held in check for too long. Now, it was out. Dead men, she thought. I'm surrounded by dead men. She pirouetted around and drew her lightsaber with an angry snarl, its blade flashing into existence with an evil hiss. Capistan fell back, drawing a wicked-looking combat knife. Dead man. The Dark Lord snarled like an angry Tukada. Pub dog. I'll. Enough. The voice was loud enough to shock everyone out of the spell that the potential violence had woven. Even the two Sith jumped. Avaris whirled, ready to meet this new threat. Capistan spun as well. Master Jazz, he called out, the switch. Enough. Again, the Jedi Master called out, his voice booming like thunder, enhanced through the Force. Avaris paused. About time, she thought, part glad and part disappointed. She would have enjoyed killing the foolish soldier, reveling in his failure to avenge his fallen ally. Still, that wasn't part of the plan. She could be patient. She could wait. She deactivated her lightsaber, doing her best to push down the bloodlust that tried to spring up. Avaris took a deep breath and smiled. Master Jazz, she said, bowing respectfully. It has been some time. Jazz Darbin stood before the entryway, At his side, a graying woman holding a sniper rifle, the one who had saved Capistan from feeling the justice of the Sith. Avaris tried not to think on that. There would be time to settle accounts later. Besides, she would not challenge Jas Dar Ben until she was ready. On her terms, not his. The Jedi hadn't changed much, dressed in his black pants and shirt, the same old Nerf hide jacket she remembered from their previous adventures. The Force radiating with his disappointment. He shook his head and pinned the Republic colonel with a disapproving gaze. "You know better than that, Chris," he said. "You are not some green ensign anymore." The soldier took the rebuke in stride. He took a shuddering breath, blowing out his anger. He met the older Jedi with a morose look. "My apologies, Jas." It was not the Jedi that responded, but the woman. She gave the colonel a sympathetic look. "Izzy's death wasn't your fault, Chris." She shot Avaris a disapproving gaze. "Consider yourself lucky that I only shot the blaster, Sith. I could have taken your hand." "You would have tried," Avaris purred. "But ask yourself, what if you missed?" "I would have." "Stop it." Finn finally got between Avaris and his comrades. He was glaring at her, his anger flowing outward through their connection and into her. It stopped her in her tracks, silencing her from saying anything else. "Finn, Not another word." Her mouth snapped shut. Finn sighed and shook his head. "So, this is how it is going to be. We're going to do the Zackles' work for them now. Are you content with letting Arcan rule over your empire, Avi? Is that how the mighty Sith Empire wants to survive?" Avaris didn't answer. She was surprised by the sudden show of power, the anger that was in his voice. It excited her, even as she felt stung from his rebuke. She didn't like being talked down to, but this was Finn, so. She had no problem with male authority, especially when it was one she desired. She bowed respectfully. My apologies, Finn," she said. I let my temper get the better of me. I'm far too passionate sometimes. I shouldn't have." She looked at both the Jedi and the soldier. "I offer my apologies to you as well, Master Jas, and to you, Colonel." She lowered her eyes sympathetically. "I should not have pushed the Colonel. Arcan is my enemy, not any of you." Finn nodded. She sensed he believed her. Master Jas, the sniper, and the Colonel, not so much. We will need to work on this, she thought. As Finn said, the galaxy was at stake. They needed to focus on that. Jas nodded. He seemed willing to let any further matters between them lie, for now. He turned to Finn and Captain Valentine. "Did you have any trouble on the way back?" "We encountered a rogue Sith dreadnought," Captain Valentine informed him, "and a Zackle patrol. Nothing we couldn't handle, Uncle Jas." The Jedi Master then turned to Avaris. "Are you hurt?" She looked down at her hand. It stung and was a little red from the blaster bolt, but was otherwise fine. She turned to the sniper and smiled. "An excellent shot." "Thanks," the woman said, nodding. Avaris noticed she was wearing a Sith officer's cap, one with the blaster burned through the top. "Sunner doesn't miss," Capistan said. Avaris blinked. "Sunner. Major Galadriel Lock," the sniper said. "Republic Fleet." Avaris nodded. Ah. Another name she had heard of, another Survivor Squad veteran. It seemed that Jas Dar Ben had not wasted any time in drawing his old allies into this. Good. They would need all the help they could get if they were to survive and complete their mission. Or rather, her mission. The Dark Lord turned to Master Jas. "But Nico said you had a plan," she asked. "The beginnings of one," he admitted. "Zackle has us outnumbered and outgunned. That didn't stop us when the Sith came knocking," Major Locke said, giving Avaris a cool look. "Desperation can sometimes breed brilliance," Avaris said, "and I think few of you will doubt that we are desperate. Zackle, if left unchecked, will destroy everything we have spent our whole lives fighting for." "Arcan is not invincible," Finn said. "The fact that we are able to gather here is proof of that." Capistan nodded. "This war isn't over," he agreed. "It hasn't even started yet." "Bold sentiment, Colonel," Agony said, finally adding her opinion, "but that is all it is for the moment. Sentiment." Avaris chuckled. trust her best friend to give her the opening she was waiting for. We need something more, yes. Something to inspire those that would stand up to Arkan, show them that the fight isn't done. I take it you have an idea or two on that subject, Sith. I do indeed, Colonel Capistan, she answered with a cruel smile. She laughed lightly. It is funny, isn't it? A few moments ago, we were ready to kill each other, and now, here we are, me ready to betray my people for the chance to save them, and you, to let someone you see as a murderer help you save yours. Avaris shook her head. War does make strange bedfellows, doesn't it? Which? The word came almost as a bark from the shadows, a very familiar cry. Avaris paused, the force shifted, revealing a very familiar presence. She frowned. Great, she thought, narrowing her eyes. Her, I should have known. Another Jedi rose from the hidden base, a Jedi that Avaris knew very well. Some might have mistaken her for a Cathar or a woman from Yuvina, but in truth the Jedi was nothing of the sort. She was a failed Sith experiment, and an enemy that Avaris desired to destroy above all else. She hadn't changed over the years, the same large dark eyes, the thin fuzz-like fur that covered her body, and the huge paws and feet that marked her monstrous nature. Of course, Avaris thought, why wouldn't she be here? She always turned up where she wasn't wanted, or needed. Shireville, Avaris said, bowing with mock sweetness in her voice, it has been a long time, hasn't it, mongrel? The former Sith experiment turned Jedi growled. That it has, which she spat, that it has. Avaris might have let things in there, but she had no desire to see her hated rival have the last word. She turned Jaz Darbin, their de facto leader, she supposed. My party and I are tired, Master Jaz. If your allies would be so kind to show Agony and Zay to our quarters, you and I have a matter to discuss. I see, the Jedi said, and what might those be? Something to prove my value, of course. She gave Colonel Capistan a venomous look. We are allies after all, aren't we? Jaz, Finn, Shira, and Locke all looked at the Colonel. He shifted uncomfortably, but finally nodded. Yes, he said, we're allies, and we welcome your aid, Sith. Please, Colonel, she smirked, call me Affy. He didn't. The memory of his dead trooper still stood between them, but that was fine. Jaz was letting her in. What she offered was valuable. He could not refuse. So, the Dark Lord said, our first mission, consider it a test of my loyalty. You won't regret it? She turned to her new allies, her pawns. She batted her eyes innocently. Trust me. Chapter 10. They're not buying this, Major, Tara Valentine said with a worried look. We may need to get out of here fast. Galadriel Locke nodded grimly from her place in the co-pilot seat. Yet, she didn't give the order to run, not yet at least. Good, Avaris thought with a hint of a smile on her lips. She had told her new allies going in this wasn't going to be easy. It pleased her that they had some courage, even if they were both Republic dogs. Avaris leaned back in the officer's chair, staring out the viewport at the space station in the distance. She took comfort from the familiar sights and smells of a Sith shuttle she had ridden in many since beginning her training so long ago, though she had to admit that this one had been tainted, stolen by Republic saboteur, and likely used many times to harm the Empire she had been raised to love. It was almost enough to make her want to bash in the heads of the two women before her, almost. She glared down at her two pilots, both pubs dressed in Imperial uniforms. It sickened her sensibilities, but she did her best to hold any disdain in check. She massaged the bridge of her nose, halting the headache that wanted to come into being. Stinking pubs. Still, what choice did she really have? You used the tools you had available. How else could one hope to achieve greatness? Any path to greatness began with a single step, and this one was in the form of a gift. A gift of death to her new allies. The first step on her road to the throne. Avaris had risen to the top once. She was eager to do so again. You both need to relax, she said, brushing a bit of lint from her black cloak. It was not as grand as the one she had worn to Dark Council meetings, but then again, she was not here as a Dark Council member, she was here as an agent of Darth Ravage, and had been sent to fulfill his desires At least, that is what the Sith stationed here were told. We're within weapons range, Sith, Valentine reminded her. I'm surprised you're not more worried. Avaris sniffed. Her manner remained cool and indifferent. The pubs didn't understand. Imperial thrived on bureaucracy. It was amazing they could do anything without the guidance of their masters. They need to verify the codes we gave them, which is likely not easy considering the state the Empire is in right now. Terra Valentine looked back over her shoulder, her green eyes meeting the Dark Lord's gold ones. What if they changed the codes? Didn't you say you have been in exile for over a year? I have been, yes, but these are not my personal codes. They are executive codes reserved for use by the Dark Council and the Emperor's office. A holdover from the days when we still hid from your republic. Changing such codes were difficult, because it sometimes became necessary for a Dark Lord to be out of contact for months, even years at a time. The Major nodded. As a senior officer, she likely understood what that meant. Your Empire wouldn't want to leave their own stranded, she murmured as she continued to watch the ship's sensors. The codes had to remain valid, in case some Dark Lord needed to send word back home. Exactly, Major, Avaris said, clapping slowly. Exactly that. That seemed to put her two escorts at ease, for the moment at least. Avaris was not worried. The Force would warn her if things turned ugly. They could afford to be patient a bit longer. The codes were a useful tool, the Dark Lord acknowledged, but also a bit of a nuisance. Her enemies back on Ordana had used those same executive codes to sow chaos and division on her home world. She had put a stop to that, and now, the time had come to put a stop to the rest of her enemies, both in the service of Zakuul and the light side of the Force. She intended to do both, with a single brilliant stroke. A gift of death. Major Locke didn't respond to her compliment. She barely acknowledged Avaris at all. She simply continued to watch the station before them, keeping an eye on their power levels, just in case they started to charge weapons. If they did, they would need to flee quickly. Though, Avaris didn't think it would be necessary. The codes were good, as was the fear she was sensing from the station. Zakuul may have hobbled the Empire, but its troopers still feared the Sith Masters. They wouldn't risk angering someone from the Dark Council. They wouldn't dare. Come on, she thought, your master has sent us. Let us aboard. Her golden eyes narrowed. Come on, take the bait. Finally, the comm system crackled to life. Locke answered, audio only. This is Shuttle Eclipse 5. Eclipse 5, this is Station Control. Please proceed to Hangar Bay 3. Do not deviate from your present course. The two pups looked at each other and nodded. A sense of relief radiated out through the Force. Avaris' smile widened. There, you see, she said jovially. You're welcome. Captain Valentine fired up the main drive, following the station's beacon to their destination. If everything went as planned, they would soon be docked in one of the main hangar bays, and from there receive 4 large containers filled with some of the most lethal small arms and explosives that the Empire produced. A fitting gift for a group looking to fight a guerrilla war against a superior force. Darth Avaryss' gift to Jaz Darbin and his allies. The first of many, though, they would not all be pleasant. This is only the first step, the Dark Lord realized. They need to trust me as we move forward. It is the only way to guarantee success. Avaris rose from the command chair and made her way back into the cargo section. Proceed as ordered, she said. We can afford no slip-ups. The 2 Republic officers didn't respond, not that she expected them to. She was still an outsider to them. They only tolerated her because they needed the codes and the weapons she had promised. A small gift that will pay off in large dividends later, but first the pubs had to play their part. Avaris had gotten them in, now it was up them. Only one other person had accompanied them. Master Jaz had thought it wise not to put too many of his best people in harm's way. Not on Avaris' word, not until she had proven her value. She smiled at her companion, the only other Force user present. We've been clear to land, Mongrel. I do hope you are ready to play your role. Shireville growled. The Jedi Knight was clad in the armor of a Sith Marauder, armor that the common Imperial would expect to be worn by a Lord's bodyguard. Not that my safety matters a whit to her, Avaris thought, smiling. She continued to smile at her old rival. The beast would happily tear her throat out, if she were allowed. So you got us in, the Jedi responded, picking up the helmet that would soon cover her features. You had doubts? Avaris asked. You surprised me, beast. I thought you knew better than to underestimate me. Shira gave her a toothy grin of her own. Oh, I do know you, Sith, she replied. I know how it looks to see you run away. Avaris smirked. If the Jedi thought to bait her, she was gravely mistaken. The past was in the past. Avaris had laid it to rest. All that concerned her now was the future. You're still annoyed with me for what happened between us on Voss, Avaris sneered. If it makes you feel any better, neither of us got what we wanted out of that mess. Shira growled, a low menacing sound in the back of her throat. Mess? Is that what you call what happened? Avaris shrugged. What should I call it? The beast girl snarled. You killed an innocent man, a good man. Again, the Sith Lord shrugged. Technically, that was Mr. Rink that shot that Voss you were with. Besides, it isn't like you didn't get anything out of it. You made me look like a fool before my master. Shira's eyes widened, shock radiated through the Force. Is that supposed to make it better? Avaris sniffed dismissively. What is the life of one Voss in the name of the galaxy as a whole? In the life of destiny, where the Empire itself is the prize. You made me bleed that day, mongrel. You hurt my plans, stalled them, but you did claim a victory that day. The Jedi's large hands clenched. She looked about to reach for her lightsaber. She resisted that temptation. A shame, Avaris thought. Such a shame. That Voss had a name, the Jedi continued. It was Arnla, an innocent man who only wanted to make his world safe, and you had your pet murder him as you ran away. Avaris snorted at that last part. Innocent, she spat. There is no such thing. All are guilty of something, and all deserve to be punished, from the highest lord to the lowest slave. Does that include you? Which? Shira asked. Of course, Avaris said, and if my enemies ever get the chance, they will try. Of course, they will still have to capture me first, and that will not be easy. The Dark Lord sneered. Innocence and goodness are an illusion, mongrel. You need to learn to accept that, or you will not find true freedom in this galaxy. The Sith smiled serenely. I know. Freedom, the Jedi hissed. To do what? To fulfill your desires, of course, and I think I can guess what at least one of those is. The Jedi didn't take her eyes off her, but she kept her desires in check. Go ahead, Avaris thought. Try it. Try and strike me down. Shira would lose, of course, but it would be a good first step. Avaris could sense the hate swelling in the girl's breast. Despite her training, despite her allegiance to the Jedi Order, the dark side had had a hand in creation. It would always have some hold over her. She would always be that fool Terex creature, and that was simply the way it was. The tension held for another few moments, as the shuttle grew closer to their destination. Well, the Dark Lord thought. I'm waiting. Shira didn't rise to the bait. She held her temper. Finally, her rival took a shuddering breath, and her anger went with it. Why do you do this now? We're on mission, and you try to anger me. To serve the mission, of course, my sweet little cur, Avaris replied. If a Sith comes to meet us in the docking bay, you need to be feeling at least some anger. Another Force user would expect that. Given your station, you are supposed to be a Sith marauder. What marauder walks around without at least some flicker of anger blazing in their heart? Avaris pulled up her hood, hiding her features, leaving only her golden eyes blazing beneath her cowl, that in her wide white smile. We need to keep up appearances, don't you agree? Shira didn't respond with words. Perhaps she didn't trust herself to respond. She simply put on her helmet and locked it into place. Just focus on getting us what you promised, Sith. Again, the Dark Lord almost laughed. Trust me, my friend, she purred. I promise you will get everything that is coming to you, and more. She giggled. So, much more. The shuttle began its final approach, its wings folding upward. It is time, Avaris thought. Let us begin. Welcome, my lord. Welcome, it has been too long. Avaris nodded as she made her way down the shuttle's boarding ramp, a disguised Shire Veal at her side. 6 Sith troopers stood on a guard for them, protecting the commanding officer who had been sent to meet them. Avaris turned on the charm. "Greetings, Captain," she said in her most convincing Dromedcast accent. "Darth Ravage sends his regards." Hearing their master's name relaxed the captain, a wiry, dark-skinned man with cold black eyes. She could sense his desire to gain the favor of his master, but that was not surprising. Darth Ravage had always preferred the company of sycophants. His reaction in the Force disgusted her. She preferred servants who had a bit of backbone. The fool captain practically radiated gratitude. He never would have guessed that she was not here under orders from that fool Ravage. "We had hoped to hear from the Lord Councilor," the officer continued. "We have continued on as commanded, but after what we heard from our last supply ship." "Fear not, Captain," she said, stopping him in his tracks. "Our master continues to fight on, and with the aid of his loyal followers, we shall prevail." The man nodded, glad to hear that his master had not fallen to the enemy. Foolish dog, she thought. In truth, she didn't know Ravage's fate. He could be dead now. When the Zakuul attacks had begun in earnest, she had been one of the first to seek shelter from that particular storm. Ravage had stayed, and might have paid the ultimate price, no great loss, as far as she was concerned. Yet, he had been smart enough to begin stockpiling weapons and other supplies, perhaps expecting for the Empire to go into hiding again. Not an easy challenge considering the power they now faced from the Eternal Fleet, but nothing was impossible. Ravage's last order, or so she had heard from one of her agents, was a complete communications blackout, to protect what he had hidden here. So, here these soldiers had sat for months, not knowing about the war, or what was happening in the galaxy. They welcomed any news at this point. How lucky for them, that she had come at last. She could sense the relief of the officer stationed here, knowing that they still contributed to the war effort, and had not been forgotten. A foolish sentiment, but a useful one. "I am Lord Fallon," she said. "This is my servant, Scrape. Our time has finally come. Captain, the Empire is finally ready to begin moving against the filth that has opposed our destiny for too long." "And glad I am to hear it, my lord," the captain said, grinning widely. "The stage is set, dear Captain," she continued. "The players have taken their marks, and now, all they require is the tools to begin our new campaign." "The invaders will be driven off, my lord," the captain said. "The weapons that we have stored here are ready, just waiting to find their way into skilled hands." The man licked his lips eagerly. "My people are eager to join the fight. First, this new enemy, and then it is on to Coruscant to finish what we started. The Republic and Jedi will be overwhelmed." Avaris paused, wondering if Shira would take offense to the man's statement. She didn't. She maintained her Jedi calm. "Fortunate, indeed. They will get their chance," she assured the officer. "For now you must continue to guard this cache. We shall return soon to gather more supplies, and bring stories of our latest victories." "I'm most eager to hear them, my lord, for the Empire." "Yes," she smirked, "for the Empire." She looked at the loading crew standing near the back. "To work, all of you," she shouted. "Get this ship loaded." Avaris smirked and looked over at Shira. "Sea mongrel," she wanted to say, "all too easy." "We?" "A moment, my lord." Avaris paused. "What is it, Captain? History is on the move." The man gave her an uncomfortable look. "There is one last matter, my lord. Lord Ravage's chain code. We need it for the release of the shipment." Avaris frowned. "Chain code? What?" She knew nothing of any chain codes. Her agents had not informed her of this. She had the Empire's executive codes. Those should have been enough. "My lord," the man said respectfully, "the chain code, please." Avaris fought the urge to curse under her breath. Damn Ravage. Damn him. Ravage had always struck her as a Sith with little vision or imagination. The idea of a chain code to protect his holdings was inspired. She might have come up with something similar herself. Who knew the man was capable of adaptation? It was annoying. Shira glanced over at her, The mongrel didn't need to speak for Avaris to see the question there. It was clear. Well, what now? Avaris smiled. She had an idea. Oh, yes. The chain code, she said dismissively. Yes, of course, I have it right here. She reached into her robe, but was quickly becoming aware of the change in the hangar. The guards were growing suspicious, and the officer, despite his gratitude of hearing from his master, was growing that way too. Ravage might have warned these men of potential thieves. Perhaps they had dealt with others already. She became aware of the heavy turrets mounted through the station's hangar. 4 of them. Those guns could rip an unshielded shuttle to pieces. She looked over at Shira. The mongrel had not moved, though she did tilt her head. Do you have a plan B? She asked in a low voice. My lord, the captain said again, his hand reaching for his sidearm. A shiver ran down Avaris' spine. No more time, but she didn't need any. Yes, she had a plan B and a plan D. She grinned. Of course, Captain, of course, she said, bowing respectfully, her voice both sweet and venomous. Here is my authorization. She reached out with the force, snatching her lightsaber from her belt, its crimson blade ignited with an evil hiss. She ducked under the weapon as it spun like a saw blade, taking the heads of the captain and his troopers, the multiple crystals giving the lightsaber extra length. Ravage's pawns died with barely a whimper, the captain with a look of shock and surprise on his face. Avaris laughed. Plan B, beheading. Plan D, decapitation. And we are just getting started. She gestured as she caught her weapon in her right hand. The bodies of the slain flew upward, spoiling any shots from the turrets above. Shira, anticipating the threat, threw her own lightsaber. Its emerald blade spun through the air and struck each of the 4 turrets in turn, disabling them. Alarms suddenly blared overhead. Warning lights flashed, as the hangar was filled with the cacophony of slaughter and war. Avaris laughed. After a year of inaction, she was finally back in her element. Darth Fear had known it from the beginning. From Tatooine to Ordana, she was a Sith born to slaughter. It didn't have to be this way, she thought, but she was glad that it was. We could have done this clean, but... She chuckled. So much for the easy way. Oh well. She had not massacred anyone in a long time. She feared she was getting out of practice. Time to change that. She leapt like a Tukada, springing on the workers who had failed to obey her orders. With an old Imperial Army marching tune on her lips, she began to butcher them all, till she struck down with her lightsaber. The others tasted Force lightning. The chaos made her blood race. It had been far too long. Crazy Sith. Shire growled. What are you doing? The Dark Lord didn't dignify that with an answer. What did it look like? They had no choice. They needed these weapons. They would take them, which meant we must kill them all. No witnesses. No mercy. She heard the fire of the shuttle's forward cannons. Sith troopers had begun to pour into the hangar. Major Locke was making sure they couldn't form up and attack. Let them come, Avaris purred. Let all of Ravage's rats scurry out of their holes. They were but grass, and she was a scythe. She welcomed the chance to cut them down. She had promised her new allies these weapons, and she always delivered on her promises. She dealt with the last of the troopers and turned to Shira, her eyes glowing wickedly. See to the weapons, mongrel, she said, handing her a pad from one of the slain workers. The loading process is automated to a certain point. You should be able to figure it out. And what are you going to be doing in the meantime? The Jedi asked, even though she likely knew the answer. Avaris grinned. Carnage, she said, walking away, her dark heart pounding with excitement. Don't worry, she promised. I'll be back. Avaris could not hide the spring in her step. A Sith Lord's one true gift to the galaxy was death. She smirked. She was eager to give it to the fools on this station, and to everyone else as well. It was a gift that kept on giving. Again, and again. She cackled to herself. And again? Chapter 11. He looks older than I remember. Darth Avaryss kept her expression neutral as she sat in a chair before Jazdar Ben. They had no sooner returned when the Jedi Master had summoned her to a small office within the group's underground base. He is older, she noticed, his dark hair far grayer than the last time they had fought. His eyes seemed more troubled, the wrinkles around them more pronounced. The first time she had met Jas Darben, she had not even recognized him as a Jedi. He had managed to conceal his powers from her. At the time, she had still been a fairly green apprentice, unused to meeting with Force users that drew on the power of the light. Jas Darben had taught her to be wary of the Jedi, the power he wielded. His connection to the light had shocked her. Back then, she had known that she was no match for him. His power had been too great. Though she no longer feared him, she remained careful in his presence. He still burned with the light, and the respect he had earned remained. As a Darth, she was confident that she could match him in power. Yet, any battle between them would be a struggle, a challenge that would test her abilities. Part of her craved that challenge. She wanted to face it before the Jedi became as broken down as this room. One day, she thought, yes. One day. She wrinkled her nose. This place smelled of dust and neglect. Yet, the Jedi seemed comfortable here. Perhaps he had used this workspace before. What she knew of him from reading his intelligence files is that he had worked almost exclusively with the Survivor Squad during the Sith's first war against the Republic. This place is like the Jedi himself, she realized, old and tired. He had fought 2 wars against her people, and now was caught up in a new war, not against the dark side, but something different, something that even she found troubling. These Zakuul, she didn't know what to make of them. Their warriors embraced neither the light nor the dark. They held duty to their empire above all else. Admirable, she supposed, but limiting to the Force wielder. Moderation was not the path to power. It stunted you in a way that could not be overcome, which was probably what the so-called Eternal Emperor Valkorion was going for. He had not wanted his people to evolve into a new Sith. They had been tools, nothing more. All the more reason for them to be destroyed, she thought. They were a mockery of everything the Sith were, a bad joke on the galaxy. She could not deny that she would enjoy ending that joke, once and for all, but in the meantime, she had to play the good little soldier. There were still items she needed to acquire. Jas Darben and his people could help her with that. She glanced over to her right. The hypercom was active. The blue image of Lana Beniko hovered there. Master Jas had contacted her. He wanted to see if Avaris' actions on Ravage's hidden station had had any unforeseen consequences. Once she might have been concerned about such a thing, worried that she had angered the powers that be. She no longer felt that way. That was a different Avaris. Her outlook on the things had changed drastically, but for the sake of goodwill, she said nothing and listened. No point in causing her allies any issues, not until those issues suited her in some way. I've spoken with my contacts within the Empire, the blonde Sith began. So far, no one seems to have acknowledged the attack on Darth Ravage's weapon depot, at least not publicly. Beniko turned her attention to Avaris. I was not able to speak with anyone associated with Darth Ravage. He is either dead, or so deep in hiding that he himself doesn't know about the attack. I suppose we should count ourselves as lucky. Avaris shrugged. She had no use for luck. You understand the ways of our people, Miss Beniko. If Ravage is dead, we have no concern for retaliation, and if he still lives, he is too weak to respond to the attack. She sneered at her fellow Sith. The weak are left behind. They cannot be allowed to slow the progress of the strong. Jas Darben frowned at her statement, though she didn't know why. He knew what she was. She made no apologies or excuses. She was justly proud of what she had become. And besides, it wasn't like he hadn't gotten what he needed out of the deal. Avaris had taken no chances in dealing with Ravage's fools. She had made sure that there would be no witnesses and no evidence. She had slain everyone she had found, and then set the station's reactor to overload, but not before loading as much ordnance aboard their shuttle as it could carry. It was disappointing that they had not been able to maintain the charade. It would have been nice to have been able to go back and raid that depot again. Sadly, it was not to be. Unfortunate. Master Jas turned to her. His expression remained unreadable, but she could feel him reaching out with the Force. He seemed curious about both the mission and how it had ended, beyond the field report. She was not really sure why. She had acted swiftly and decisively. What else was left to say? The weapons that Avaris has provided us with should be useful in all future operations, Jazz informed Beniko. The Jedi Master leaned back in his chair. All we need now is a target, something that will make the invaders think twice before mindlessly following Arkan's agenda. I'm looking into that matter now, Master Jazz. I should hopefully have something for you and your team soon. A hint of pleased smile came to Lana's lips. Then we can start showing people that the war is not over. A victory would be useful, Avaris agreed, but we shouldn't strike too quickly. Zakul has spies everywhere, and they will likely respond brutality if we start interfering in their plans. Like wiping out a weapons depot because you couldn't guarantee that no one would report back to their superiors about your presence there. Master Jazz asked her dryly. Avaris shrugged. That was merely a matter of maintaining security, she answered. Our security, at this early stage, must take precedence, yes. The Dark Lord grinned. We can't afford to be discovered here. Why take chances? If the Jedi agreed with her, or not, he didn't respond. He simply turned his attention back to Beniko. Is there anything else, Lana? We shouldn't keep an open channel for too long, just in case the hyper signals are being monitored. Beniko shifted uncomfortably, her golden eyes focused on Avaris. There are two matters that have come to my attention, matters that involve Lord Avaris herself. Indeed? Avaris asked, and what might those be, may I ask? Several of your former associates have disappeared recently. Intelligence on the matter is vague, but it is clear that something has happened to them. Avaris' eyes narrowed. Several possibilities came to mind. Which ones have vanished? The pilot Thranton Rink and an alien woman, a chiss named Vran, both were escorted from your former holdings on Drummond Cos, and neither have been seen since. Lana's frown deepened. Most suspicious, I dare say. Avaris nodded. Yes, it was. She understood. The second matter involves Ordana. As you know, the planet and its resources have all fallen under control of Moff Barrack Lilas. A week ago, 2 Ardanan processing centers were bombed, one in the settlement of Wuro, the other in Ord. Most unusual. Again, Avaris nodded. Processing centers. It could be leftovers from her sister's failed rebellion, she supposed. Still, even if it was, the attack was pointless. The harvest was still months away. By the time those stations were needed again, they would be rebuilt and ready to receive the next crop. There was another possibility, however. Those centers had served another purpose for her recently, if someone knew about that. She would need to give it some thought. Is that all, Lana? Master Jazz asked. For now, yes. I will calm you back later if I should hear anything else. Do that, please, Jazz said, and thank you once again. Beniko smiled. Think nothing of it. Until next time, Master Jedi. The transmission ended, leaving Avaris and Master Jazz alone again. She frowned, considering what she had been told. Rink and Vran's disappearance, it could have been Acina, or the two might have realized how much trouble they were in and chose not to return to their former stations. It had been a risk for them, staying where they were for so long, especially with Acina and Barrack making power moves. Still, she was not concerned. They were either still alive or they weren't. It was as simple as that. The processing center was more disconcerting. She would need to look into that. Eventually, she had no desire to see her own games threatened by some fool blundering around with explosives. She looked at Master Jazz. He seemed curious, though he remained silent. Is there something you need, Master? She inquired. Merely gauging your reaction, he replied. It sounds like someone has taken your people. I would have thought you would have been more angry about that. She shrugged. The disappearance of my people was not unexpected. I have many enemies back home, even after a year in exile. Any one of them might be trying to strike at me. She shook her head. The best thing that I can do now is nothing. As I said, we need to maintain our security. The mission comes first. Jazz nodded, but she got the feeling he didn't entirely accept her explanation. What? She asked. Go ahead, If you have a point to make it. The Jedi sighed. You've changed, he said. Indeed, I have, she said pleasantly. Thanks for noticing. I can't say for certain if it is a good thing, he continued. I remember how you were on the wreck, Hoth, and on Terry Station. The girl I fought with that day was not the type to dismiss the loss of an ally, not if they were close to her. He frowned. I don't think I like the fact that you could simply wave off the loss of one of your own. Your people were quite loyal to you. I remember that from the Inferno Nebula. They were, and they are, she agreed. Sadly, I can do nothing for them right now. She snorted angrily. What do you expect me to do, Master Jazz? Drop everything and go rushing off to Dromedcas? Do you think that would end well? It would be a pointless gesture. If my people are still alive, then they will find a way to safety. They are survivors. If they are dead, then all I can do is try to avenge them, but that will take time to arrange, and as of right now, Arcan and his people are the larger threat. I hope we can both agree on that. Jazz nodded, but still seemed unconvinced. I must say, I'm a little surprised, Sith. You went into exile with so few followers at your back. One ally and a slave girl. Hardly anything for a Dark Lord of the Sith to work with. You didn't even think to bring any of your apprentices along that could have aided you, I'm sure. Avaris smiled. She needed to be careful what she said now. Fortunately, she had rehearsed such questions many times in her head. She knew how to respond. My servants were scattered when my exile began, and there was no opportune time to contact them. As for my 3 apprentices, well, the title of disappointment fits them better than students. Avaris' eyes narrowed. She had had such high hopes for all of them, but in the end, they had proven themselves unworthy of her teachings. Zen had chosen Barrack over her, a foolish gesture. Necris, her Deveronian servant, was more loyal to the dark power she had learned to tap. Her necromancy made her both unpredictable and unstable. She had struck out on her own, without her master's permission. She sought powers beyond her master, powers that would give her an edge in their final confrontation. Avaris should have been proud of that, and would have been had the former Jedi not been discovered. Her arrogance had been all the proof the Dark Lord had needed to abandon her training. Necris lacked subtlety. It would not serve in the Empire. Another Dark Lord would eat her alive. As her master, Avaris would save her from such an ignoble fate. She would slay the girl herself. They would fight one day, but it would not be as teacher and pupil. It would be as rivals. On that day, Avaris would destroy her. Necris would learn the folly of her choice. Then there was Dime, her Muin apprentice. Corbin trained. He had showed a cunning that could have taken him far, but, in the end, he had become far too attached to the physical trappings of power. The last time she had heard, he had been in Hyperspace, pushing for the cartel to end his neutrality, and all the while gathering more wealth and baubles. No, Dime was far from worthy, and no longer worth her time. She had learned the hard way that desires were not the endgame for a true Sith, only power mattered. It would be another lesson that she would teach the Muin, right before she tore out his throat. Unworthy of the title of Sith, unworthy to take her place as master of her house. He was more crime boss than Sith Lord. Yet, another loose end she would need to tie up before beginning her real mission. Jazz frowned. She didn't expect a Jedi to understand. So, you have no students. None that I would consider taking over my holdings, and certainly no one with the capability to take the final step and slay me. The Jedi Master sighed. The way your order behaves, it is amazing that your empire grew as large as it has. It is hard to believe that it didn't implode from all the infighting. She saw no reason to comment further on that. An outsider, much less a Jedi, could never understand. Do not underestimate our methods, Master Jedi. Only the strong rule us, and without the test of strength, no apprentice would ever achieve their true potential. She didn't think he believed her, and quite frankly, she didn't care if he did or not. She knew the system worked. Defeating her own master in single combat had to find her. She would never accept another student that was unprepared to take up the final challenge. If an apprentice was unwilling to strike at their master, they were useless to the Sith Order, and unworthy of the Sith teachings. So, you see, Master Jazz, I did have a legitimate reason not bring my loyal followers with me into exile. I could not risk them bringing my enemies down upon me, not until I was ready. Agony is my most loyal ally, and sworn to my service. I could think of no one else to accompany me. As for Zay, well, she knows her place, and besides, what would she be without me? I couldn't risk it, leaving her behind. Zay will be no trouble, I promise. He nodded. She still doubted if he understood what it meant to be Sith. A servant of the light could never truly understand. Power was. Do you care, Avaris? The question stopped her musings in their tracks. What? It is a simple question, Jazz Darbin continued. You Sith like to say that you are superior to the Jedi because you don't hide from your emotions. You claim that you use all your passions to make yourselves stronger. We do. That is what the dark side is all about. Then, I ask you again, do you care? Is the welfare of your people important to you, or are they just tools to be tossed aside when you are done with them? Avaris frowned. She didn't want to answer. He was not like her. He couldn't understand. Is the question so hard? Avaris only just suppressed an angry hiss. Damn you, Jedi. Since claiming her new body, her restoration, she did have to admit that some things seemed distant. It was through her rage and hate that she had been reborn. Her weaker emotions could not compare to that. As for the lives of a few mundanes, even loyal ones. She shivered. She had cared about her people once. Why did the thought of it seem so pointless now? She had been a patriot once. She had loved the Empire with all her heart. She had loved her family. It had been that desire that fueled her quest to become Sith in the first place. But now, she wasn't so sure. Maybe it was some lingering effect of the transferal. Maybe something of the Jedi's detachment remained. Perhaps her lack of feeling when it came to her underling stemmed from that, a piece that was lost in the transition. Or maybe the darkness within whispered, this is what it means to truly be Sith. What do lesser beings matter? You are far more than any of them. Rink, Holly, HK, and the others, what do they matter? They are mundane, meat to be fed to the beast when they are no longer useful. The dark side's touch should have been a comfort, a reminder of why she was here, and what she hoped to gain. Instead, it left her haunted. Master Jazz's question haunted her. Why don't I care? If she tried to find the answer, she was afraid that it would undo everything she was working towards, the true plan, the reason she was here. Her goals were set. Kill her former students, seduce Finn to the dark side, find the keys, and conquer the galaxy, grind it beneath her heel. That is what mattered. What truly mattered. The Jedi couldn't know that, not yet. I need to get out of here, regroup. I can't let this old fool unsettle me. She managed to smile. Barely, she let the darkness guide her. She needed to tell the master what he wanted to hear. Do you remember one of our first conversations? Which one? He inquired. The one where we discussed the chance for peace between the Empire and the Republic. You told me that, if the right leader came along, it was possible for the Sith and the Jedi to find a rapport, a common ground of respect. Avaris leaned forward. She wanted to stress what she said next. It was not entirely the truth, but there was enough grains of truth to snare an arrogant Jedi master, or so she hoped. I could be that leader. I've sat on the Dark Council once, and more to the point, I've come to respect my enemies. Once Arcan and his people are defeated, if the Jedi and Sith work together, I believe it is possible to reform the Dark Council. It is vulnerable right now. So many of the old guard are dead or missing. If one struck fast and hard, it is possible to bring the change you desired, and in the process, I will gain the ultimate prize, the Empire itself. She smiled slyly. That is the reason that I'm here, Master Jedi. That is the reason that I'm willing to sacrifice my loyal allies. In the face of such a greater good, isn't anything worth the risk? Should we not pursue that goal without hesitation? She had thought her argument would win him over. She thought she would feel acceptance. Instead, she felt something else, a touch of sadness and weariness. You are not the first person to quote the greater good to me, Sith, and you probably won't be the last. I won't deny that I would like to see peace come to pass, but I know the desires of others, and how those desires can corrupt and destroy them. Jazz shook his head. I'm willing to accept what you say, but I would advise you to reflect on what I've asked. What is the point of saving your empire, when in the throne of you lose everything that made you want to fight for it in the first place? Avaris smiled, but inside she was fuming. How dare you lecture me? Don't you know who I am? Why don't I care? The question remained, and she feared that it would remain. Yet, now was not the time to deal with it. She pushed it aside for now. Will that be all, Master Jedi? Yes, he said with a nod. Feel free to explore our little base as you will. Make sure you and your people are comfortable. I will, and thank you again for your hospitality. It is no problem, we are all in the same fight now. He nodded respectfully to her. Dismissed. Avaris rose, eager to get away from the old man. She didn't even dare a glance back at him. He is still dangerous, the darkness whispered. He makes even a Dark Lord of the Sith question her motives. He is strong, and his words, they had left her shaken. She found herself questioning her plans. The realization was disturbing. She was right to respect him. His final dismissal should have been insulting, but in her eyes, he had earned such power. Jaz Darbin is dangerous, she thought, but in that thought came another, a more comforting one. It will be satisfying when I finally kill him. Yes, it would be most gratifying. Avaris left his room, went in search of Agony and Zay. She now had another step in completing her overall plan. Jaz Darbin would have to die before the end, but that was for another day. Other steps took precedence. First, she would check on the others, make sure they were settling in, and then she would find Finn. She needed to talk to him, start him going down the dark path. She looked forward to this part of her plan. It would be enjoyable. Finn. Even thinking his name made her shudder with pleasure. They had not seen each other in such a long time. She walked a little faster, feeling some of the old excitement. It was time to start his conversion. They needed to talk. Chapter 12. Am I dreaming this, or are you? The words were old, something that had passed between them many times, a greeting that only the two of them truly understood. I don't know, Finn replied. Does it really matter? Avaris smiled, a soft, gentle smile that few of her servants or foes would recognize. It was a smile that only Finn Shadowstone could bring out in her. The smile of her dream friend. It had not been hard to find him. It was never hard for her to find him, not if she was willing to open herself up. He had not gone far from the base. A few 100 feet away, she found him sitting on a large rocky outcropping, his legs crossed, just emerging from meditation. Avaris swallowed hard. Her throat was suddenly very dry. It was funny, after everything she had done, all she had seen and sacrificed, being here, being with Finn. It still intimidated her. She was a lord of the Sith, and yet, in his presence, she felt like an uneducated farm girl again. Such was the power of the emotions that flowed between them. The connection between them remained strong. Do not be distracted, the darkness within her whispered. You came here with a purpose. She nodded grimly. Yes, a purpose. You are the heir of the corruptor. The legacy of Darth Acina is yours. The galaxy must be saved from itself. The thought brought a smile to Avaris' face. Yes, she had to save it, but she couldn't do it alone. She refused to do it alone. She wanted Finn, and now the time had come. Now, I plant the seeds of dissent. I must make him mine. Avaris shivered with anticipation. I will not fail. She stood before him, waiting for him to make the next move. This meeting was a dance she had thought about often. Finn, he was not like the others. He was not a childish idiot like Necris, or a hypocrite like that faithless harlot Zenlure. No, Finn understood what the darkness was. He had felt its call, and turned away from it. It now fell to Avaris to make him rethink that decision. The wind of this simple world blew her hair, and tickled her face. The force flowed different here. It was not as structured as the world she had come to know well. Drummond Kaas, Corbin, and even her native Ordana all had bowed to the power of the Sith. This place was not like those worlds. It was still wild, untamed, much like the man standing before her. Finn sighed and rose to his feet. She sensed him reaching out to her, their connection in the Force always bringing them far closer than they should have been. His expression turned sad. "Tara told me what happened," he said. "The weapons depot. I take it that wasn't part of your original plan." His comment made her eyes narrow. She didn't like that question, the tone of it. "Are you judging me?" she inquired. He shook his head. "Merely questioning what happened. We are trying to build an alliance to oppose a deadly enemy. It seems counterproductive to kill those that might have become our allies." She was about to lash out at him. "How dare he judge me for what happened, he? Be cautious," the dark side whispered. "You are here to win him to your side, not to argue, and certainly not to alienate him." She took a shuddering breath and gathered her wits. There were alternatives to anger, and as a lord, she needed to use those alternatives from time to time. That was one lesson that her master had not taught her. It was something she had needed to learn on her own, but it had served her well. "Ravage's agents caught me off guard," she said dismissively. "The deaths on that station were unfortunate, but necessary to continue our plans." Finn nodded. He could sense that she was not lying to him. They had never lied to each other. If the galaxy had one truth, that was it. She would never lie to Finn Shadowstone. She might not tell him the full truth, but she would never lie. She prepared herself to face another rebuke, another series of Jedi platitudes about working together and building alliances. Again, he surprised her. "Are you okay?" The question caught her off guard, made her blink with surprise. "What? Are you okay?" he repeated. "It can't be easy, killing your own kind, not when you know that a larger enemy waits to be dealt with." Avaris' brow furrowed. She was unused to such questions. It had been a long time since someone had inquired after her mental state, not without motives of their own driving the question. How long had it been since someone asked, simply because they cared? As always, Finn was someone different, someone far more than others she had dealt with since leaving the simple life of a farm girl behind. "Be honest," the darkness advised, "but be careful. Do not let him fool you." Avaris looked away. She let him sense her regret, or rather as much regret as she allowed herself these days. "I can't deny that I found the whole matter wasteful. Had we been able to establish a true contact among Darth Ravage's people, that would have been ideal, but that was impossible. There was no time, and I had no leverage to begin such negotiations." The Dark Lord sighed. "It is funny. I joined the Sith Order to both avenge my family and aid the Empire, my people, and yet..." She chuckled mirthlessly. "I believe that I've been forced to kill more Sith than I have those outside the Empire. It seems that no matter what I do, it always comes back to the power games of the Dark Council and our superiors." "It is not so different in the Republic now," Finn said with a shrug. "The Senate continues to function, but now it does so under the watchful eye of the Eternal Throne. The government seeks only to preserve its own power, not help those that are being hurt beneath Arkan's heel." Finn clenched his fists. "It feels like it did after the temple fell. It feels like surrender." Anger sparked within her dream friend. Avaris felt it, a gentle ripple, controlled, mostly, but one, nonetheless. "And there it is," she thought, suppressing a smile. It was that flickering ember that she would need to nurture. The anger that Finn had felt as a boy was still there. She needed to pour fuel on that fire. She would turn that ember into an inferno, and then he would be hers. "I'm starting to realize that there is little difference between your Senate and our Dark Council, both so afraid of losing their power, of doing what is necessary for the greater good." Finn smirked at her. "Is that why you are here, Avi? Are you fighting for the greater good?" "I've come because I desire to see the Empire survive, to flourish again. It cannot do that with Arkan looking over our shoulders, that Anne. She paused, not for pain, but for dramatic effect. This was another step in the dance, a means of testing her partner, see how far he was willing to go. I also came because of you. It feels right that I should be here now. It feels like the time has finally come for us to be together, to fight together. He blushed slightly at her comment about them being together. She gave him that shy smile again. Please tell me that you feel it too. Tell me that I'm not wrong. Now it was his turn to pause. She felt a sense of tense anticipation. Would he make the move that she desired, or would he take the Jedi path? She had offered him the chance to take the next step. Would he take it, or remain the Jedi fool he was trained to be? Come on, Finn. Come on. She started to look away, to walk away, sensing rejection. She would need to come at this from another direction. She wouldn't give up, but... He reached out to her, took her hand, his touch firm, but gentle, holding her in place. She met his eyes. She could see his desire there, and sense it through their connection. You are not wrong, he confessed. It does feel right that we are here, that we stand together now. She let him lead her off. They walked together, not as Jedi and Sith, but man and woman. He wanted to explore this feeling, this moment. Avaris held back a cunning smile. He had taken the first step. The dance could continue. They walked together, close enough, yet maddeningly not. Their fingers kept brushing against each other, the slightest touch sending electricity up her arm. They were not holding hands, but part of her desired it. She wanted to reach out, take his hand in hers, but that could cause trouble so early in the game. It was hard balancing one's emotions, especially when one's desire was so close. A Sith was no Jedi. They were passionate and wore their hearts on their sleeve. Yet, she could resist. She could do it and would do it. She trusted that her Sith pride would help her stay focused, stay on task. A desire could become a weakness if you let it. She would have him, but in due time and on her terms. She knew the dangers of following her heart. She had learned that lesson the hard way. Her thoughts returned to her days on Korriban, her first real adult relationship. She had let her feelings for Fel blind her, those feelings. They had made her sloppy. Fel. Even today his death haunted her. She had thought she had left it in the past, that her ending his abomination of a life on Terry Station had closed that chapter. She was surprised that it chose to rear up now and try to distract her. It is nothing, the darkness within whispers, echoes of a forgotten time, a time best forgotten. Let go of it. It was Kira that was romanced by Fel, you're not her. You are Avaris. The purified Avaris. Your perfection, do not forget that. She nodded. She wouldn't forget. She would not be distracted by past failures made in a different life. She needed to be cold now, not brazenly foolish. She needed to remain in control. Order needed to be maintained. She could afford nothing less, not when she was surrounded by her enemies. Finn chuckled. You still see the Republic and Jedi as enemies, despite the coming of Arcan and his legions. Avaris cursed under her breath. She had forgotten that Finn could sometimes pick up on her surface thoughts. He had done so in the past. It should have come as no surprise that he had now. She winced. Force of habit, she said sheepishly. I was raised to see that Republic and Jedi as my enemies. She shrugged. It is hard to move away from a lifetime of Sith propaganda. He nodded. Once again, her statement had not been a lie. She had been around the galaxy a few times now. She had come to understand just how much the Empire shaped the minds of its citizens. And how do you find them, my lord? The enemy that you have known for so long. Avaris reached out with the Force, taking in the base and the people that labored here. It resembled most army camps that she had walked through in the last 10 years. The survivors' base was mostly underground, but right now they were moving about the surface, probably had some kind of early warning system in place, should any probes or ships come sniffing around. They know how to, well, survive this group. She respected such professionalism, but it was unsurprising, considering they had been bedeviling the Empire for almost 2 decades. Of course, that was not what was bothering her. This place, it feels different. How so? Finn asked her. I've often found myself in the company of soldiers. One thing remains common in Sith military camp. The troopers, and officers know when a Sith Lord is in attendance. When I approach them, their heart rate increases, the tension grows. It is a heady sensation, addictive. Many Sith thrive on creating such fear in their underlings. And our base is not like that. No, she said with a hint of a frown. I'm acknowledged, but I also sense grim resolve. I'm not trusted, but the fear is not the sensation I'm used to. The people here, they have killed Sith before, and they are wondering what it would take to kill me. Does that hostility, that sense of distrust, does it bother you? Finn's question made her smile. Not trusting me is the wisest decision that you and your people can make. As for the courage, I sense, I'm impressed. Such bravery is foolish, but worthy of respect. She wasn't sure if he understood her reasoning, but he did nod. Most of the staff and soldiers here are veterans of the Great Galactic War, the one that first brought your people back into our lives. They have been fighting Sith for almost 2 decades. It has colored their perspectives. How so? Finn shrugged. The Colonel, Major Locke, and the others, they were our age, or younger, when the Sith first reappeared. They still remember the time of the Grand Expansion. They remember when the galaxy seemed open to all, and everything seemed possible. The Dark Lord nodded. The Empire's return ended that era. I imagine it was quite a shock when our first fleet emerged and seized Corbin. I think that some of them blamed the Sith for the loss of that time, Finn said. Me? I can't imagine what it would feel like, living in a galaxy without the Sith. Avaris smirked. I've heard it said that ignorance can be blissful. Sadly, I never had that choice. As for living in a world without the promise of war, I can't say that I know what that feels like either. As a child, the first thing I learned about was our enemy, the Republic, and the war that would come. My people, we knew what would happen when we finally revealed ourselves. We were led to believe it would be a swift and easy victory, but... Finn laughed. Propaganda is rarely the most realistic of opinions. Yes, she agreed. No argument there. She hissed in disgust. I've come to realize that war is in danger of becoming obsolete, as is the Empire, and the Sith as well. Finn glanced over at her. What do you mean? The Dark Lord sighed. A Sith once said that the Empire was war-given form, and that is why it is perfect. Yet, I've come to see the foolishness in such a statement. Darth Mar, Darth Fear, they both recognized that mere conflict was not enough to bring order to our troubled galaxy. Fear tried to do it with deception and trickery. Mar used cooperation in times of trouble. Avaris shook her head. Neither method was up to the challenge. Do you have a better idea? He asked her. The beginnings of one, she replied. Having a common enemy helps. The Zakuul have forced us to realize that the Republic isn't the only threat we needed to worry about. It is troubling to us because it is not truly of the light or dark side, but something both. I think I know what you mean, Finn said. I fought their knights. They have ambitions, but their loyalty to the throne is absolute. They feel what they are doing is for the greater good, the whole of their empire. Avaris nodded. She had sensed the same on Fallis, when Arcan and his brother had drove her into exile. A warped sense of justice. They care nothing for themselves, only the glory of their emperor. It is not Arcan that I speak of now, but his father. My sources have learned much about him. I do believe that the rumor about the previous emperor was true, that he was a version of the Sith Emperor, another host body. Avaris' anger roiled with that thought. He betrayed his own people. He betrayed us. The Sith allowed him to achieve near godhood, and worshipped him as such, and he has repaid our faith by building an empire of mongrels out in wild space. These Zakuul are a mistake, a people unworthy of the Force or his gifts. Finn gently brushed her hand with his, seeking to draw her away from her dark thoughts. Your anger is understandable, considering. Again, she was struck by his reaction. Another Jedi might have chided her for her feelings, reprimanded her for her anger. Finn did not. The thought made her smile. He was a most singular man, to be sure. Once Zakuul is defeated, what will happen then? He asked. Does everything go back to the way it was before? Does the Dark Council and the Senate command our mutual governments to resume the war? Avaris' eyes narrowed. Wasteful and unacceptable. No, that will not happen. Not if I have anything to say about it. Finn gave her a surprised look. You intend to reclaim your seat on the council? You will try to bring peace? The Dark Lord shook her head no. Peace was a lie. I will bring order, stability, to the Empire. Acina and the others will see that. They have to. Fleets, armies, covert agents, irrelevant, or will be in the new order. The Empire needs new leadership, an Empress that is so powerful that she will be able to keep the other lords under control, their desires properly contained, and those that will not get in line will need to be removed. She met his gaze, and this she wasn't lying. It was the endgame that she desired. The Republic will need to change too. They need to accept the new order. If the Sith reach out, if the Empire offers a ceasefire, they must not give the Dark Lords a reason to continue the war, or reignite it. Finn's brow furrowed, considering what she was saying. You will fight your own people? He asked. You are willing to stand up and try to make them understand? The Dark Lord shrugged. I won't need to. They will see that I'm right. My victory, our victory, over Arcan will prove to all that I'm right. As I said, war must end. A war. Finn smiled. He was happy with her commitment to bringing peace. He didn't understand everything, not yet. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Those words were true, she knew them to be true. There would always be some opportunists looking to turn things to their advantage, whether it was a Sith or a Republic senator. Her plan would remove that threat forever. War was obsolete. What she had in mind was something better, grander. She could not wait to show him. Her new order, it would be perfect. Obedience and stability would become a way of life for all beings. Her will would be supreme. It was a tough road to walk, but it was possible. She would bring order. She would demand it. Finn moved in closer to her. They were not touching physically, but the force connection they shared wrapped around them like a warm blanket. Avaris couldn't help it. Speaking of her plan, it excited her. Being this close to Finn, feeling that closeness through the force. He felt it too. Their connection was so strong. She took a shuddering breath. Her heart fluttered. I want him, she thought hungrily. I want him so bad. Finn said nothing. They stood there in a comfortable silence. His hand started to go up, perhaps to stroke her cheek. She started to lean in. She wanted his touch, hungered for it. It had been some time since she had cast aside her last lover. It would be nice to feel physical contact again. This new body remained, untouched, and with Finn, that experience, it would be so much more. The roar of a ship overhead drew their attention. Avaris and Finn looked up, seeing the arrival of a light freighter. Avaris' eyes narrowed. What is this now? Finn was practically beaming. She sensed he was relieved to see the ship arriving. Another friend. The captain is back, he said, gently touching her hand. Excuse me, she said. The captain. Finn nodded. Come with me, I'll introduce you. She let herself be led away. Finn seemed happy with this arrival. She found herself curious. Another ally, perhaps, another pawn on the board. She smiled slightly. There was always room for another pawn. The freighter maneuvered easily as it spun around and touched down near the survivor's base. The ship was old and beaten, but it moved with a swift smoothness that suggested that it was well maintained. The Dark Lord blinked. She recognized the ship. It is an HSS P-26. Avaris realized. How she knew that, she couldn't say. Ships had never really been her area of interest. Yet, this was no mere freighter. This vessel appeared to have been heavily modified. She recognized the upgraded weapons ports, and the engines were far larger than they were on other such vessels. Again, how she knew this, she couldn't say. The knowledge just came to her, unbidden. A most interesting mystery. The loading ramp lowered smoothly. Steam hissed as the ship opened up for all to see. Master Jazz and the Colonel stood before it, waiting for the crew to disembark. The Jedi Master stepped forward. It has been a long time, brother. I hope you have good news for us. Two men emerged, or rather a man and one alien. The alien, Aronian, was a Jedi. His robe stood out sharply among those who had abandoned them in the desire to remain covert the other. Avaris' eyes narrowed. You, she thought as she stared at the man, the captain that Finn had referred to. You. He looked about the same age as Master Jazz, perhaps a little older. His swagger suggested someone used to command, or simply a life spent on the wrong side of the law. His black hair was gray at the temples, as was his neatly trimmed beard. A wave of black hatred washed over Avaris, though she didn't entirely understand why. She had never met this man, but her hand drifted to her lightsaber. And him, something within her cried out. Kill him. It took all her self-control not to obey. She shook her head. What was this? Who was this man? Finn glanced over at her. He might even have sensed the spike of rage that she had felt. You, okay? He asked. Avaris nodded. She took a deep breath and centered herself. She was no mindless animal. She would kill, but only when it served her purpose. Simple desire alone didn't guide her actions. I'm fine, she replied, trying to keep her voice cool and even. She put on her most winning smile, the one she used to hide the bloodthirsty killer within. She was patient. She could wait. Let's go meet your friend, she said pleasantly. Finn nodded and led her forward. The two of them approached, unhindered. Jazz and the man stood before them, conferring in hushed tones. Their every movement suggested something that went far beyond mere camaraderie. Finally, noticing his old student, Master Jazz waved them forward. Finn and Avi approached. The guy you're looking for is definitely on Vel, she heard the man say to Jazz. We can. The captain noticed Avaris and paused mid-sentence. He smiled. It was friendly, she supposed, but guarded. He glanced over at the Jedi Master. I thought you were kidding when you said you had recruited a few Sith for this op. The rules have changed, Master Jazz replied. If we are to survive Zakul, all will need to help. Hello, Captain, Finn said. It has been a while. Sure has. Kid, he answered, shaking the younger man's hand boisterously. Once again, the captain glanced at Avaris. The Dark Lord kept her mask firmly in place. Who was this man, she wondered, and why do I want to kill him? She had no idea. Captain, Finn said, may I present Darth Avaryss of the Sith Order. The man nodded and bowed respectfully to her. Miss, he said, or do you prefer, my lord? Avi, actually, she answered, we are all allies, are we not? I suppose so, the man said. Once again, he bowed respectfully. Nice to meet you, Avi. Captain Gabe Cooper, at your service. The name sent another spike of rage through her, though she didn't understand why. Captain Gabe Cooper. The name was unknown to her, but it felt, his face, it seemed familiar, like she had known the man by another name. Strange, perhaps she had read about him in some intelligence report. Emperor knew she had tried to read up everything she could on Jaz Darbin and his allies. Maybe that is why she recognized him. She may have seen his face under another alias. Still, that didn't explain the desire to kill him. Interesting. She would need to give this matter some thought. It is good to meet you, Captain, she said sweetly, ignoring her bloodlust, but all the while, imagining taking the man's head with her lightsaber. She held out her hand, which the old rogue took, and kissed like he was some gentleman. Avaris grinned, only just containing her desire to lash out. Your time will come, but first she would put him at ease. This was yet another dance she knew well, a dance of death. She would enjoy seeing it reach its conclusion. I look forward to working with you, sir. She laughed, imagining the smell of burnt flesh and blood. I'm sure we will have some fun. Chapter 13. Look out. The armored transport clipped the side of a building before it swerved back into the skyway. The vehicle almost flipped on its side as it banked hard. Between the glancing crash and the sudden change in direction, Avaris nearly lost her lightsaber, not to mention her footing. If she had, it would have been a long way down. The people moving on the walkways below looked like insects. They were several hundred feet up easily. Even the Force would not be able to save someone if they fell from such a height. The Sith cursed as she came down hard, cursing, and simply trying to hang on. The Dark Lord snarled angrily. So much for this being an easy job. The transport, a military speeder, juked again, only this time, Avaris had been ready, or rather, thought she had been. The force screamed as the vehicle dove into incoming traffic, its armored hull protecting it from being destroyed in any head-on crash. Anyone else? Well, tough luck for them. Airspeeders scattered trying to avoid the transport. Several crashed into the surrounding towers, or clipped each other, causing them to spiral down in flames. Chaos reigned, and Avaris was in no position to take advantage. At the moment, she was simply trying to hang on. She reached out with the force, reached out to her comrades. Finn and Timon were still there, not that she should have been surprised. She knew her dream friend's talents, and the boy was both his student, and of the old Sith blood, he could not be underestimated, or shouldn't have been. We will not fail, she thought with a determined frown. The prize will be ours. Avaris' earpiece crackled. Despite the wind and noise, Timon's voice came through clearly. Master, I can't reach the other team. They could be in trouble. Focus, Padawan, we have a job to do, and so do they. Keep your thoughts on the here and now, where they belong. Wise words, Avaris thought. The Dark Lord said nothing. There was no need. From the degree of command in her dream friend's voice, it was clear that he was no longer a Green Jedi student. It would make his conversion a bit more of a challenge, but that was okay. She liked a challenge. The transport juked again, and again she was almost thrown off. If this kept up, someone would fall off, and that would not serve her plans. Enough of this. Avaris scrambled forward. She needed to reach the speeder's cab. Once the pilots had been dealt with, they would be able to handle this matter at their leisure. They could finally deal with the target's entourage and get out. The Force offered no guidance. Matters were moving too quickly, plus the presence of other Force users made any form of precognition difficult. They were blocking any attempt to see if the prize was here or not. A simple job, she thought irritably. Thanks, Colonel. Colonel Chris Capistan had planned the op. The information he used had come from two sources. The Jedi smuggler True Halcyon and Jazz's old friend Captain Gabe Cooper. Avaris could still not kill the rage she felt when she looked at the old man. A smuggler chieftain of some renown, and a very close friend of Jazz Darbin. And I thirst for his blood. Why? The Sith Lord shrugged. Irrelevant in the end, for now he was useful. So, she wanted to kill him. It was not the first time she had felt that desire. She tried to ignore those emotions, to simply let them flow, and bask in the power of the hatred. If what she had heard in the briefing was true, she would need it. Vildora, or Vel as it was known to most travelers, was a small out-of-the-way world on the fringe of wild space. Discovered during the Republic's expansion period, it had been believed that Vel would serve as a shortcut for one of the major hyperspace lanes. Sadly, that had not occurred. The hyperspace path that would have linked it to the major trade routes had been blocked by a cluster of forming stars, making any further passage impossible. Normally, that would have been the end of the story, and the planet forgotten, except for the fact that the planet, its locales, climate, and foodstuffs appealed greatly to human travelers. Casinos and resorts sprung up almost overnight. Now, over 100 years after its discovery, Vel had become a resort world, a place of frolic and hedonism for the people of the Republic. Easily reached from the Republic, but isolated from the galaxy's problems. The planet had avoided the first Sith conquest. There had been no need to take it. The Sith war machine had been more focused on seizing worlds of high value, production centers, and shipyards. Vel had been considered a soft target, a waste of resources in securing. Unsurprisingly, the war had greatly hurt tourism in the Republic. The planet had fallen into obscurity for a time, but that had not meant that Vel was forgotten. Once the Sith advance had slowed, and even been pushed back in some sectors, senators and Republic businessmen had started to use the planet to seek refuge from the demands and losses of war, increasing its defenses without affecting the planet's beauty. And as the tide started to swing back in the Republic's favor, more people returned to sample Vel's distractions. It would have been a morale victory to secure it, Avaris realized, Even better had they been able to take it and capture the various VIPs that had been in attendance. Alas, that had never come to pass. Vildora had escaped Sith notice. Yes, the Sith had all but ignored it, the Zakuul, not so much. Vel was the type of world the Eternal Empire wanted, a place for their human citizens to experience the wonders of their newly conquered territories. The citizens of Zakuul lived a life of leisure, their needs tended to by their many droids. Arkan's empire had secured the world easily. The Eternal Fleet had overwhelmed Vel's defenses, and soon the world had been one of the first true hubs for the invaders within Republic space. The Zakuul were comfortable here, their people took to this world. It was not surprising that they would build an enclave, and equally unsurprising that they would use such an enclave as the interrogation site of some high-value target that they had come across during one of their security sweeps. Neither Cooper nor Halcyon could say who this target was, but communications that they had intercepted suggested high-level interest in the invaders' government. Why not perform the interrogation within their own space? Agony had inquired during the briefing. If I had to guess, someone within the Eternal Empire is playing games, the Colonel had replied. Perhaps this is something they don't wish Arkan to see. All we know is that security is tight. A full company of Zakuul Knights are escorting our target. The news had not pleased any of Survivor Squad. The Knights, with their Sky Trooper droid back up, had quickly swept away Republic defenders during the early days of the invasion. Avaris had experienced their skill herself when the invaders had taken Folish from her. Even now she could feel the frigid water closing around her like a vice, its grip cutting into her sides like thousands of knives. The memory of that battle still ate at her. The twin conquerors had led the attack personally. She had engaged one of them in lightsaber combat, and had nearly died when their troopers had interrupted the duel, resulting in her almost drowning in the frozen sea of the home world. The Dark Lord hated to lose, and the memory still burned, fueling her desire to destroy the invaders down to the last child. Revenge, the desire for it was an incredible motivator. She had volunteered to help on this mission without hesitation. The plan that Capistan came up with was simple and straightforward. The soldiers would provide a distraction, while the survivors force user allies recovered the target. According to True Halcyon's intel, their VIP was to be moved in 2 weeks' time in one of 2 military-grade speeder transports, 1 actual transport, and 1 decoy. Knights would be present on both, so force users would be needed for both strikes. After that, they split into teams. Shira, their new Rodian ally, and Agony were the first team. Finn agreed to take Team 2, choosing her and Timon. Shira Veal had argued against putting Avaris with Finn, but both he and Master Jazz overruled her concern. Jazz knew that Avaris could work with Finn, and Shira would be needed to lead the second team without distraction. So, the pairings had been agreed to. Through his many friends in low places, Captain Cooper had arranged for the survivors to be smuggled onto Vel. They traveled as refugees, or wealthy collaborators. Avaris and Finn had arrived together, masquerading as a newly married couple. They met up with Timon at the spaceport, their fake docs easily getting them through customs. Clothing, documents, and transport, all of this had been provided by the smuggler chieftain. He had even arranged to set them up in a building not far from the transport's route, allowing them to move quickly when word had come down that it was on its way. Avaris was impressed. Despite her feelings at their first meeting, Captain Cooper was proving to be a useful resource. Considering that True Halcyon's findings had agreed with his, Avaris had given the man the benefit of the doubt. Halcyon had proven to be a strong foe. Her contacts were second to few, or none. Avaris accepted what she had given them at face value. The woman was too useful to deny. 15 minutes ago, they had leapt from one of the buildings, the force guiding them down onto the speeder. And now, here they were. Yes, Avaris thought as the speeder continued to juke and weave through the city. Here they were. The transport dove again, this time dipping beneath a pedestrian walkway. Avaris hit the deck hard. As they passed beneath the bridge, she could feel the steel and permacrete barely an eyelash from her body. Any higher, and she would have been scraped off the transport like a bug beneath a boot. They cleared the bridge. Avaris sighed with relief, only to send something amiss. "Master." Timon's scream drew her attention and horror. She looked back and saw that Finn was gone. Only she and the Padawan remained. No, she thought. No. It cannot be. She reached out with the Force, desperately questing for her dream friend. Finn, he couldn't, she. I'm fine. The words sang out to her through the Force, and with them, a sense of relief. Through their connection, she got a sense of what had happened, that, and Finn Shadowstone's frustration. He had not reacted quick enough when the transport had dipped. The section he was on, there had been no space between the bridge and him. He would have been smashed against the bridge like a bug on a windshield. Finn had had no choice. He had been forced to jump. The Force, ever a powerful ally, had offered its strength, allowing him to land on the walkway and quickly blend in with the crowd. Despite his annoyance at being forced to abandon his role in the mission, he was happy to sense that the rest of his team were still in the game. Avaris felt that much. Stay on mission, she heard through the Force. Finn's voice fell in her mind. You still have a job to do. The Dark Lord nodded. He was right. They would need to link up again at the rendezvous. There was nothing they could do at the moment. Finn was out, and they were still in. They needed to finish the job. And keep Timon safe. She glanced over at the boy. He looked confused, lost without his master. She realized she needed to step in. We need to reach the pilots, end this, she said over the commink. We're still on mission. The boy looked up at her. She saw the briefest of hesitation, but then, he nodded. She didn't blame him. Timon Tag didn't like the Sith. Avaris didn't know all the details, but she did know that the boy's father and grandfather had abandoned the Empire, or been forced to abandon it. That incident, and being raised by a Republic mother, had tilted the boy's opinions away from the Empire, or anyone who lived for its continued growth. It was a shame. He was of the old blood. He could have been more than what he was now. He could have been so much more. The speeder evened out, and it began to slow enough that Timon and Avaris could finally hear each other without the need for comms. What is happening? The boy asked. Are they giving up? The Dark Lord's eyes narrowed. No, she said. Not a chance. She didn't need to the Force to know that. The vehicle's rear hatch hissed open, and 4 armored warriors swung up to meet Avaris and the Padawan, their golden armor catching the neon lights of the cityscape, sending rainbow streaks flashing across their bodies. The Dark Lord hissed. The Knights of Zakwil. Seeing that golden armor, seeing those golden bladed light pikes, it took Avaris back to Fallis, legions of sky troopers dropping from orbit, overwhelming the frozen world's defenses. Knights forming up, pushing back Sith forces, and at the head of their army, 2 young men, one in white and one in black. The Emperor's sons, the twin conquerors. The memory, it brought shame, and hatred, and an all-annihilating rage. The 2 wretches had stolen from the Empire. They had stolen from her. The world turned red, and Avaris smiled. Her Sith eyes glowed as golden as the blades of her foes. Look, Timon, she purred, walking, talking, corpses. The boy drew his lightsaber, the blue blade shining in the neon-filled night. The knights were not impressed. Surrender, Jedi, the lead warrior called out. Surrender, or face the Emperor's judgment. Avaris began to giggle. She was just going to kill them. What for that insult? For daring to call her a Jedi. Well, some people just needed to die in agony. Stay behind me, she ordered Timon, and then she raised her right hand, gesturing. She had not gotten a chance to use her sorcery on Fallis, or at all since joining the Council. She had grown too used to her position, or lightsaber, being enough to bring an adversary to his knees. She had been foolish. She had not understood the enemy, yet, not then, but now. The lesson had been learned, and now. She was most eager to see how it worked. She wanted to test the limits of the knights, see just how good they were. Plus, magic was safer. A moving speeder wasn't the best location for a lightsaber duel. It was not wide enough to truly enjoy herself. There was only enough room for 2 people to walk side by side. She tried to get into the knights' minds. She could feel their wills, their dedication to their empire, and their duty was strong, but so was the fear of their emperor and his sister. It was a way in. She could not bring their nightmares to full bloom, but that was fine. She could still touch them, distort their perceptions. She made them see 3 more of her and the boy. Now they saw 8 enemies instead of 2. She had thought to discourage them, to make them fear, but the Zakuul were not easily daunted. They attacked. The 2 in front lunged while their 2 allies stayed back waiting to see what was trickery and what was real. The first knight's light pike pierced the first Avaris they saw, revealing it to be only an illusion. Time seemed to slow down as the 4 advanced on their targets. The Dark Lord had to give them credit, a smart move, but it was not smart enough. Illusion and her lightsaber were not her only weapons. Avaris wailed, the strength of her force scream rattling windows in the buildings as they passed by. Her crimson lightsaber sprang to life, and with her rage. She attacked. The lead knight had not recovered from her attack. His blade was out of position, and so she caught him. Her saber cut him across the waist, splitting him in 2. The second tried a force push, but her shield held. It had been a glancing blow. His real target had been the illusion to her left. Fool, she thought. Too foolish to live. She struck with the swiftness of a pit viper. Their blades crossed 2, 3, 4 times, but it was still not enough. The man's helmet went flying, and on his first bounce, his head fell away and down into incoming traffic. Avaris was pleased to down, and there was a flash of yellow light to her left. The 4 screamed a warning. VMM. Avaris lost her footing, and almost her head. 2 more knights had emerged from the hatch in the speeder's cab. Now they had enemies on both sides. Timon crossed swords with one, but the other had Avaris on her back. The Zakuul had her pinned, his blade hammering her, not giving her a chance to regain her feet, barely giving her a chance to think. She blocked and dodged. She let the force control her movement, thought, at that moment, would only distract her and bring about her death. She lashed out with her foot, hoping to catch her enemy in the knee. He sidestepped her blow, but it did give her a chance to roll and regain her feet. She almost fell off the speeder. She was a mere breath from the edge when she spun around and regained her footing. 3 golden-clad fighters stood before her. The one on the far left lunged, looking to stab her with his pike. She spun away with the grace of a Twi'lek-veiled dancer. Off balance, she force-pushed the knight. He lost his footing and fell over the edge. He crashed through the windscreen of an oncoming speeder that veered off and quickly vanished from view. Avaris grinned. Her heart was pounding, adrenaline pumped through her veins. Another down. Glorious. She threw force lightning as the 2 remaining knights tried to attack her at once. Left caught the blast with his blade, while right tried to cut her across the shoulder. She. RRH. The shell came from behind the remaining knights. They didn't have a chance to turn. They were still engaged with the Dark Lord. They paid for that. A blue blade punched through the back of left. He barely made a sound as Timon Tag ended the Zakuul's life. Before he even had a chance to fall, the boy had withdrawn his weapon and was now focused on the remaining knight. Avaris held back. She kept her blade at the ready, but for the moment, it was not needed. Avaris watched with a surprised look on her face. Her lips curled up into a slight smile. Interesting. Of all of Survivor Squad, Avaris had had the least respect for Timon Tag. The boy knew nothing of his people, and had no respect for either her or his own heritage. In truth, she had not expected him to survive his first real engagement. Zakuul knights were dangerous. They may not have understood the true nature of the Force, but they could still kill a Jedi or Sith if they attacked in numbers. The boy should have been killed when they had been attacked from behind. Avaris had barely survived herself, but now. A shiver of excitement ran down her spine. Wow. Look at that. The boy was not only holding his own against the Zakuul, he was starting to dominate him. She had not seen him deal with his original foe, but considering what she was seeing now, it was clear that the boy was skilled. He switched almost effortlessly between the forms of Jim So and Makashi, But it wasn't just his skill with the blade that was giving him an edge. It was his fear and anger. Avaris shivered and basked in it. It radiated like the heat from a star. Wondrous. The Padawan pushed the knight back effortlessly. Stripped of his allies, the Zakuul was no match for the half-blood Padawan. Anger and the old blood had made the boy both powerful and dangerous. Only once did Timon miss a step, and the knight tried to take advantage. The Padawan's blade was out of position. It was only for a moment, but that was all it took. The Zakuul cut at his right side. The boy would have lost a limb. He needn't have worried. She was there. Avaris intervened. A blast of force lightning struck the Zakuul's saber staff. The weapon flew from his hand, and he had no time to recall it with the force. Timon was there before he had a chance to recover. 2 quick slashes, one across the left arm and the right thigh. The knight fell to his knees, beaten. The boy stood over him, panting, his golden eyes glowing with anger. The Zakuul looked up, his shields gone, his eyes wide with disbelief and fear. "Mercy, Outlander," the knight called out, holding up his hands. "Mercy." The boy stood before his beaten foe, his blade at the ready. Time seemed to slow down, almost like it was holding his breath. The Dark Lord watched, eager for what came next. "Go on," Avaris thought, licking her lips hungrily. "You know what must be done. Kill him now." The boy didn't act. He stood before his foe, his hands tight around his weapon, but he made no aggressive movements. The dogma of the Jedi was holding him back. The Dark Lord frowned. "How disappointing. What are you waiting for?" she asked. The boy shook his head. I can't." It was all the chance the knight needed. He moved with the swiftness of the Force. A dagger was in the Zakuul's hand. It appeared in less than a second. It had been hidden in his boot. Almost a foot of cold metal vibroblade plunged forward. Timon hadn't had time to move or think. Fortunately, for him, he was not alone. Avaris had felt it. She sensed what was coming. She chose to act. The vibroblade stopped, but only just. It had pierced Timon's coat and shirt, and would have gone deeper. The boy flinched, feeling the kiss of metal of the death that had almost claimed him. Avaris sneered. So much potential, she thought, so much waste. The knight struggled, trying to drive the blade home. Avaris held it in the Force. It was frozen, only a breath from ending the Padawan's life. She sighed. "Foolish child. You still have so much to learn." "That would have pierced your heart, boy," she informed him. Timon blinked, still unsure of himself. The Sith would have preferred he acted, did what needed to be done, but recognized the fact that he would not. Avaris sighed. She didn't hesitate. She held the blade and easily with the Force, shaped it with her left hand, and then at the same time, she raised her right hand. It formed into a claw, and she slowly began to close it. The knight gasped as his helmet began to constrict. The metal squeezing around his face. He made no attempt to block the attack. He had put the last of his strength into his attempt to kill the boy. Timon could only watch, shocked by his near death. He looked back and forth between the blade and his would-be killer. Avaris shook her head. "You mustn't hesitate before a foe. If you must strike, strike. You can't hesitate. Or show mercy," the Sith said coldly. As she continued to crush the man's skull, he gulped and gurgled as the metal began to crush bone. The pain was enough that the man didn't respond. He stood like an animal caught in a speeder's headlights, not so different from his would-be victim. Avaris glared at the boy. He needed to understand. Hesitation, she told him, kills. She released her victim. His pain was no longer amusing. Enough of this. She didn't bother ending the man's life. The knight was in agony. That was enough. She kicked him, sending his body flying off the slow-moving speeder, off and down to the distant streets far below. She stayed with him, enjoying every last moment, and then, nothing, as he struck the ground. She shivered, savoring the pain and the hopelessness that the Zakuul felt in his final moments. Delicious. Timon looked at her, still in shock. He no doubt realized how close he had come to death. She gave him a sad smile. "I promised your master I would look out for you, and now, that is done." Come, we still have a mission to complete. To his credit, the boy didn't question her or chastise her for the death of the knight. He turned and made for the hatch near the speeder's cab. It was locked, of course, but that was no problem. Timon slashed it open with his lightsaber. He leapt down into the speeder. Avaris held back, listening for any surprises, any traps that the enemy might have prepared. All clear. Timon's voice drew her down. She leapt without further thought. The boy sat at the controls of the speeder. 2 pilot droids lay beheaded next to controls. The Dark Lord nodded. Finally, he had done something right. Well done, she told Finn's Padawan. The boy didn't bother respond to her praise. He remained focused on the sky lane, that, and their prize. Check the back, he ordered. See if our prisoner is here. Avaris smiled. Normally, she would have punished another for daring to command her, but at the moment, she was feeling generous. The boy had saved her life. That bought him a little leeway. She obeyed his order, in truth. She was as curious as he to see who it was that the Zakuul thought so important to send a full company of knights to escort them. The hatch to the passenger area was sealed, but that was no problem. The door, like most things, yielded to the heat of a lightsaber. Avaris stepped inside. She was not sure. She stopped, her golden eyes widened, and then a smile blossomed on her pale face. Well, she purred. What have we here? It seemed they had drawn well. The prisoner sat chained in a small cell before her. Shira's group must have gotten the decoy. How sad for them. The prisoner looked up at her. He was a small man, balding and pale-skinned. High eyes flickered weakly with the power of the dark side. Archivist Councilor, she said. It has been a while. Archivist Councilor, once servant and record keeper to Darth Mar, raised his head. He blinked his dull yellow eyes. Who are you? He demanded. What is this? How do you know me? Avaris almost laughed. She knew the man, and he had known her, or rather, he knew Darth Avaryss, a hooded and masked Sith that typically sided with his master at council meetings. Now, she understood why he was here, and why the Zakuul wanted him. Councilor was not the prize, but he knew where to find it. The one thing she desired more than anything. The keys of Darth Acina. The power to reshape the very galaxy. And now, he was here, he was hers. The thought made her laugh. The Jedi and their allies had given her exactly what she needed. Them, Captain Cooper, and true Halcyon. The key to the final victory of the Sith. The key to annihilation. Finally, she thought, grinning. The first step. Chapter 14. To our heroes. Glasses and cups were raised in celebration. They had only gotten back an hour ago, but that had been long enough to count blessings and be thankful that they had returned. Now, the members of Survivor Squad stood around the table in the mess hall of their underground base. Time to give thanks for a successful mission. Time to celebrate. All had come, even the technicians that tried to stay out of the way of the fighting men and women that called this base home. They all shared in the celebration, all stood together while Colonel Capiston made his toast. They stood before the men, the soldier, Master Jazz, Finn, and his young Padawan. Avaris stood near the back, not because she didn't deserve a place of honor, but because she had chosen to keep her distance. She reached out to Finn with the Force. She could sense his gratitude, even from here. Twice now they had met each other's gazes, only to look away shyly. It had been a while since they had worked together, much less succeeded together. What else might we accomplish, she thought. How far can we truly go? She stood a member of the group now. The Republic seemed to have accepted that she was one of them. Even the mongrel, who had not wanted Avaris on the mission, had to admit she had done well. She and Timon had brought in the prize after all. Success had made the assault team heroes, and heroes deserved to be honored. They stood before the crowd and their success was lauded, all but one. Yet, even that served its purpose. Avaris didn't need to be called a hero. Technically, she could have been considered one of the heroes of the mission. She had been on the transport that acquired the prize, but she saw no reason to force the issue. She had been called a hero by others before, others that she considered the betters of these Republic and Jedi dogs. Besides, this was Timon's moment. She would not step on it. The boy had saved her life. That deserved recognition. Timon Tag stood next to the colonel, Finn on his immediate left, with Master Jazz not too far on his right. The boy's deep pink skin was slowly turning a deeper shade of red, a sign of nervousness in one of the old blood. The boy was trying to remain humble, to remember his Jedi calm, but at the same time, he enjoyed the recognition he was receiving. For so long he had stayed in the background, had been forced to stand in the shadows, because of who and what he was. It was not a place for one who was born with pure Sith blood in their veins. Avaris knew this to be true. It had been the destiny of the Sith people to seek out greatness, to bend the lessers of the galaxy to their will. Timon didn't understand that, not yet, but in time he would. The thought made her lips curl in the hint of a smile. Yes, in time, the boy would understand. They had escaped with their prize without incident. Zakuul forces had not responded in time to stop them. By the time the enemy had rallied, they were already aboard their ship, just about to enter hyperspace. Avaris had been pleased with how it had all gone. She had to admit, her new pawns were quite skilled. They would be more than useful in fulfilling her ambitions. Still, at the same time, once the mission had been over, they had worked so quickly, her new allies, they checked each other for injuries and tended to the ones that were. Even she had been examined carefully, and not just by Finn. Gilly Locke herself had seen to the Dark Lord, and what she had sensed from the old soldier surprised her. They still didn't trust her, nor should they, but at the same time, she sensed gratitude, both for what she had accomplished and what had happened with Timon. She was winning their trust, starting to be accepted, and that was good. It was all part of the plan, but still. She had not been completely prepared for those feelings, those sensations. The first raid she had been sent on, they had looked at her with disdain. They thought her a monster. She had shown what they expected. Now, they were seeing there was more to her, and what they were feeling, those emotions. She was still trying to process that. For now, she stood quiet, trying not to draw attention, and fit in with the others. Fighting men and women needed to celebrate, to remind themselves just what they were fighting for, not just the acquirement of their prize, but another equally important fact as well. To our heroes, Gilly Locke added, raising her own glass high, and to all coming back alive, and to those that are no longer with us. May they never be forgotten. To the heroes, they all said in unison, even Avaris. An interesting point of view, she thought to herself. The Sith chose not to think much of those that had fallen. The dead were left behind, their sacrifice only to prop up the living. Greatness belonged to those that could still make a difference in this galaxy. The dead had their place. The Sith teachings understood that, but once they were done, they were left behind. Such was the way of the dark side. She glanced at Finn. He was pleased with his young student, and why shouldn't he have been? The boy had performed his duty flawlessly, not only securing the captured archivist, but also making good on their escape. The vessel that Gabe Cooper had prepared for them had fled just as the first Sky Troopers had arrived at the docking bay. Unable to stop their lift-off from there, it had been clear sailing out of the atmosphere and into safe embrace of hyperspace. The Zakuul had been none the wiser. Avaris had praised Timon's strength and skill, and had been doing so since their escape. The boy had fought well, and saved her life. She was not above handing out praise when the situation called for it, especially when it served her purpose. Finn and Shireville's team had met them at the rendezvous. By that point, Avaris had rendered their prize unconscious. The fool had been in a state of panic, terrified of not just her, but of what the Zakuul would do to him if he was captured by them again. The display sickened the Dark Lord. Plus, she had needed to shut him up. The fool was babbling about things that the Jedi didn't need to hear about, not yet. When she had first sensed Mayor's death, she had hoped to acquire the information that the archivist had gathered. She had thought of risking what few agents she had left, sending them to Dromund to retrieve all the data she had desired on Hakitas and the keys. Data was useful. Finding out the man was still alive was not, especially when she learned he was in Zakuul hands. That was not good. Some people were too dangerous to be kept alive. Dalkur had once been a member of Darth Mayer's entourage, one of the weakest of it, perhaps, but still a man who stood at the side of one of the most powerful men on the Dark Council. Mar had understood the man's weaknesses, but tolerated them because of his skill and memory. He was more than talented at his job, but lacked the backbone of a true Sith. He has his uses, Mar had informed her once, enough that I may overlook his weaknesses for now. A mistake, Avaris realized now. It had been a colossal mistake. Avaris had hoped that the archivist had perished with his master. Mar had usually kept the man close. Yet, somehow, Councilor had managed to remain on Dromedcast when Mar had left to hunt the Emperor in wild space, and therefore had escaped the fate that befell her fellow Dark Lord and the rest of his men. Fortunate for him, she supposed, and quite useful for her, if not a little inconvenient. Agony maneuvered through the crowd, finding her way next to her friend and master. The blonde wore her left arm in a sling. She had been wounded when the Zackle on the decoy ship had sprung their trap. She had a concerned look on her face. They had not had a chance to talk on the way back. Avaris waved her off. She was fine. So, Agony said with an appraising look at Finn's Padawan. The boy saved your life. Avaris nodded. She saw no reason to repeat herself. Her fellow Sith shrugged. I guess I owe him then. He is more skilled than I expected, Avaris replied, keeping her voice low. Agony smirked. You are not the only one that thinks so, she said, gesturing, drawing Avaris' gaze. They stood in the shadows to their right. The girl was watching the scene with bright and interested eyes. Her focus entirely on Timon, she seemed almost enraptured by the boy. Gallant, the girl whispered. He is so gallant. Avaris sneered. I'm going to need to speak with her, the Dark Lord growled. I didn't bring her along so she could drool over a handsome face. Her fellow Sith chuckled. Don't be too hard on the girl. I seem to remember another young woman who once stood enraptured by a boy of the old blood, and how far she went to earn his favor and attention. Avaris frowned. No, she thought. No, at what had happened, it had not been the same. She glanced back and forth between her slave and the pure-blooded Padawan. Memories came flooding back, and not all of them were pleasant, or rather had been pleasant at the time. What experience had soured them like a ruined wine? They fired her anger, but also a sense of regret. Avaris shook her head. Regret was useless, she didn't need it, but she couldn't discard it either. It was there, and. She shuddered. It hurt. No. She shook her head. No. This was not about him. Fell. In that moment she saw his face again, the fine old blood features, that arrogant smirk that had excited her when they were together. He had been so powerful when they met, so aloof, she had tried to ignore her attraction, but... She almost growled, trying to find her center, her anger. Fell. It was not the same. She looked again at Timon, not really seeing the boy, but seeing through the Force, a possible future that had never come to be. She saw herself on Dromedcast, not as Darth Avaryss, but as simply Lady Avaris. She saw her half-blooded children. In that place, she seemed happy, happier than she had ever been in the real world. Her children made her happy, what they represented, a future for her line. Their crimson skin was not as dark as their father, and they had blue eyes, Kira's eyes. The sight made her shudder, her stomach roiled nervously. No, she thought angrily. No, that was not meant to be. It had never been meant to be. She looked at Timon and Finn, trying to focus, to let her anger at what could have been return her to the moment. Sadly, it didn't work. She still kept seeing Fell, and the children that might have been, had Darth fear, and Naz not intervened in her life's plan. Avaris took another drink, but the cheap liquor turned to bilge water on her tongue. It took all her strength not to throw the cup across the room. She turned without a second thought. I need air. She tried to walk slowly, not draw attention to herself. Agony was smart enough to say nothing and simply let her go. Avaris was grateful that she didn't have to chastise her friend, right now, All she wanted was out. She couldn't be here. She needed to clear her head. She needed air. Yet, in the last moment, she turned. She looked at Finn. He had his arm around Timon, looking on the boy with pride. Part of her wanted to reach out, let him know that she needed him, that they should speak alone. There had been so little time. Normally, this would have been the perfect moment. He would be grateful to her for keeping the boy safe. Sadly, she didn't trust herself to do what was needed, to move the plan forward. She left without another thought. She needed air. She stepped out of the underground base and onto the surface of this unnamed world. Finn had still not told her what this world was called, or where it was located. She didn't blame the Jedi for their caution. It was one of the few things she admired about them. They would only let her lead them so far. The day was fading, night was slowly falling. The setting sun turned the world orange, crimson, and brown. The Dark Lord took a deep breath and tried to center herself. She thought of seeking out Councilor, beginning his interrogation, but she doubted her allies would agree with that, and for the time being, she still needed to play nice. Remember the plan, she thought? Remember why you came here? She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She reached down within herself, seeking the fury and rage that gave her power. She sought the heart of the dark side. Her thoughts turned to her master, to Darth Fear, the man who had destroyed any chance of her having a normal life. Even now, she could still see his face, that sly cruel grin, and remembered the slights and pains he had inflicted on her. She waited for the hate to rise, for the rage to rise up and scour her clean once more. Darth Avaryss was a Dark Lord of the Sith. Fury was the true coin of her realm. Strangely, the fury didn't come. She still felt the anger about the slights of the past, and about Darth Fear, but it no longer fueled the all-annihilating rage that it once did. That hate was still there, but it was a flame that no longer blazed. It crackled like any other fire, but didn't burn away everything, not like it once had. Instead, she was left listening to the sounds of this world, the breeze blowing through the tall grass, the cool evening wind tickling her face. Her thoughts drifted to her home world, to Kira's home world. She thought of Ardana, the violet skies, the tall grass blowing in the wind, of racing across the plains on her swoop bike, and although she had known as a child. She thought of her father's garage, of Andalilas tending to his various projects, but when she tried to see him in her mind's eye, it was not Kira's father that she saw. It was a woman she didn't recognize, working in a garage far grander than anything her father had ever had. A starship lay in pieces around her as she played nearby, a little girl with so many possible futures before her. The woman, clad in a mechanic's overalls, tended to the ship, pausing ever briefly to check on her child, make sure that she was not getting into mischief. The vision haunted Avaris. That was not her past, yet it felt real. She could feel the woman's feelings through the Force. Remember those feelings, the love of a child, and the love and attention of a moth. My lord. Avaris blinked, saved from the memory by a voice. She blinked and looked around, remembering where she was, and why she was here. You can't forget, or conscience chided her. You must never forget. The woman who had spoken stood before her. She was in her early 40s, with short reddish-brown hair, lightly frosted with gray. Though Avaris wouldn't consider her beautiful, she had a sort of impishness in her features that some males might have considered cute when she was younger. Though slender of body, no one could say the woman weak. She stood not as prey, but a predator, relaxed for the moment, but still capable. Like everyone else here, she wore a gray, unmarked combat suit, the only difference being the short lab coat she wore over it. Avaris managed a weak smile. I'm fine, Dr. Tag, she said, just enjoying the evening air. The woman nodded and wrapped her lab coat tighter around herself. Avaris could not say if she believed her or not. Did it really matter in the end? She had needed to get away. The past had soured any celebration of the victory they had won, and perhaps she wasn't the only person who felt that way. Like Chris Capiston and Galadriel Locke, Roxana Tagg had been known to Avaris before coming here. Sith intelligence has several files on the woman. Files she had accessed when looking into Jazdar Ben and his known associates. Dr. Roxana Tagg, known as Roxy to her associates. She had been born into great wealth and privilege, the scion of a powerful mining clan. Yet, the woman had turned away from that, saw the life away from the family business, and had apparently been disowned for it. Not that she had needed their aid, Tagg had had her own talents. According to Sith intelligence and the records they had obtained, Roxana Tagg possessed a genius-level intelligence and a hologramic memory. The girl could memorize what she read in seconds, storing it for analysis and consumption later. She had graduated from the Republic's basic education system at the age of 10. Her family had likely had great plans for the young prodigy, but she had had her own mind. She desired to study medicine and biochemistry. Her brilliance drawing the attention of many, making it easy for her to continue her education, gaining several degrees and even a doctorate by the time she was 17. The same year that the Sith returned and reclaimed Corbin, just in time for the girl to be drafted into the Republic Army. From there, her army record had become spotty, like the rest of the survivor squad. Sith intelligence had little on the group's founding, only that they began their operations against the Empire less than a year after the war began. From listening to the others, it was clear that Dr. Tagg had been one of the group's founding members and had remained with the unit throughout the war. She, like many soldiers, had left the service after the signing of the Treaty of Coruscant. Though, the fact that she was here was proof that she had never lost touch with her old comrades. Tagg had done quite well for herself, despite never mending bridges with her family. She was now considered one of the top biochemists in the galaxy, a professor at a prestigious university on Chandrila. She was also Timmon's mother, a fact that Sith intelligence had missed. No one had known Dr. Tagg had a child, much less one of the old blood. Avaris gave her a soft smile. She respected Dr. Tagg. Anyone who could make their own way in the galaxy was worthy of that. "Is there something I can do for you, Doctor?" she inquired. Roxana shifted uncomfortably. "I was hoping to talk to you and my lord about Timmon." "Yes." Timmon's mother refused to meet her gaze. She seemed uncomfortable. "I spoke with my son when he returned. He told me what happened on the transport, the thing with the knight, the blade. I wanted to thank you for keeping him safe." Avaris only just managed to keep any surprise from showing on her face. In truth, she had expected a threat. She had thought that the good doctor would order her to stay away from her son. Avaris should have used this moment of weakness in the good doctor to take advantage, but she found herself suddenly feeling quite awkward. She was unused to Republics offering her their thanks. "Your son saved me first," she replied. "He is quite skilled. Finn should be proud." "He is, I'm sure, and so am I," the doctor smiled, finally meeting Avaris' gaze. "He never knew his father, which is a shame. I don't think he ever really liked the Republic, but he respected Master Jazz enough that he went from being a prisoner to being an ally." As Sith openly aiding the survivors, the Dark Lord purred. "I'm sensing a story there." "There is," Roxana said. "Stick around long enough, you just might hear it." Avaris nodded. At least now she understood why Master Jazz was so open to a possible alliance with the Sith. If one had joined the survivors of his own free will. It sounded impossible, but Avaris was pragmatic enough to accept the impossible. The Force moved in mysterious ways, after all. Nothing was impossible. "And you two ended up together." Roxana nodded. "And he gave you a son. Proof that darkness is not the only thing the Sith are capable of." The doctor shook her head. "It is not easy for him, growing up the way he has. Master Jazz helped." "It wouldn't be easy him," Avaris said. "I can't imagine anyone with Sith blood is very welcome in the Republic." Tagg nodded. She didn't need words. Avaris knew enough about the galaxy to know that was true. "It can't have been easy for you either. Loving a Sith, siring a child with one, I can't imagine that made you very popular." Tagg gave her a cool look. "What makes you think that Timmon's father and I were in love?" Avaris gave her a sly smile. "The way Timmon talks about him, and what I'm sensing now." The woman's emotions were an open book, what she was feeling. Had it been some trick or seduction, Avaris doubted that the mix of love, pain, and loss would be there. No, the woman had loved Timmon's father. She couldn't deny that. The Dark Lord crossed her arms. You are a clever woman, Doctor, and you do know some things about hiding your feelings, but not when it concerns your child. Children have a way of getting through our defenses and leave our hearts open for all to see. Avaris sighed. I suppose that isn't easy for any parent. I suppose not, the doctor said. And what of you, my lord? Me? Do you have any children? The question stopped her cold. She should have been furious. How dare the mundane ask such a thing? Yet, again, the anger and rage didn't come. Her thoughts filled with thoughts of Fel, Ro Wilkes, and even Finn himself. Her past, present, and hopefully her future, they all seemed to dance before her. So many possibilities, so many roads not taken, and paths that yet stood unblazed. Avaris was left speechless. What had been lost almost overwhelmed her, a sense of grief and regret. What is going on? She wondered. What's happening? My lord. Again, Tag's words drew her back to the now. The doctor looked concerned, actually concerned about her welfare. How surprising. Avaris found her words, but it was not easy. She felt dizzy, completely caught off balance. I was almost married once, she confessed. It seems like it was ages ago, though in truth it has only been a few years. A young man of the old blood, a powerful Sith. Avaris' eyes stung, despite having dealt with this years ago. The doctor's question had caught her off guard. The old pain came flowing back. Again? Why? He died, Avaris said coldly. Oh, I'm sorry. Avaris waved her hand dismissively. The Force had other plans for me. A mate, offspring, they were meant for others. I was called to something greater, a glorious purpose, to help guide the Empire into a renaissance of power. She smiled slyly. I guess you can't have it all, can you? Yet, even as she said the words, the Dark Lord suspected that they were wrong. Finn was here, Fel was gone, and Ro Wilkes too. And the keys were out there somewhere, and she had Couer, the first step to achieving all her goals, the dreams that Darth Fear had shared with her. He had been unworthy and cast down. He died a failure. She would not fail. Excuse me, doctor, she said with a respectful boy, but I wish to be alone right now. As you wish, Roxana said with a nod. Still, thank you, again, for what you did for Timon, for watching over him. Avaris nodded and turned her attention to the stars, the unfamiliar sky of this hidden world. She sensed the doctor leave and was grateful for it. Avaris' eyes narrowed. She could not say what had brought this surge of emotions on, but it served no purpose, and if anything, it was a hindrance. Weakness could not be tolerated. It had to be cast aside. She had come too far to stop now. The past was gone, dead and buried. She would not let it affect her future. She looked up into the sky with golden eyes, looking at the stars that would one day be hers to do with as she saw fit. Her vision turned red, and wreathed in flame, the whole galaxy was burning. The past will not stop me. I'm not some starry-eyed farm girl. Not anymore. The thanks and respect of these people meant nothing to her. They were simply pawns, tools to pave the road. She would not let them stop her. Nothing would stop her. The thought brought a cruel grin to her lips. She continued to watch the stars, what the flames in her mind engulfed them. Soon enough, she thought hungrily. Let it burn. A bonfire to cleanse the galaxy of all that opposed her. The thought sent a shudder of excitement down her spine. This was the only celebration she desired, a true celebration. It would come. Chapter 15. We're too late, Shire growled, they're here. Avaris regarded the scene before them, the abandoned spaceport, the lonely sound of the wind blowing through broken windows, the iron-gray sky filled with heavy clouds, and the 5 golden helmets staked out before the main structure, dented and damaged, but recognizable just the same. The helmets of Knights of Zakul, helmets that were both battered and bloody. A hint of a smile came to her lips. The mongrel was right, the enemy was here, but it didn't look like they had been successful. She strode down the ramp of the Stolen Heart, Her golden eyes drinking in everything, her senses hyper-aware, she reached out with the force, scanning for a trap. She sensed nothing, but that didn't mean that they weren't being observed. Someone had staked out these helmets, someone had wished to make a point. As points went, she thought, it wasn't that bad. The uneven ground cracked beneath her boots. She approached the helmets warily. Arrogance could kill if one underestimated an enemy. Even a mundane could harm a Sith if she refused to acknowledge them. She leaned in closer, inspecting the 5 stakes, and the grim items that sat upon them. She frowned slightly. No heads inside. She sighed. Perhaps these people were not as strong as she had thought. Careful, witch. Avaris nodded, acknowledging Shira's warning. She was no fool. She reached out with the force again, and now that she stood upon this broken ground, she felt it. Something sang within the dark side, something very close. A shiver ran down her spine. Finally, she could not help but grin. One of Hikida's keys, it was here. She could sense it, almost smell it on the air. So close, so very close. She took a shuddering breath. Mine. The world they were standing on had no official name, not one that the archivist knew of, only some numerical designation that the Republic had given it years ago. An unimportant world to most, which is likely why it was chosen. Darth Mar had learned that Darth Akida's servants had been here once, and that they had likely left something behind. As locations to hide something went, it wasn't bad. Out of the way, but close enough to the established trade routes if one needed to find it. It was the perfect hiding place. Mare's people had found it, and now, that information had drawn Avaris and her new allies here. Avaris had found herself wondering what kind of defenses that Hikidas would have set up to protect his toy. Whatever they were, it would not be enough. She would have the key. In the end, even Mar had seen the value of seeking new forms of power, and that search had led here. Avaris found herself thinking back to their final conversation, her and Mar. He had all but consumed with the idea of making sure that their old emperor was destroyed. She didn't blame him. Not after Zayist. Mar had been one of the most powerful Sith Lords in the Empire. He had not been the type to go seeking the leavings of others, choosing instead to use his own might and the strength of the Empire. After the Emperor had returned and killed an entire world of loyal Sith, he had been forced to reconsider that stance. The Emperor, the former Emperor, had proven himself far more dangerous than Mar had anticipated. Mar had hoped to track him down using the Sith fleet, but, at the same time, had sought to explore other options. The master of them all had betrayed them. The Sith Emperor had sought the death of his own people. Such strange times called for actions that were not normally taken. Mar understood that the Empire had needed more than the Dark Council or the Empire's military might. He had sought power elsewhere. Power he had once, though unnecessary, dangerous, or unstable. He had sought out Darth Akidas. Those who had once served his late rival had believed that the Dark Lord had been close to achieving absolute victory. Mar had come to understand that the Empire might just need that victory, and had turned to Avaris for help. During their first meeting, she revealed to him that she had been trained by one of Hikida's followers, and, knowing her history, Mar had thought her the most valuable right hand in acquiring his late rival's secrets. Hikida's had been very close, or so he had believed. The keys that he had created, he had thought them the answer the Empire had sought, that they were, pun intended, the key to the Empire's final triumph. It must have been galling, Avaris realized. Mar and Hikidas had been deadly rivals during the early days of the war, a rivalry that had resulted with the other man's death. Now, Mar had to turn to someone educated by one of Hikida's servants. Irony. Not that Mar had denied her much. He had been a major player in her rise to the Dark Council. He had recognized her talent and desire early on, not to mention the fact that he saw her as an excellent tool to keep Darth Fear in check. By supporting her, Mar had sought to have an ally close by to claim Darth Fear's holdings, and make sure that those resources remained directed towards what he saw was best, the continuation of the Empire, and the preservation of what he had built in the years since the last war ended. Avaris had played along, happily, She had her own agenda. Mar might have suspected that, but he had still given her what she wanted. He had moved her into a place of great power, and even aided in accelerating her plans to replace her lord and master. Mar had believed she was a Sith like him, one dedicated to his ideals. He was mistaken. She had her own vision of what the Empire needed to look like, and now that he was gone, she was finally free to pursue those desires. It took an Empress to rule an empire. Mar might have supported her, thinking to put her on the throne as a figurehead, his puppet. He didn't understand she was no puppet. In life, he had been a useful mentor, teaching her lessons that Darth Fear would not, giving her what she had needed to overthrow her master and take everything that was his. In death, Mar had become a useful idiot. He had listened when she suggested that they acquire the keys, and put his most skilled people on it. He had thought her a useful pawn right up until the end, and now, he had, through his archivist, shown her the path to the first of the five, the first step on her final conquest of the galaxy. He had killed Hyperspace the man, but not his dream. Avaris would finally see that dream fulfilled. The Republic, the Empire, and the Zackle would all be subjugated under a new order, her order. Hyperspace's ideals, her ideals, would become the law of the galaxy, and, perhaps, beyond. But first, she needed to find the first key. That is why she was here. It was time to get moving. Avaris had still been studying the helmets when another voice drew her attention. "We should probably make this quick, Masters," Tara Valentine said, poking her head down the ramp. "The radiation levels here are a little too high for my tastes." The woman shook her head. "The sooner we are off this rock, the better." Avaris nodded. She couldn't agree more. Again, she looked up and took in her surroundings, the ruined hopelessness of it all. A dying world, but one that might just lead to a new life for the galaxy, a future under the Sith. So, it had some value if nothing else. Shira made her way down the ramp and to Avaris' side, followed closely by Zay. The slave girl hobbled quickly with her leg brace, doing her best to keep up. Tara Valentine would remain behind and keep the ship ready if the group needed a quick exit. Shira sniffed the air, her amber eyes settling on the ruined helmets of the Zackle. A low growl escaped her throat. "You sure the Sith artifact is here?" Kur believed so, Avaris reminded her. The archivist had not shut up about it. Not to them, and not to the Zackle. Avaris took another shuddering breath. "It is here," she said with a hungry grin. "I can feel it." The Jedi looked at the helmets with a sense of distaste. She may not have appreciated what had been done, but that didn't mean she didn't understand the value of such symbols. "Is this thing as powerful as you think it is?" The Zackle thought so, Avaris shrugged. The Jedi growled. "I wonder if these colonists know what they've done. The killing of knights, the Zackle don't tolerate that kind of thing. If the people here were trying to scare them off, they were gravely mistaken." Shira's eyes turned skyward. "I'm surprised that the Eternal Fleet was not in orbit when we arrived, if this item is as powerful as you believe." Avaris smiled. "It is not surprising at all, if you think about it, mongrel." Archivist Kur spoke not of Emperor Arcan seeking the keys, but his young sister. It was the lady that sought him out. It was for her that the man was seized and questioned. The Dark Lord chuckled. If she had told her brother about the key, there would have been a Zackle fleet in orbit, and likely an army down on the surface, scouring these ruins in search of it. The fact that there was not suggests something more subtle. Maybe the sister doesn't want the brother to know about the key. Maybe she desires it for herself, and no one else. Shira nodded. "You think this is some type of power move? Do you think the sister is looking for something that might help overthrow her brother?" "It is a possibility. I know little of the Zackle royal family, but I do understand dark side rivalry. If Arcan's father was the Sith Emperor, then he would have sought to prepare his heirs to fight for the throne, or at the very least taught them enough to compete for his favor." Shira snarled at that. "It's amazing that you Sith have not annihilated yourselves with your infighting." The Dark Lord wrinkled her nose in distaste. "Zackle are not Sith," Avaris reminded her. "They are abominations, an insult to the true Empire, and deserve to be cast down, just as their Emperor was." If Shira agreed with her, she didn't show it. She merely shrugged and glanced down at Zay. The slave girl smiled eagerly, happy to be at her master's side. Perhaps the child should stay here. We have no idea what we are marching into. You expect me to go into negotiations without my handmaiden at my side? Avaris asked. I'm asking you to think of the girl's safety. We have no idea what is waiting for us here. We believe that Mars sought these people out, but who can say they are even willing to talk? After slaying these Zakwal, who is to say that they won't shoot first and ask questions never? Taking the child along is risky. We might need to get out fast. And if the girl can't keep up... Your concern for my servant is touching, Avaris interrupted. Fear not. I will keep her safe if it come to that. The Jedi remained skeptical. Avaris could see it in her eyes. You don't need to worry, Master Shira, Zay said confidently. My master will protect me. See, Avaris said with a confident smirk, she wishes to go. The girl bobbed her head excitedly. She had heard much of the keys in the last year, how it would finally end the war. She wanted to see such wondrous objects for herself. Avaris was willing to permit it. It would help sell the fiction. Through Kuer, Mar had reached out to the people here. He had been planning to send an envoy before his death in wild space. Avaris was simply fulfilling that plan. According to Archivist Kuer, these people were open for negotiation, or at least, willing to hear the Sith out. They would take advantage of that, and use this opportunity to acquire the key for themselves. Shira and Zay would help sell that deception. The mongrel was dressed not in Jedi robes, but Sith armor. Zay was disguised as a Sith hopeful, the kind of entourage a Dark Lord might bring to impress those at a formal meeting. These people were not fans of the Republic. Not that Avaris blamed them, but they did retain a healthy respect for Sith power. She would use that. It would make things easier. She scowled, taking one last glance at the helmets. The Zakwal had failed. That was all that mattered. We have wasted enough time, Avaris said, straightening his robes. As Captain Valentine said, we should not linger here any longer than is necessary. The Dark Lord took the lead, while Shira and Zay followed in her wake. The spaceport building seemed deserted, but Avaris doubted that their arrival had gone unmarked. Eyes were watching them, even if they could not see them. Let them watch, she thought. The key is here. She would not leave without it. The prize was hers. The group made its way out into the main settlement, a small city that looked as bad as the spaceport itself. Wind whistled through broken windows, speeders sat abandoned, and the only other noise they heard was the sound of a malfunctioning protocol droid, trying to walk through a door that was 6 paces to his left. In the distance, they could see the colony's main power plant. The cooling tower looked off, and it was ringed with a shimmering blue haze, radiation leaking from somewhere within the structure. Avaris frowned. Not a good sign. All it would take is a single missile or turbo laser strike, and this entire colony would be gone. Still, she was not worried. Mere radiation could not kill a Dark Lord. It was just energy, and that was one thing she controlled as easily as she drew breath. Yet, the state of this place is spoke of 2 very important elements: neglect and hopelessness. She shook her head. This is where such things can lead. The settlement here had been booming once. The faded awnings and darkened signs spoke of past prosperity. 30 years ago, this place had been thriving, a place of hope and new ideas. Now, it was a husk of its former self. Most of the signs were for the Galactic Republic Colonial Service. The GRCS had once been one of the most powerful offices in the Republic, or so she had read. Now it was nothing. Where's everyone? Zay asked. Does no one live here anymore? Some do, child, Shira responded, those who chose to stay when the Sith came. The Jedi shook her head. Once the Republic was growing in all directions, a grand age of expansion that showed no signs of stopping. Worlds like this were located and made colonies in a matter of only a few months. People from the core were inspired by tales of the expansion, sought to build new lives on new worlds. Avaris felt the Jedi's eyes burning into her back. The coming of the Sith changes that. Am I supposed to be insulted? Avaris asked, rolling her eyes. Our time had come, and with it, judgment for the Republic, for their misdeeds at the end of the so-called Great Hyperspace War. Zay shivered. So, the Sith Empire attacked this place. Do you see any signs of weapons damage, my dear? Avaris asked her. No, the Sith never attacked. But your people killed it just the same, Shira hissed. Avaris shrugged. Perhaps. When the Sith returned, the Senate was forced to make a choice. Shira continued, the Sith fleet was too vast, its armies too many. The Republic military, even with the aid of the Jedi, were not enough to push the invaders back. Did you see this war, Master Shira? Zay asked. No, I had not been born yet, she replied. My master told me the tale, helped me understand. The Republic abandoned worlds like this, Avaris chimed in. Anything of value was moved off-world, towards the core. All those wealthy enough to leave fled. Those that remained were either too poor to escape, or crazy enough to stay and await the Sith's arrival. They sought to slow our advance, bog down our forces fighting for scraps. They believed they were defending their homes, but in truth, they were only buying time for the Republic and the Jedi to secure the core worlds against us. They couldn't protect everything, so they simply fell back. A smaller Republic could be held, if his armies were not scattered across the mid and outer rim. Zay's eyes widened. That is horrible. Smart, actually, Avaris added with a smile. It is one of the few military moves that we respected the Republic for. We were forced to slow our advance, secure our flanks while the enemy dug in along the major hyperspace routes. Oh sure, we could have destroyed every abandoned colony we came across, but again, it would have been a waste of resources. The result, our flanks were rarely secure, allowing Republic militia groups like Survivor Squad to pick away at our supply lines, or to tie up troopers garrisoning next to useless worlds, subjugating populations that had little value. The Dark Lord chuckled. As I said, it was smart. Yet, as she looked around, she found herself surprised. Why did worlds like this fight so hard against the Empire, or allow themselves to be used as basis for criminals like Survivor Squad? It made no sense. They had to know they were only one word away from reprisal. All it would have taken was one Dark Lord to decide to make examples of them. It may have changed the very face of the war had that happened. Yet, so many of these worlds had been spared, and the Sith advance had slowed, ending any chance of the grand victory the Dark Council had promised. Why? Why had people like this been so foolish? Why? Hope, my child. Avaris paused. Again she was hearing her master's voice. She could almost see Darth Fear's face, that sly grin she remembered so well from so many nights of training and lessons. Hope is the enemy of true order, my dear. The Republic used that, got worlds like these to fight to the death against our forces, and in the end, it had worked. The Cold War came, and with it no chance at the grand victory we had hoped for. Avaris nodded. Even in death, Fear was not wrong. Hope was the enemy. If you are to rule completely, there must be no hope left in the galaxy. You must crush the galaxy beneath your heel. Make an example of these Zackle invaders. If you exterminate them, then all will know the power of Avaris, and they will fear, and they will never dare resist you. Again, Fear's face appeared, that cold, hungry grin she knew so well flashed before her eyes. Kill all hope, and you and your progeny will rule this galaxy for the next 1,000 years. A shiver of cold excitement ran down her spine. Genocide, and then, an order that would last for millennia, and then, one day, a grateful galaxy would bow before her bow in humble gratitude. No more Zackle. No light. No more Jedi. All that would remain would be the order and security of a just galaxy, her galaxy. She would. Master, look. Zay's words caused Avaris to emerge from her thoughts. A lone figure clad in black stood in their path. Hooded and cloaked, he did not radiate with the power of the Force, but even here, she could sense his emotions, a devotion bordering on fanaticism. She smiled. It seems that they had found the people that lived here. The Dark Lord and her party paused. She stepped forward, holding up her hands in submission. I am Darth Avaryss, she called out. Ally to Darth Mar, I've come in his order. I believe you have been expecting us. The hooded figure nodded. Greetings to you, Lord of Sith, he called out, and in the name of the one true Emperor, I bid you welcome. Avaris bowed her head slightly, but then his words struck home. Emperor. What Emperor? It is the Dark Council that currently rules the Empire. She lied, hoping this man didn't know how the Eternal Throne had crushed the Sith beneath their heel. It is in their name that I greet you. The colonist merely chuckled. Avaris didn't like that. It made her feel that this mundane knew more than she did. No, she didn't like that at all. Your counsel is faltering, Sith. It was for that reason that Darth Mar sought us out. He understood that the Empire needed more. It needed the will of the true Emperor. The one who we worship, the one who will rise, and with him, the people of this world. We shall be the nobility of a new and glorious age. Avaris held her temper in check. She didn't like what she was hearing. What had Mar found on this world? Did he even realize? She frowned. Did she have a rival? Had another Sith beaten her to the key? No. She would not have it. Careful, my child. Fear's voice advised her. Do not fly into a rage. Not until you know what it is you are facing. Yes, she realized. That was smart. She willed herself to be calm. She even smiled sweetly. She needed to know more. Does your lord and master have a name? Let me hear it so that I may sing his praise back on Dromedcos. The man chuckled again and removed his hood. He was young and might have been handsome once, but burns left by too much radiation had scarred his face. He didn't look well, and it wasn't just the burns on his face and hands. His eyes shone with a crazed light, the gaze of a zealot. He smiled widely. In the name of the true Dark Lord of the Sith, Exar Kun, we offer you our hospitality. Please follow me. That name gave her pause. Exar Kun. Impossible. Kun had died centuries ago. Shira came up beside her. Any thoughts? Which? Avaris didn't dignify that with an answer. What these people believed was irrelevant. They had come here for a reason. They would need to leave with it before the Zakwil came in force. However, if another Dark Lord had beaten her, and if it was Exar Kun, but it wasn't possible. Was it? Had she not come back from death, or as near to death as she had dared? Had she not claimed a new body for her own? If Kun had found a way back. It was a daunting thought, but if Kun is back, then you know what to do. Your path is clear, is it not? Darth Fear whispered in her ear, his voice cold and angry, the kind of voice he used when he thought she had failed in some part of her training. That voice snapped her out of her rumination. It helped her focus. If Exar Kun has returned, he must be dealt with. You must suffer no rival. He has given these fools hope, and you do know how to deal with those who hope, do you not, my daughter? Her master's visage remained with her, that cold smile. Yes? Avaris nodded as she followed in the zealot's wake. Yes, I do know how to deal with those foolish enough to cling to hope. Her own smile turned venomous, almost shark-like. Yes, I do know. She almost laughed. She would show these people the price of having hope. Thank you for reminding me, Father.